Asia, it was. Chapter 1. The idea of a third world. Introduction. Since this chapter examines a controversy over the label third world, it is appropriate to begin with a definition. In order to identify the subject matter of this book, to convey the diversity of the social and economic conditions found within the third world, and to provide an outline of the major changes taking place in third world countries, an indication of the key characteristics of third world status must be given. For the purpose of this survey, the third world will be defined as a group of countries which have colonial histories and which are in the process of developing economically and socially from a status characterized by low incomes, dependence on agriculture, weakness in trading relations, social deprivation for large segments of society, and restricted political and civil liberties. This definition acknowledges the process of change and, therefore, the likely diversity of countries within the group. The following sketch of third world status and trends will follow the components of the definition: the achievement of political independence, average income levels, industrialization, integration into the world economy, and human development. Thomas, 1994, page 10. By this definition, the third world comprises approximately 100 states in Africa, Asia, the Middle East, Latin America and the Caribbean. Their combined population of over 4 billion accounts for 77% of the world's total, and their territories cover nearly 58% of the world's land area. World Bank, 2001b, page 14. Political independence. Only a tiny minority of countries that would be regarded as part of the third world by other criteria have not experienced colonialism at some stage in their recent histories. The picture of the third world in this respect is becoming more complex with the dissolution of the Soviet Union and the emergence of a number of independent states that were formerly part of it. Berger, 1994, page 257. Most of these, such as Tajikistan and Uzbekistan, rank as lower middle-income countries along with, for example, Senegal, Thailand and Peru. A significant variation in third world status is the length of time that countries have been independent from their colonizers, with most Latin American countries gaining political independence in the early 19th century and most African only after the Second World War. There are still a few small territories that have yet to achieve independence from a European power, the French colonies of Guadeloupe, Martinique and French Guiana, for example. Experience of imperial political control and economic penetration varied considerably, as did the routes to independence which were taken, roughly divided between constitutional negotiations and armed struggle. However, the legacy of imperialism and colonialism was everywhere profound, transforming political institutions and processes. New geopolitical boundaries were drawn. Reactions against alien rule mobilized new political forces and alliances. Indigenous social structures and political systems were altered by European economic interventions and settlement. National incomes. Most third world countries are poor by international standards. The majority are found in the low-income or lower middle-income categories used by the World Bank and defined in terms of gross national income per capita. Differences in per capita incomes vary greatly between regions of the world. And, as Table 1.1 shows, the regions of the Third World continue to lag behind the developed economies. The gap in real incomes between some Third World countries, such as those in East Asia, and the industrialized countries has narrowed considerably since 1945. East Asia's share of developing countries' real income increased from 22% in 1965 to 35% in 1999. Per capita incomes throughout the Third World rose relatively quickly in the 1960s and 1970s. Despite a leveling out in the 1980s, the average level of per capita income in developing countries rose by 2.1% per year from 1960 to 1997. However, in some regions of the Third World incomes have stagnated or fallen. The divergence between regions mainly occurred in the 1970s so that, whereas by 1980 per capita GDP was growing at 6.7% in East Asia and 3.2% in South Asia, it was falling in Latin America and Sub-Saharan Africa. Per capita incomes in sub-Saharan Africa have fallen in real terms since the mid-1970s. Between 1975 and 1999 the average growth in per capita income averaged 1%. Moreover, the gap between developed countries and other regions of the Third World continues to widen. The average per capita incomes of the lower and middle-income countries are still diverging from the average income of the richest countries, from 2.4% to 1.6% in the case of the lower-income economies, and from 13.5% to 7.5% for middle-income economies. The income difference between the fifth of the world's people living in the richest countries and the fifth in the poorest was 74 to 1 in 1997, up from 60 to 1 in 1990 and 30 to 1 in 1960. By the end of the 1990s the fifth in the highest income countries owned 86% of the world's GDP compared to the bottom fifth's 1%, UNDP, 2001, page 3. Industrialization. Low per capita incomes have been related historically to the Third World's economic dependence on agriculture. Incomes tend to rise as countries industrialize and the size of the manufacturing sector increases. These are important goals for developing countries. All regions of the Third World showed a decline in the contribution of agriculture to GDP between 1990 and 1999, see Table 1.2, overall from 16 to 12%, though where there is subsistence farming much agricultural production is not exchanged, making it difficult to assess changes in production accurately. Employment in agriculture has also declined. Growth in agricultural output slowed from an average annual increase of 3.4% for the period 1980 to 90 to 2.2% for 1990 to 98. The industrial growth rate increased from 3.8% in the 1980s to 4% in the 1990s and manufacturing from 4.7% to 6.4% average. Annual growth in the service sector remained constant from 1980 to 1998. However, although the proportion of GDP accounted for by the industrial sector in Third World economies increased from 27% in 1965 to 35% in 1999, manufacturing, generally the most dynamic part of the industrial sector, actually declined in the 1990s from 23 to 22%. The contribution of the service sector to GDP rose from 46 to 54%. The general trend in the structure of Third World output has been from agriculture to manufacturing and services. Integration into the world economy. The processes of globalization are bringing about a closer integration of the Third World into the world economy. Between 1965 and 1999 low and middle-income economies recorded an average annual growth in the export of goods and services of 5.3% compared to 5.9% for high-income countries. In all regions of the Third World except the Middle East and North Africa foreign trade as a percentage of GDP has increased, from 26 to 29% during the 1990s. A problem for developing countries has been their dependence on the export of a limited range of primary commodities whose prices are liable to severe fluctuations. In 1991 only South and East Asia exported more manufactured goods than primary commodities. However, manufactured exports from the Third World have been growing, from 16% in 1965 to 66% in 1999. The value of manufactured goods in total exports varies from one region of the Third World to another. Compare East Asia where the proportion is 81% to Sub-Saharan Africa where it is 39%. But manufactured exports are becoming increasingly important throughout the Third World. The export of primary commodities declined as a percentage of merchandise exports from 38% in 1990 to 24% in 1999. Nevertheless, the Third World still accounts for only a quarter of the world's exports. World Bank, 2001, Tables 1.4 and 4.5. The growth in Third World exports has been achieved despite the protectionism practiced by the Western industrial countries which are the markets for the bulk of Third World exports. In the 1980s quotas and other measures are estimated to have cost developing countries a loss of export earnings nearly equivalent to the value of official aid, World Bank, 1991, pages 105-6. The growing globalization of international economic relations has certainly not shifted economic power towards poor countries. Most international trade is still between a small number of rich developed countries. Trade liberalization benefits these rather than poor countries. Foreign direct investment increased by nearly 6 times between 1985 and 1995, but, although developing countries had an increased share of this, 2/3 of this share was accounted for by just 10 countries, with the poorest countries receiving less than 1%. Human development. Despite progress in human development over the past 30 years, measured by life expectancy, educational attainment and the purchasing power of incomes, there are still substantial contrasts between the developed and developing worlds, as well as between groups of poorer countries. See Table 1.3. Human development has been uneven across the Third World. Trends reflect overall economic performance. Progress was made between 1965 and 1985, with per capita consumption increasing by nearly 70% in real terms. Average life expectancy rising from 51 to 62 years, and primary school enrollment rates reaching 84%. Progress in child mortality rates and primary school enrollments continued in the 1980s in most developing countries. In 1950, 28 children in 100 died before their 5th birthday. This number had fallen to 10 by 1990. Smallpox has been eradicated, whereas it claimed more than 5 million lives annually in the Third World in the early 1950s. World Bank, 1993, page 1. Such averages conceal variations between countries, regions and, of course, social groups within countries. Sub-Saharan Africa, for example, a region with the highest infant mortality and lowest primary education enrollment, saw only a small improvement in infant mortality in the 1980s, and a decline in the enrollment rate. Several Latin American countries, by contrast, saw infant mortality declining at a rate faster than that achieved in the 1960s and 1970s. Malnutrition is on the increase in sub-Saharan Africa, while there is much greater variability in the countries of Latin America. World Bank, 1990, page 45. In Pakistan it is estimated that 36% of the population has no access to health care. Because of the economic recession of the early 1980s, there have been substantial declines in real per capita spending on education and health in sub-Saharan Africa and Latin America. In East Asia the poor have access to primary education, whereas in sub-Saharan Africa few of the poor have even this level of schooling. Less progress in extending health care to the poor has been made in all regions of the Third World. Government spending on social services tends to be diverted away from those whose needs are greatest, the poor. Many problems remain. Absolute mortality levels in developing countries are high, and child mortality is 10 times greater than in developed countries. Malnutrition is a major contributory factor. Maternal mortality ratios are 30 times higher. It is estimated that decades of improvement in mortality rates will be wiped out by the AIDS epidemic, currently causing 1.8 million deaths annually. Malaria is proving resistant to treatment, and tobacco-related deaths are likely to double in the first decade of this century and grow to more than 12 million a year by 2025. World Bank, 1993, pages 1-3. To achieve significant improvements in health and education in the Third World requires higher levels of expenditure on the social sectors than have been achieved in the 1980s. It is difficult to see how these can be provided by governments that are under pressure to reduce public expenditure as part of economic restructuring. Inequalities in social well-being, as indicated by health and education, are also found between urban and rural areas and between men and women. There is generally greater poverty in rural areas and more severe problems of malnutrition, lack of education, life expectancy, and substandard housing. This applies to countries with high levels of urbanization, such as those in Latin America. Women in all regions of the Third World do worse than men in terms of human development. For example, in 1980 the literacy rate for women was only 61% of that for men in Africa, 52% in South Asia, 57% in the Middle East, 82% in Southeast Asia and 94% in Latin America. Women can also be expected to work longer hours for lower wages than men. They face more cultural, legal, economic and social discrimination than men, even poor men. World Bank, 1990, page 31. When a country's Human Development Index is adjusted for gender disparity, every country's value declines. Rankings change too, showing that some countries do better than others. The most significant disparities for women lie in employment, opportunities, earnings, also the main factors in industrialized countries, health care, nutrition and education. It has been estimated that in South and East Asia there are some 100 million women fewer than there would be were it not for maternal mortality rates, infanticide and the nutritional neglect of young girls. UNDP, 1993, page 17. East Asia has made most progress in expanding education and improving survival rates generally, while South Asia and Sub-Saharan Africa still lag behind, with adult literacy rates well below the average for developing countries. Life expectancy, infant mortality and adult literacy have all improved in the Arab states. Although human development remains a severe challenge for poor countries, variations in levels occur between developing countries regardless of wealth. For example, Vietnam has achieved more in human development than Pakistan, despite similar levels of per capita GDP. Variations also occur within developing and developed countries, between regions, classes, ethnic groups, men and women, and urban compared with rural areas. One of the factors holding back human development in the fourth quarter of the 20th century was mounting debt. During the 1970s, the volume of international bank lending increased by nearly 800% to reach $800 billion. The scale of indebtedness reached crisis proportions in the early 1980s when a combination of high interest rates, adverse trade balances and a world recession caused severe debt servicing problems for many third world countries. With a total external debt of $2.6 trillion in 1999, the cost to developing countries of debt servicing was the equivalent of 5.8% of GDP. This limits the resources available for human development, as well as discouraging economic growth, so that most poor countries spend more on debt servicing than on basic social services, including basic education and health care, safe water, sanitation, family planning and nutrition. For example, African governments spend less on health and education combined than on debt payments. UNDP, 1999, page 14. Human development is increasingly being thought of as encompassing political factors, such as the level of democratization and the protection afforded to human rights. In 1987, roughly 3/5 of the developing world's governments were not democratic. However, in the late 1980s, pressures towards democratization and the rule of law built up from a number of factors acting in unison. One was the economic failure of authoritarianism. Another was the highly political consequence of the structural adjustment programs demanded by multilateral and unilateral aid donors. The structural adjustment programs required of many developing countries as a condition for receiving assistance from international development agencies such as the World Bank and IMF have had far-reaching political consequences for the governments concerned. Public enterprise reforms and privatization have usually meant substantial job losses. Devaluation and increases in agricultural prices can increase food prices. And malnutrition. Public expenditure cuts usually mean a decline in social spending, particularly health and education, per capita. These consequences and their distributional effects can cause social unrest, and have done so in a number of third world countries. Structural adjustment also limits the scope for political patronage. Herbst, 1990. When it became clear to aid donors and international agencies that successful adjustment required political commitment as well as competent and accountable public services, this was interpreted as a need for democratization. Hawthorne, 1992, page 331. Leftwich, 1993, pages 607-8. The other factors contributing to the good governance orthodoxy were the rise of Western neoliberalism in the late 1970s, the spread of pro-democracy movements in all regions of the Third World as well as Eastern Europe, and the collapse of communism. This last and most momentous development strengthened confidence in the presumed link between political pluralism and economic success and left space for an extension of influence by the capitalist West within a New World Order. Riley, 1992. Leftwich, 1993, Weber, 1993. Despite some advances towards less authoritarian forms of government, in Zambia, South Korea and Taiwan, for example, the prospects for democratic development and survival do not appear to be too bright. The Western powers, despite their good governance rhetoric, seem remarkably reluctant to take positive action in support of Third World democracy. For example, although the U.S. has cut off aid to Gambia, where 30 years of multi-party democracy were ended by a military coup in 1994, Britain and the European Union have prevaricated. However, dependence on foreign aid for 80% of the budget may be insufficient for the West to exercise leverage if the military government can secure assistance from elsewhere, such as Libya and Iran. One of the greatest threats to democracy in developing countries is militarization. This may take the form of overt military rule or disproportionate expenditure on the military compared with social welfare. In 1990 there were 33 developing countries that had experienced over 20 years of military rule since 1960. Only 32 had had no history of military government. Thomas, 1994, page 65. In the late 1990s, developing countries were spending 15% of central government budgets on the military. In several countries, military spending amounts to over 10% of GDP. Many spend considerably more on the military than on social sectors, despite the desperate need for health care, education and the relief of poverty. Having the proportion of GDP spent on the military would be enough to double government spending on health and education. For example, in 1985 Costa Rica spent 23% of its government budget on health, with dramatically beneficial consequences for infant mortality, life expectancy, and the fertility rate. Significantly, between 1975 and 1985 it devoted only 3.2% of its budget to the military. Another threat to democracy in the Third World is posed by the rise of forms of religious fundamentalism which violate principles of toleration and equal rights. In India, for example, Hindu nationalism is believed by some experts to threaten the very survival of the political system as a pluralist democracy. Cherian Kandith, 1994, page 32. To a considerable extent, such movements reflect disillusionment with political and economic developments which leave large sections of the population marginalized both materially and politically as power is accumulated in the hands of new ruling classes. Religious fundamentalism provides an ideological focus which asserts the relevance of forms of traditionalism to the modern world. The experience of the Third World with democratization has been mixed. By the end of the last century, democracy and freedom were the dominant trends in Latin America and the Asia-Pacific region. In Africa, by contrast, a minority of countries had free societies and electoral democracy. No countries in the Arab world were rated free. Furthermore, all the downward trends are found in developing countries. Only half of the 86 countries, ranked by Freedom House as free, respecting a broad array of basic human rights and political freedoms, are in the Third World. Most Third World states fall into the partly free and not free categories. All but two of the world's most repressive regimes, which regularly violate basic human rights, suppress independent associations, especially trade unions, censor the mass media, restrict property rights and, in some cases, deny women basic rights, are Third World countries. Such regimes are by no means all associated with low incomes, spanning, as they do, a diversity of levels of economic development, for example, Saudi Arabia and Sudan, as well as cultures, for example Cuba and North Korea, and regions, Burma and Syria. However, the economic conditions associated with third world status clearly remain significant. While it is possible for relatively rich countries to do badly in terms of political and civil rights violations and repression, e.g. Brunei, and for a poor country, such as Benin, to be rated among the countries with the highest level of political freedom, generally there is a correlation between levels of political freedom and economic prosperity. Freedom House, 2001. The concept of a third world. Gunnar Myrdal, winner of the Nobel Prize for Economics in 1974, once said that in the relationship between rich and poor countries there has been diplomacy by language, meaning that in the developed, and to a lesser extent the underdeveloped, countries there has been a constant search for an acceptable label for this latter group. We sometimes refer to the South rather than use developing countries. Others prefer less developed countries, while still others prefer underdeveloped, a concept that has taken on a very specific meaning and which, as we shall see later, denotes a particular kind of interrelationship between countries and a particular process of change. No one has come up with a label that claims universal acceptance. The search is fraught with difficulties, not least ideological ones. As Goulburn points out, the terminology of comparative politics, particularly as far as the Third World is concerned, is largely expressive of attitudes rather than precise analytical concepts. Goulburn, 1979, page 12. Cannot all countries be described as developing in some direction or another? If we reserve development for movement in a particular direction, then it has to be made explicit what path should be regarded as development and what should not. Modernization similarly risks all the dangers of ethnocentric evolutionism, though as a conceptualization of social and political change it has had an enormous impact on development studies and comparative politics. The concept of the South reflects some of the frustrations felt when trying to differentiate between countries in terms of meaningful indicators that show why grouping countries is helpful to analysis. It is also possible to talk about rich and poor countries, but this draws a boundary between countries, which many people interested in the Third World wish to treat as a single grouping. It is easy to understand the appeal of underdevelop as a transitive verb in distinguishing those countries whose exploitation made possible the development of their exploiters. The idea that advanced societies secured their own advancement by underdeveloping poor countries is at the heart of dependency theory. Such difficulties form the substance of the rest of this chapter. The purpose of examining the concept of the Third World is that one can gain a preliminary insight into some of the problems experienced by such countries by examining the validity of using a single category for such an amorphous group, meanings and objectives. To be able to evaluate the different positions adopted by those who have entered into dispute about whether Third World is a meaningful concept, it is necessary to separate out the different perceptions that people have about the countries which they think deserving of the label. The original meaning of the term Third World referred to a group of non-aligned countries outside the great power blocs. There has been a lot of discussion as to who used the term first, but it is generally accepted that it was the French demographer and economic historian, Alfred Sauvy, who coined the term in the early 1950s. However, there is also the view that it should have been translated as Third Force, because Sauvy seemed to have in mind the problem of power blocks during the Cold War, and of a third force distinct from the Western Bloc and the Eastern Bloc. Non-alignment in the military and diplomatic spheres is one of the earliest qualities associated with Third World status. Wolf Phillips, 1979, 1987, Love, 1980. This stance was most strikingly represented by the Bandung Conference attended by the representatives of 29 African and Asian countries in 1955. Another early idea associated with the Third World conveys solidarity among developing countries based on their primary producing economic status, their relative poverty, their dependence on agriculture and their distinctive forms of economic regime, neither modeled on the Eastern Bloc of planned economies nor the Western free market system. The Third World was seen to fall outside the First World of the advanced capitalist democracies and the Second World of industrially advanced communist countries. As the British political scientist Samuel Feiner pointed out, 1970, the Third World was not just a residual category of states that were neither liberal, democratic nor communist, totalitarian. It was a significant grouping in that its members lay outside Europe, mainly south of the 40th parallel, were mainly agrarian, were much poorer than northern states and had been subjected either to colonialism or deep diplomatic and economic penetration by the Western powers. Feiner, 1974, page 98. However, there was an important deviation from this perception of the world's economic division. China's Mao Zedong produced a very different categorization in which the USA and the USSR constituted the First World. Japan, the European countries and Canada constituted the Second World, while Africa, Latin America and most of Asia formed the Third World. The claim being made here was that both the USA and the USSR were imperialistic, with their developed satellites as the Second World and the primary producing former colonial possessions of the First and Second Worlds forming the Third World. So the OPEC countries would, despite their wealth, fall into this third group. Muni, 1979, McCall, 1980, page 539. Mao was clearly influenced by current relationships between China and the USSR, worse at that time than between China and some capitalist states. From other socialist perspectives, developing countries have been seen as predominantly dependencies of the major capitalist powers. This led to the belief that one could only meaningfully talk about two worlds, not three. One capitalist, one socialist, Griffin and Gurley, 1985, Toy, 1987. Thirdly, there has been the idea of an anti-imperialist alliance against colonialism, neocolonialism and racialism. So the Third World stood for solidarity against the continuing intervention and involvement of the powerful economies in the developing economies and polities of the world, in an attempt to strengthen economic sovereignty at a time when it was very obvious that political and economic autonomy did not necessarily go together, and that the achievement of constitutional independence did not guarantee freedom internally from external constraints. This idea will be taken up again when we come to look at the concept of neocolonialism and the way in which interpretations of political and economic development have been formulated in such terms. The idea of a third world thus tries to capture a common experience of exploitation by richer and more powerful societies. All third world countries have experienced such exploitation to some degree, and it was strongly felt by many third world leaders that it was persisting even after independence. Fourthly, third worldism has been associated with the idea of regional coherence through pan-nationalist movements. The third world might not represent a grouping of countries all with identical interests, but within the third world there could be groups of states that shared interests cutting across national boundaries, for example, the Pan-Arab world or the Pan-African world. Such concepts were important to political leaders in developing countries in the 1960s. Here was an attempt to prove that national boundaries were not going to be as important as they were in other parts of the world. National boundaries were seen as the creation of European colonialism, especially in Africa. Thus they were to some extent alien, reflecting a colonial past. Institutions were set up to reflect this internationalism and some still exist, though without the significance that they were originally intended to have. Fifthly, since the early 1970s third worldism has reflected a campaign for a new international economic order under which developing countries would secure greater national control of their natural resources, and try to protect their economies by collectively agreeing on the prices of raw materials upon which so many of their economies were dependent. Third, worldism has been to some extent driven by a sense of grievance against the developed countries who appear to have rigged the rules of the international economy against less developed countries. Rothstein, 1977, page 51. The objective has been to strengthen through collective action the position of individual third world countries vis-a-vis their main trading partners and sources of foreign investment. Third world countries also want to gain greater access to markets in industrialized countries for their own manufactured goods by persuading the governments in those countries to lower the trade barriers that protect domestic industries from competition from third world products. This call was taken up by the United Nations and the World Bank in 1992, both arguing for the liberalization of global markets and a reduction in the level of protectionism in the OECD countries. The costs of protectionism in the rich countries of the world extend beyond blocking imports from the third world to include negative capital transfers, higher real interest rates, unequal competition in international services and closed markets for technology, a more rapid transfer of technologies to give third world countries access to the advanced technologies required by the industrialization process, and which were proving so successful in some developing countries, also forms part of this aspect of third worldism. Related proposals have included a World Development Fund to which all countries would contribute on a sliding scale related to their national income, the development of the seabed to provide new sources of food, and the international development of alternative energy sources. Through UNESCO, third world countries are also trying to act collectively to resist the pressures from the westernized mass media, and the cultural, educational and scientific imperialism which introduces inappropriate technology and educational values into their societies. Solidarity was also shown at the World Trade Organization meeting in Doha in 2001 when developing countries formed effective alliances on intellectual property rights, drug patents and the agenda of future negotiations, shifting the balance of power away from the rich industrialized nations. Finally, the problem of poverty. Although some of the countries that would conventionally be thought of as part of the third world are relatively rich, particularly in the Middle East, nevertheless poverty continues to be a real and significant feature of third world countries. This aspect of third worldism increased between 1975 and 1990. Some progress was made in the reduction of third world poverty in the 1960s and 1970s, but the 1980s were the lost decade for the poor. Of the 4.6 billion people living in developing countries, 1.2 billion live on less than $1 a day and 2.8 billion on less than $2, see Table 1.4. This is, despite a doubling in real terms of average incomes between 1975 and 1998, an overall decline in poverty was recorded during the 1990s, with the proportion of people in developing countries living on less than $1 a day falling from 29 to 24%. This was achieved by high rates of economic growth in countries with large numbers of poor people, notably China and India. However, population growth meant that the number of people in poverty slightly increased between 1987 and 1998. Only in East Asia and the Middle East/North Africa region have the numbers in poverty fallen. In sub-Saharan Africa, almost half the continent's population is now poor as average per capita income fell by 1% every year for the last quarter of a century. The number of poor people in Latin America and the Caribbean increased by 20%. If a relative rather than absolute measure of poverty is taken, shares of the population living in poverty increase in all regions, dramatically. In Latin America and the Middle East, World Bank, 2001 c. page 24. Even under the most optimistic assumptions about economic growth, between 1998 and 2015, an average annual growth in GDP per capita of 3.7%, it is likely that there will still be 2.3 billion people attempting to survive on less than $2 a day. World Bank, 2001 c. UNDP, 2001, ch1. In symbiotic relationship with such poverty are low levels of productive capacity, low life expectancy, high infant mortality, illiteracy, the oppression of women, and grossly unequal distributions of wealth. There are still enormous problems to be confronted arising from poverty, including the silent genocide of high infant mortality, poor nutrition and low standards of living. Changing worlds. The third world has changed much since the earliest visions of solidarity and continues to do so. One leading analyst has claimed that political culture is now the defining characteristic of the third world, rather than level of economic affluence or diplomatic orientation. What distinguishes membership of the third world is the lack of consensus over the rules of the game of politics. Komrava, 1993. Consequently, a label that conveys a message of Homogeneity of socio-economic conditions and political purpose is increasingly unacceptable by commentators from both North and South, Leftwich. 1983, pages 163-4, Hume and Turner, 1990, pages 7-8. The first form of heterogeneity that needs to be recognized is cultural. The term Third World has been considered by some as insulting to the diverse range of polities, cultures, histories and ideologies found within it. Rothstein, 1977, page 48, Naples, 1985. The conservative economist Peter Bauer adopts a similar view, though for different reason. His purpose has been to contradict the view that responsibility for Third World poverty lies with the developed world, a view that Bauer finds patronizing and condescending. Part of this condescension is to present the Third World as a uniform stagnant mass devoid of distinctive character. The individuals and societies of the Third World are in this way denied identity, character, personality and responsibility. Bauer, 1981, pages 83-4. A growing heterogeneity is in economic strength. There are great disparities of wealth within the Third World. Wide disparities are developing in per capita GNP, levels of food production, annual growth rates, and rates of industrialization. For example, per capita income quadrupled in East Asia between 1975 and 1999, growing by 6% a year. In South Asia, growth averaged over 2%, slower growth still was recorded in the Arab states and Latin America, while sub-Saharan Africa recorded negative growth. In 18 sub-Saharan countries per capita incomes were lower in 1999 than 1975, UNDP, 2001, pages 12-13. Expert observers and international organizations such as the World Bank now distinguish between the rich-poor countries, the middle poor and the poorest countries, even to the extent of referring to the last group as the fourth world. The poorest of the poor were the least developed of the developing countries. Rothstein, 1977, pages 53-4. World Bank statistics are presented in such divisions, and other organizations such as the UN also differentiate in their policy-making. Hoogveld, 1982, pages 22-3. Some of the cutoff points between these categories are pretty arbitrary. Worsley, 1984, pages 321-2, but nevertheless there are real differences when one compares Bangladesh with, say, Malaysia. Some aid donors, such as the British government, distinguish between the poor and the poorest with the aim of directing their development assistance at the poorest countries, many of which are among the countries of the British Commonwealth, which fits nicely with its policy of directing its aid towards its ex-colonies. Nor has the Third World's experience of globalization been uniform. It has been argued that the globalization of market economics and pluralistic democracy, apparently heralded by the end of the Cold War, further challenges the validity of the concept of a Third World. Berger, 1994. This is not just because the process of globalization integrates economies, cultures and technology. It is also because the benefits of globalization, increased trade, foreign investment and the dissemination of technology, are not spread equally across the Third World. Some regions, such as East Asia, have taken advantage of globalization to generate growth in manufactured exports. Others remain marginalized because of their continuing dependence on primary commodities. Within East Asia, recovery from the financial crisis of 1997-9 has been uneven. The spread of information and communications technologies is also very uneven. The poorest countries of the Third World have dangerously small shares of world trade and access to foreign investment, as some less developed countries have welcomed or at least accepted the inevitability of foreign investment and the dependency that it brings, including subordination in the international division of labor. Non-alignment is further undermined. So even by the end of the 1960s, Third World countries were by no means behaving in unity towards East-West relations. A stridently anti-communist group of Asian states emerged: Indonesia, Malaysia, Singapore, Thailand and the Philippines. This brought an end to the Third world as a coherent voting bloc in the United Nations, splitting it along ideological lines. Similarly in 1979 at the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, UNCTAD v. the more industrialized of the Third World countries vetoed a code of conduct for multinational corporations, MNCs, that the less industrialized Third World states wanted to bring in, demonstrating their need to avoid antagonizing MNCs on whose presence even the rich Third World countries so heavily depend for their development. Worsley has argued that the material, economic basis of non-alignment had become very weak by 1980, making it difficult for dependent economies to express political sovereignty and to form a solid bloc hostile to one or other of the major economic blocs in the developed world upon which they depend for foreign investment, technology, aid and technical assistance. Politically, the majority of Third World countries have been very aligned. Worsley, 1984, page 324. The deep internal divisions within the Third World significantly reduced the credibility of the solidarity which the term was once intended to convey. That solidarity has been undermined by a number of developments. First, many organizations expressing regional common interests have been weak or disappeared. Those organizations that have survived have been geared to the economic interests of particular regions, for example, the Central American Common Market, the Latin American Free Trade Association, and OPEC. The relationships have sometimes developed into international organizations, with memberships cutting across the North-South divide, bringing together countries from the First and Third Worlds. An important recent example is APEC, Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation, whose membership includes the USA, Japan, South Korea, Taiwan, Malaysia, Thailand, Singapore, China, and Australia. The member states of APEC account for more than half the world's economic output and 2/5 of its trade. Secondly, domestic economic problems in Third World countries have undermined solidarity, such as those reflected in demands for a new international economic order. Policy failures, mismanagement and debt have forced some Third World countries to become inward-looking, leading some to the conclusion that Third World solidarity has become a thing of the past. Westlake, 1991, page 16. Thirdly, the demise of communist regimes in Eastern and Central Europe, and the former USSR has produced a degree of homogeneity between the First and Second Worlds, at least in terms of economic systems, which makes references to developing countries as a third group or force less meaningful. It has been argued that the globalization of market economics and pluralistic democracy, apparently heralded by the end of the Cold War, further challenges the validity of the concept of a third world. Berger, 1994, although this ignores the uncomfortable fact that markets may dominate economies in societies in which tyrants dominate government. Finally, solidarity has been seriously undermined by warfare between Third World states, notably the Iran-Iraq conflict, the Gulf War conflict between India and Pakistan, and war in the center and Horn of Africa. The consequent human suffering and economic loss cannot be underestimated when considering Third World solidarity. Another serious objection to the concept of a Third World has been raised by people who find difficulties with its association with poverty. The concern is that if a group of countries is defined as poor, it might obscure the fact that there are in such countries classes that enjoy immense wealth. To talk about poverty-ridden peoples in less developed countries, Meyer, 1976, might act as a form of mystification, deflecting attention away from internal stratification. Poor countries do not consist entirely of poor people. Great internal inequalities exist. The economic differentials between Third World countries have not eradicated poverty within the more successful ones. Inequalities persist and sometimes increase regardless of a country's overall economic performance. Toy, 1987, page 16. At the same time, elites in Third World societies often appear to have more in common with Western elites than with their own dispossessed masses. Berger, 1994, pages 267-8. Global stratification into rich, middle income and poor countries must not be allowed to conceal internal social stratification. This is not to say that the poverty that poor people in poor countries experience is solely to do with the domestic maldistribution of power. It is not to say that it has nothing to do with dependence on the more powerful economies in the world, but it does alert us to the possibility that those two things are related, that dependency within the world economic system actually benefits some classes in the Third World. The term comprador bourgeoisie was coined to convey the idea of an alliance between an indigenous middle class and foreign investors, MNCs, bankers and military interests. There is thus a need to relate thinking about global stratification to how that division and the relationships between those global strata affect relations between internal social strata. To what extent would redistribution within a poor country be made easier if there was no dependence on more powerful trading partners and sources of foreign exchange? There is thus a risk that the expression Third World might obscure the heterogeneity of social classes, each with its own political objective. The concept of the Third World has consequently been denounced, notably by Regis Debray, as mystification designed to conceal dependency and exploitation, as well as a device allowing rulers of Third World countries to present a common interest between themselves and the masses to disguise their own alliance with metropolitan interests. Conclusion: Third World values. Some think it is still important to retain the term Third World in order to preserve and convey the values associated with it. It could be dangerous to stop talking about the Third World and so further fragment that group of countries, that their solidarity must be somehow preserved simply because, as individual states, they are bound to be weak in their relationships with the developed world. The Third World is seen by one Indian scholar as a sound concept and a flexible, resilient category. Attempts to question its validity are mischievous and misleading. It implies neither inferior values, nor some lower numerical order, but rather a set of specific characteristics that are unique in more than one way to the countries of Asia, Africa, and Latin America. It represents the broadly similar, though not exactly identical, nature of these countries' experiences in the processes of development. Processes that were arrested in the past, are discouraging and uncertain at present, and are likely to be unprecedented in the future. Muni, 1979. Page 128. Even if Third Worldism only means building regional alliances to present a united front economically, that in itself is important. It has also been pointed out that to reject the concept because it treats the Third World as an undifferentiated mass ignores the psychological and political connotations of Third Worldism in favor of an interpretation that denotes an association of countries dedicated to the moral blackmail of a guilt-afflicted West. Toy, 1987, page 6. But most importantly, many of the problems which characterized the group of countries originally labeled the Third World by Western analysts, and which prompted solidaristic action by Third World leaders, persist. The countries conventionally categorized as part of the Third World do not all rank the same in terms of the indicators of Third World status used here, but all confront some of the problems associated with Third World status, and most of the 50 low-income countries experience them all. So while Brazil, an upper-middle-income country, has a GNP per capita of $4,420, life expectancy is lower than Vietnam's with a GNP per capita of $370. Tanzania, a low-income economy, has a higher ratio of trade to GNP than upper-middle-income Mexico. Manufactured goods account for only 10% of middle-income Ecuador's exports of merchandise, compared with 84% of low-income Pakistan's. Diamonds may contribute 80% of Botswana's foreign exchange earnings, 50% of government income and 33% of GDP. Yet dependence on this single commodity has transformed the country from one of the poorest in the world to one of the richest in Africa. However, life expectancy is 40 years, mainly due to a high incidence of HIV infection, and attempts to diversify industry have faltered. Infant mortality is high in most low-income countries, but so it is in upper-middle-income Gabon, almost as large a proportion of Bangladesh's Population has access to safe water as Uruguay, though the latter has a per capita GNP 16 times greater. Subsequent chapters will consider the political importance of such characteristics as poverty and inequality, dependence on foreign investment for economic development, industrialization and urbanization as aspects of modernization, and progress in the protection of human rights and freedoms. The dependency which has featured in much of the discussion about the nature of the Third World has also been central to interpretations of the changes which are taking place there. In one sense, the expression Third World represents a challenge to development as autonomous growth and progress. The controversies within the social sciences about development, underdevelopment, and the consequences of contacts between rich and poor countries will form the substance of later chapters. Before taking up these issues, consideration must be given to the main type of encounter with advanced societies, imperialism, and the explanation that have been offered of it. Chapter 2, Theories of Imperialism and Colonialism. Introduction. An examination of the politics of underdevelopment must start with a consideration of imperialism and colonialism. The importance of imperialism in the histories of Third World countries cannot be exaggerated, so it is necessary to know what social scientists have said about it as a foundation upon which the present circumstances of underdevelopment rest. The term imperialism has been given many different meanings. Sometimes it is defined as sovereignty over what were formerly independent political entities. For some it has meant a relationship of dependency, without necessarily involving the forceful annexation of territory which is then placed under alien rule. In classical Marxism, and especially for Hilferding, Bukharin and Lenin, imperialism referred to a stage of capitalism leading to political, economic and military rivalry and conflict between the advanced capitalist countries at the turn of the 19th century. Brewer, 1980, page 80. In many formulations imperialism is associated with colonialism. Economic exploitation combines with political domination, and the superimposing of European control over indigenous political authority. Cohen, B. J., 1973, ch. 1. It has been taken to mean the economic exploitation of weakness in another country, often associated more broadly with a policy that aims to reverse the power relations between two countries. Morgenthau, H. J., 1948, page 42. After an exhaustive comparison of definitions of imperialism, Cohen concludes that there are three necessary elements for such a relationship between countries to be said to exist: inequality, domination, and a multiplicity of cause, not just economic. Imperialism simply refers to any relationship of effective domination or control, political or economic, direct or indirect, of one nation over another. Cohen, B. J., 1973, page 16. Emphasis in original. Imperialism should not, however, be equated with colonialism. Colonialism, meaning the annexation and direct government of one country by another, is a frequent but not universal adjunct of imperialism. The driving forces behind colonialism were additional to those motivating imperialism, and brought about the political domination of a territory by an alien power as an auxiliary activity to support economic control, not necessarily of the same territory. Imperialism is thus mainly an economic concept, whereas colonialism is a social and political concept. Colonialism was also sometimes regarded as a cost by imperial powers rather than a benefit, albeit a cost that in the context of international rivalry was unavoidable. Not all Third World countries were colonies, the exceptions were Thailand, Ethiopia, Liberia, Iran and Afghanistan, but the vast majority were. More significantly, all Third World countries have as part of their history some form of imperialism, if not direct colonial government of their territory. As Michael Barrett Brown pointed out, in addition to the 800 million people under colonial rule between the two world wars, a third of the world's population, a further 500 million in China, 150 million in Central and South America, and 100 million in Southeast Europe, had very limited economic freedom of maneuver against the economic strength of the great industrial powers. Barrett Brown, 1963, page 159. So imperialism does not necessarily mean taking political control of a country, Magdoff, 1972. As we shall see later, some analysts wish to talk about imperialism in the post-colonial era as a continuing phenomenon because they attach maximum emphasis to economic exploitation that does not necessarily involve political annexation. China, for example, was never a colony but experienced imperialism through its economic relations with the Western powers. The establishment of treaty ports, around which industrialization took place, was for the economic benefit of foreign investors rather than for domestic development. After the nationalist revolution in 1926 in China, British troops and warships were sent to protect the concessions made to foreign investors in those economic enclaves. In addition, China lost parts of its own empire through invasion and annexation by other powers, Indochina to the French, and Burma and Hong Kong to the British. The first task in this chapter is to consider the major explanations of imperialism and colonialism. Particular attention will be paid to the political consequences for the dominated peoples. Criticisms of the dominant interpretations will also be considered. The defensive and critical literature on the subject of imperialism is vast. Even if attention is restricted to the new imperialism of the late 19th century, with its associated colonialism and therefore direct political consequences for those colonized, there is far too large a body of literature to do justice to here. Only the most influential thinkers can be dealt with, and even then the concentration will be on what they had to say about the effects of imperialism on colonized societies. This provides a more relevant foundation for subsequent discussion of theories of political change than would the long-standing debates about the causes of imperialism, its relationship to the development of mercantilism and capitalism, and its influence as a major cause of war between the European powers. Cohen, 1973, ch. 2, Kiernan, 1974, page 24, Larrain, 1989, pages 62 to 77. Secondly, the different forms taken by colonial penetration and the forces shaping them will be identified. Finally, a brief look will be given at the debate within the social sciences on the relationship between imperialism and capitalism. The question is whether imperialism was a progressive force for colonies because it introduced capitalism, regarded as significant either because it is seen as a necessary stage of historical development, or because it is seen as an advanced and civilized way of organizing an economy and society. This section acts as a prelude to later examination of the controversy over the significance of political independence to former colonies. Explanations of imperialism. Pre-capitalist imperialism of the mercantilist period of European economic development, such as Spanish and Portuguese conquest in South America, involved the exaction of tribute and the control of trade routes to open up new markets. As capitalism developed, the nations of Western Europe engaged in territorial expansion and domination to acquire precious metals, luxury goods and slaves, and to interfere in local production so that exploitation could be intensified. From the mid-17th to the late 18th centuries, the object of imperialism was to secure the raw materials and food needed in the period of rapid growth in manufacturing which preceded the Industrial Revolution, and to provide markets for those manufactures. During the 19th century, the transition from an imperialism based on merchant capital to one based on industrial capital was completed. Warfare between competing European nations for the control of colonies was largely replaced by wars of conquest as new colonies were acquired. Between 1800 and 1878, the European nations extended their control from 35% of the globe's land surface to 67%. However, the rate of seizure between 1878 and 1914 was 3 times greater, represented most notably by the scramble for Africa and giving the imperial powers control over 85% of the globe. This greater involvement in the world economy was primarily motivated by the transformation from competitive into monopoly capitalism. Cohen, B. J. 1973, pages 23 to 31, Brewer, 1980, ch. 1, Magdoff, 1982. The most systematic attempts to explain imperialism focused on the expansionism of Western European capitalist powers in the late 19th century, and were derived from a combination of largely but by no means entirely Marxist thinking. Marx himself wrote about imperialism, particularly in relation to India, in Das Kapital. The English writer Hobson, not a Marxist but nevertheless radical, presented his ideas in Imperialism, a study, published in 1902. This book had a great influence on Lenin, despite the fact that he regarded Hobson as a bourgeois social reformer and social liberal. Rosa Luxemburg analyzed imperialism in her book The Accumulation of Capital, 1913. Lenin's Imperialism, the Highest Stage of Capitalism was published in 1917. He was also influenced by the Austrian Marxist Rudolf Hilferding's Finance Capital published in Vienna in 1910, and by the leading Bolshevik Bukharin, whose Imperialism and the World Economy, written in 1915, was also based on Hilferding's work. Brewer, 1980, page 79. These writers emphasized different aspects of the relationship between the development of capitalism and imperialism. Marx's own analysis of the capitalist mode of production saw capitalism as producing an international division of labor. Capitalism also gave rise to a world market for commodities produced by that division. The world was at the same time divided into nation-states whose ruling classes protected their own national interests. So, there was an obvious contradiction, as capitalism developed, between the internationally unifying tendencies of these new economic forces and the competitive nature of nation-states. That contradiction was expressed in economic rivalries and imperial expansion in pre-capitalist societies. As capitalist enterprises in the advanced countries sought to expand their markets and maintain their levels of profit, they came into conflict with each other as they sought control of new outlets for investment, sources of raw materials and markets. Kemp, 1972, pages 22-6. Marx placed great emphasis on the need for what were increasingly monopolistic enterprises to reduce the costs of raw materials such as the primary products that could be obtained from the tropical dependencies, and the need to export capital by building ports and railways in areas that had to be opened up to trade. Marx examined the effects of colonization on the colonized peoples in a fragmentary way, and was mainly concerned with Ireland and India. His treatment of the two was not always consistent. Lees, 1975, pages 6-7. In Ireland, Marx believed colonialism had caused the expulsion of the peasantry through the establishment of capitalist agriculture and migration. Ireland's function was to supply raw materials, cheap labor, a market for manufactured goods and land for safe investment. The effect on India of British industrial capitalism was a flooding of its markets with British textiles and the destruction of Indian handicraft textile production. State power was needed to make Asiatic society less resistant to penetration by trade. The destruction of the Indian village, in which land was held not privately but through membership of the community, led to the zamindari system of large landed estates, and the ryotwari system of taxation which treated cultivators as individual proprietors or tenants. The progressive features of imperialism in India included the creation of a labor force of dispossessed peasants, the accumulation of capital from trade and usury, industrial development supported by the building of railways, political unity supported by the electric telegraph, the seeds of self-determination supported by a British-trained army, reconstruction supported by a free press, and the emergence of an educated middle class, endowed with the requirements of government and imbued with European science. Marx, 1969, page 133. Imperialism was thus creating the condition for industrial capitalism and a modern nation-state. Brewer, 1980, page 58. It would produce the same consequences as it had for the colonizers, the development of society's productive forces, and misery and degradation for its workers. In his later writings, Marx emphasized the destructive aspects of imperialism, enforcing dependence on agriculture to supply the needs of the industrial world, draining capital from the colonies, and failing to complete the institution of private property. Carnot, 1984, pages 174-5. Earlier he had overestimated the strength of the forces making for change. Industry, transportation and communications were not having the impact he thought on caste and communalism, and were not to do so for many years. Nor was agrarian capitalism providing the foundation for industrial capitalism. Kiernan, 1974, pages 180-91. To some Marxists it seemed that national markets within the Western capitalist countries were unable to absorb the goods which capitalist enterprises were producing or the savings which needed to be invested. Markets had to be found elsewhere, hence the importance of colonies for trade and investment as well as for raw materials. To Kautsky and Lenin the First World War appeared to be a culmination of those tendencies that Marx had identified much earlier. Lenin was concerned to explain the international forces that brought about the First World War, and so systematized and popularized the Marxist theory of imperialism in his tract of 1916. He repeated what Marx had said about capitalism reaching a stage of surplus which could not be reinvested in the domestic European economies, because local demand was insufficient to make that investment profitable. 2. Create that market would have required the consumption power of the working classes to have been strengthened by increases in wages. But for employers and the owners of capital to do that would have reduced the level of surplus value created by labor and therefore the level of profits. So the European powers were forced to look elsewhere to increase the profitability of their investments. Exporting capital was for Lenin completely consistent with low costs of production, low wages and the use of cheap raw materials. The expansion of colonial conquests and annexations in the second half of the 19th century coincided with capitalism's transition from its competitive form, based on the export of goods, to its monopolistic form, based on the export of capital. The non-economic superstructure which grows up on the basis of finance capital, its politics and its ideology, stimulates the striving for colonial conquest. Lenin, 1917, page 84. He quoted Hilferding approvingly. Finance capital does not want liberty, it wants domination. Lenin was unable to deal with the political aspects of imperialism, because his pamphlet was written for legal publication in Russia and, therefore had to pass the Tsarist censorship. His non-economic references were mainly restricted to European conquests in Africa, Asia and the Americas. But he did risk noting that British and French imperialists saw the settlements for surplus population and the new markets provided by colonies as the means of avoiding civil war in Europe. Lenin was also aware that finance capital could thrive without colonies. He thus raised another issue that was to become central to later debates about imperialism. There were other forms of dependency. Countries could be politically independent yet enmeshed in a net of financial and diplomatic dependence, page 85. Argentina was an example, so financially dependent on London as to be a British commercial colony, with firm bonds between British finance capital and the Argentine bourgeoisie, leading businessmen and politicians, page 85. Yet another form of dependency was found between Britain and Portugal, a British protectorate providing a market for goods and capital as well as safe harbors and other facilities. During the period of capitalist imperialism the relations that have always existed between big and little states became a general system and part of the process of dividing the world. They became a link in the chain of operations of world finance capital, page 86. Other than this, Lenin did not give a detailed discussion of colonial areas. Like Bukharin, he took it for granted that imperialism would have a totally adverse effect on indigenous peoples. Kiernan, 1974, page 46. Rosa Luxemburg also emphasized the importance of pre-capitalist societies as new markets which could be controlled rather than left open to intervention by other trading nations or left to be satisfied from within by domestic producers. But she also showed how imperialism had to destroy competition within pre-capitalist societies by eradicating alternative sources of supply so that the market could be monopolized by the imperial power. That is what happened in India, where there had been a thriving local textile industry based on cottage-scale production. Britain needed a market For its own textiles, so imperialism required the systematic destruction of local manufacturing capacity. This was accomplished by a combination of discriminatory legislation, tariffs and subsidized competition. For Rosa Luxemburg, colonialism represented capitalism's need to destroy what she called natural economy. She was consequently more concerned than other Marxists with the effects of colonialism on the social, political and economic structures within the colonies themselves. In social organizations where natural economy prevailed, such as simple peasant communities, there was no demand for foreign goods and no surplus production. In such economies the means of production and labor power were bound together by the rule of law and custom. A natural economy thus confronts the requirements of capitalism at every turn with rigid barriers. Luxemburg, 1913, page 369. Capitalism must therefore annihilate natural economy wherever it is encountered. In the non-European countries the methods used, coercion, taxation and commercial relations, were embodied in colonial policies. Capitalism was not content with the means of production that it could acquire through commodity exchange. Colonialism gave it access to the productive forces of vast tracts of the globe's surface. Any opposition mounted by the colonized peoples was met by further force, permanent occupation of the colonies by the military, native risings, and punitive expeditions are the order of the day for any colonial regime. Page 371. Luxemburg saw British policy in India and French policy in Algeria as the classic examples of capitalism's use of such methods. In India the British enforced the compulsory alienation of land for tax arrears, artificially created a landed aristocracy, and allowed the ancient irrigation system to decay in its efforts to disrupt the social organization of the people. France, in its determination to universalize private property among the Arabs of Algeria, and acquire land for French capitalists claimed uncultivated areas, established settlements for the colonizers, imposed oppressive taxation, and broke up joint family property, leading increasingly to reckless speculation in land, thriving usury and the economic ruin of the natives. Page 384. Colonization had also assisted European capitalism by the destruction of rural industries and small-scale commodity producers in North America and South Africa. Capitalism's need for new investment opportunities was a factor which Hobson had already stressed. Markets were too small to make further investment in productive capacity profitable within Europe. Hobson showed that contemporary imperialism acquired for Britain tropical and subtropical regions with which there was only an insignificant amount of trade. He also dismissed the prevalent belief among the proponents of imperialism that colonial expansion was necessary to accommodate a surplus of population. He saw the new wave of imperialism as being bad business for the nation but good business for certain classes and professions that benefited from the militarism involved. Arguing largely from the South African case, Hobson claimed that the greatest impulse for imperialism related to investment and what he called the cosmopolitanism of capital. Hobson, 1902, page 51. The period of energetic imperialism was shown to coincide with a remarkable growth in the earnings from foreign investments. However, Hobson's was not an entirely economistic interpretation of imperialism. He was well aware of ideological forces which provided the energy behind imperialism, which investors then manipulated and guided. Politicians, soldiers, philanthropists, traders and missionaries generated the patriotic forces and enthusiasm for imperialism, but the final determination of where that energy was directed lay with the power of finance controlling public opinion through an obedient press, educational system and church. Hobson's solution was radical reform at home which would increase levels of private and public consumption, expand home markets and remove the need for foreign ones. It is not industrial progress that demands the opening up of new markets and areas of investment, but maldistribution of consuming power which prevents the absorption of commodities and capital within the country. Page 85. Hobson was also concerned to contest the statements by the protagonists of imperialism about the beneficial consequences of British rule in her dependent territories. Contemporary justifications for imperialism claimed That the subjects of the empire enjoyed benefits which it was the duty of the British to bestow. Hobson dismissed this motive for imperialism as a mere dressing up of the spirit of naked dominance, pointing out that the chivalrous spirit of imperialism never promoted any Western nation to assail a powerful state, however tyrannous, or to assist a weak state reputed to be poor. Page 200. No power of self-government had been bestowed upon the vast majority of the population of the empire. Political freedom, and civil freedom, so far as it rests upon the other, are simply non-existent for the overwhelming majority of British subjects. Page 114. They enjoyed none of the important political rights of British citizens, received no training in the arts of free British institutions, and exercised no political privileges. The most important fact of empire for Hobson was that we have taken upon ourselves in these little islands the responsibility of governing huge aggregations of lower races in all parts of the world by methods which are antithetical to the methods of government which we most value for ourselves. Page 117. He also challenged the view that imperialism was part of a necessary struggle for survival among the races so that only the most socially efficient would flourish, exposing this way of thinking as no more than the ethical fallacy of assuming that the power to do something constitutes a right or even a duty to do it. Anticipating controversies that were to surface again in The Sociology of Development, Hobson warned that the notion that civilization is a single beaten track, upon which every nation must march, and that social efficiency, or extent of civilization, can be measured by the respective distances that the nations have gone, is a mischievous delusion. Page 188. In colonies the progress of local people was sacrificed to social order, both being subservient to the quick development of profitable trade or the mere lust of territorial aggrandizement. The missionaries used political intrigue and armed force in their competition for converts. The scientific knowledge possessed by the imperial powers was seldom used forthright and leading in relations with indigenous peoples. Slavery had given way to indentured and forced labor and other ways of compelling people to substitute wage labor for traditional life on the land, such as the confiscation of land and livestock, taxation, and the establishment of native locations, all designed to supply cheap labor for farms, mines, and the military. In India, in which Hobson regarded the British presence as in many respects beneficial, a century of British rule had proved incapable of warding off starvation, had forcibly destroyed much Indian art and industry, and had subverted ancient village institutions. Taken together, these classical explanations of imperialism saw the monopolistic aspect of capitalism in the second half of the 19th century as producing cartels and trusts needing protected markets in which to invest and having the power to control markets and the terms of trade between the European powers and their new dependencies. So part of the explanation of imperialism was in terms of push factors. In addition, there were the conditions in pre-capitalist societies which acted as a magnet, pulling capital from the developed economies, cheap labor, cheap raw materials and agricultural commodities, tin, copper, zinc, cotton, rubber, coffee, tea, sisal, jute. The classical theorists of imperialism recognized to varying degrees the pernicious effects of colonialism on society, but their writings also indicate that some regarded the opening up of backward countries as ultimately a progressive movement. Lorraine, 1989. Pages 70-2. Once these economic relationships were in place, a third set of factors came into play, the strategic or protective aspects of colonialism which applied to areas of no immediate economic benefit but which were important for protecting areas that were from rival colonial powers. Areas such as Aden, protecting the approaches to India, were consequently of vital strategic significance. Colonies spawned other colonies, whose function was to support the imperial system. Sweezy, 1942. This was important for those who wanted to play down the economic impulse behind imperialism. Robinson and Gallagher, 1961, for example, argued that the partition of Africa represented attempts to protect other acquisitions, such as Britain, need to guard its two routes to India. Such an explanation is partially accurate, but it cannot be extended so as to exclude the significance of the great tidal force of capitalism altogether. Kiernan, 1974, page 76. Critiques of Economism. The more economistic theories of imperialism have been criticized on a number of counts. First, Hobson's and Lenin's association of imperialism with war has been countered by the argument that war has other causes than competition between capitalist societies for colonies. The Austrian economist Joseph Schumpeter argued in Imperialism and Social Classes that war was an objectless disposition on the part of a state to unlimited forcible expansion. Societies seek expansion for the sake of expanding, war for the sake of fighting, victory for the sake of winning, domination for the sake of ruling. 1951, pages 5-6. Capitalism, according to Schumpeter, devotes its competitive energies to purely economic activities. It also provides the social context for opposition to war, arms expenditure, militarism and imperialism, and support for peace, international arbitration and disarmament. Although it may be true to say that imperialism cannot be blamed for war, Schumpeter's disassociation of war and capitalism is unconvincing. Other historians of international relations and war deny that, with the possible exception of the Boer War, wars after 1870 were waged for imperialistic motives. Imperialist rivalry was one of the causes of the First World War, but so were the interactions of the European alliance systems and nationalisms in a framework dominated by balance of power thinking, security apprehensions generated by militarism and armaments competition, and the conditions of international anarchy, that is, the absence of organization adequate to ensure peaceful settlement of disputes. Doherty and Pfalzgraf, 1981, page 248. Secondly, the direction of trade and investment throws doubt on the importance of late 19th century imperialism for European capitalist development. After 1870, most international investment flowed between European states or between Europe and North America or Australia. Imperial investment from Britain in the 1880s and 1890s, for example, took place mainly in Australia and Canada. Two-thirds of the great boom in British overseas investment between 1900 and 1913 went to the Americas. The new British colonial possessions in Asia and Africa, with the outstanding exception of South Africa, hardly received any capital for their development at all in this period, not 5% of the total. Barrett Brown, 1963. Page 94, Cohen, B. J., 1973, pages 63-5. Between 1870 and 1914 the income from overseas investments received by Britain was greater than the capital exported, and most of what was sent overseas was in the form of loans to governments and public utilities and not transfers from banks or monopolistic companies to their subsidiaries. Barrett Brown, 1972, pages 54-5. Before 1914 only 10% of overseas investment from France went to its empire. Aaron, 1968, page 261. Few of the territories that were acquired in the wave of imperialism at the end of the 19th century were the best areas for capital investment. Similarly, trade with colonial dependencies constituted a small proportion of European trade. The share of the colonies in markets for raw materials was less than some of the theorists of imperialism would lead us to believe. Cohen, B. J., 1973, pages 60-2. It is also significant that some non-imperialist countries experienced high levels of economic growth, international trade and foreign investment without imperialist acquisition. The Scandinavian countries are cases in points. Yet at the same time countries such as Italy and Portugal were imperialistic despite having relatively underdeveloped economies themselves and a scarcity of capital. Schumpeter saw the finance imperialism thesis as undermined by the fact that the United States, an increasingly powerful capitalist country in the second half of the 19th century, did not annex Canada or Mexico, both rich in resources but weak militarily. Schumpeter, 1951, page 57. The USA was developing very powerful monopolistic forces within its own economy long before its relatively slight excursion into imperialism, notably in the Philippines. Other countries that developed in this way also showed no inclinations towards imperialism or colonialism. Emmanuel, 1972a. Britain, a country of cartels and other forms of capitalist concentration, did. Monopoly. Capital and particularly finance capital were more a feature of German imperialism than of British or French. The motivation behind the imperialistic adventures of the advanced and advancing industrialized economies of the West is varied and complex. Studies of specific imperialist annexations reveal combinations of many factors: diplomatic, strategic, geopolitical, cultural and racial, as well as economic. It is not possible to reduce all of these to economic pressures. Colonialism was often expensive, with only indirect benefits. The American political theorist Edward McNall Burns summarized the non-economic objectives of the new imperialism as follows. National pride played a part in it also, and so did the desire of zealous Christians to convert the heathen. Military and naval chieftains demanded bases, coaling stations, and new sources of able-bodied recruits. Politicians argued the need for territories where surplus inhabitants of the mother country could settle without being lost to the flag. Few ever migrated, but the argument continued to be used that colonies were necessary to provide relief for population congestion in the developed nations. McNall Burns, 1963, page 505. States were sometimes drawn into colonial expansionism as a result of conflict sparked off by the activities of traders, missionaries and explorers. When the stability of regions became threatened by internal conflicts among the indigenous communities and trade was thereby threatened, the European state was drawn in to restore order. It was sometimes a matter of trade following the flag, sometimes of the flag following trade. In West Africa, when indigenous leaders found themselves integrated and subordinated into an alien imperial system after believing that they had merely entered into trading arrangements with European companies, and expressed disquiet, alarm and outright hostility, they were quickly overcome by superior military technology, rapidly followed by an administrative apparatus. The colonization of parts of Africa is frequently represented as a competition between European nations from the late 19th century. This was not necessarily based on a sense of immediate economic advantage, but through fear that European competitors might preempt territory, forestalling subsequent opportunities for trade and the extraction of raw materials. The British and French in West Africa were caught up in this, wanting to stop each other gaining possessions as much as to occupy territory themselves. Hence the scramble for Africa, which could be explained partly in terms of trading routes, safe ports of call, and the protection of trading posts and strategically important areas, such as the Suez Canal zone. A comparable competition can be seen earlier in the Indian subcontinent with the Portuguese in the 16th century, and later the French and British, entering into agreements with local power holders over the establishment of ports, enclaves and control over the hinterland. These then provided bases for subsequent incursion into the interior. That process was particularly associated in West Africa with the slave trade, an important commodity in early imperialism. Argyri Emmanuel, 1972b, added another factor to produce a more complete explanation of the costly and irrational impulse to colonize in support of European economic expansion and exploitation. Emmanuel argued that the colonialists themselves, including not only the white settlers but also the colonial civil servants and employees of the trading companies, were an independent force behind colonialism. They promoted colonialism because they found their livelihood in it. Motives and justifications for imperial control also included racial ideologies and cultural prejudices. There was the overriding stereotype of native peoples as needing the guiding light of European civilization, a view of tropical and subtropical societies that was used extensively to justify the annexation of vast territories and huge populations. Imperialism represented, in Thornton's words, an immense responsibility for human welfare and the opportunity for human betterment. Thornton, 1959, page 305. Some justifications of empire typically ignored its economic motivation in favor of a belief in a duty imposed by some providence on Englishmen to use their power in the world as a power for good, without asking anyone else whether they wanted to have good done to them or not. Kiernan, 1974, page 70. Imperialism for the imperialists meant bringing the benefits of their civilization and technology, as well as of their liberty, justice, law and order to people whose societies were thought to lack these qualities. It was easy for the imperialists to convince themselves in their highly ethnocentric fashion that the so-called savage and primitive races were simply awaiting the benefits of Western civilization, that indeed there was a high moral duty to carry those benefits into such backward areas. Gladstone, in a speech to the House of Commons in 1877, referred to the stupidity of those people who cannot perceive the wisdom of coming under our scepter. He had been asked why additions to the empire so often involved so much bloodshed. The reply was that the ignorant would inevitably resist what they did not understand to be in their interest. Joseph Chamberlain described imperialism as knowledge in place of ignorance, civilization in place of barbarism. This is not the historian's interpretation of imperialism but the imperialists' attempts to justify the morally questionable if not indefensible. The reality, according to Barrett Brown, was vastly different. Establish and maintain a native feudal aristocracy, hold back the emergence of a truly entrepreneurial class, divert the nationalist movement into safe channels, hold down the peasant in debilitating poverty. It is not too much to say that these have been the harsh realities, often openly pursued, behind the lofty phrases about the white man's burden and preparation for self-government. 1963, page 181. 200 years of British rule in India left over 80% of the people illiterate, a record repeated throughout Asia and Africa. 75 years of British rule in West Africa left one fever hospital for 30 million Nigerians, a ratio of doctors to inhabitants of 1,60,000, and only half the children of one province surviving beyond their 5th year. It has also been argued that imperialism was sometimes engaged in for domestic political and ideological objectives, such as France's reaction to defeat in the Franco-Prussian War of 1870 and her need to reassert national glory and rebuild the army, or Germany's consolidation of the fatherland between the world wars. Sometimes there was the motive of counter-expansionism against states that threatened to disturb the balance of power. In Europe, imperialism was thus as much a function of international politics in Europe as of national economic advantage. The argument that imperialism in the late 19th and early 20th centuries was much more a political than an economic phenomenon has been forcefully put by B. J. Cohen. Colonies were attractive to the European powers in their struggle for international supremacy to protect their national security. As Germany, France and Italy threatened Britain's imperial interests in their attempts to gain prestige and diplomatic advantage, so Britain retaliated by further annexations to protect her existing possessions and sea routes. The contest for colonies became general. Cohen, 1973, page 79. Technological developments in communications, transportation and weapons also affected Europe's relationships with the rest of the world. Progress in technology provided opportunities for acquisition of and control over other parts of the world. Technology made it possible to develop new trade routes and new routes into interiors, by, for example, the construction of railways, when hitherto European contact had been limited to coastal settlements. Advances in medicine enabled Europeans to survive in hospitable climates. Weaponry made possible the incorporation of communities with which the Europeans had formerly only traded into imperial systems of political control. However, the question of why the Europeans wanted to use their technological advantage in this way remains. Unless technological determinism, that once a more advanced society encounters a less advanced one, it will inevitably be driven to enlarge the area of contact by the sheer force of its technological advantage, is accepted. The question of why technology should have been put to the use that it was needs an answer. The technological advantage argument is closely related to the self-justification which the Europeans themselves produced to defend what they were doing, the domination of one community by another, varieties of colonial intervention. The imperialist impulse produced a complex pattern of colonial intervention in the world's pre-industrial societies. In addition to the varying balance of economic, strategic and diplomatic interests, and cultural expansionism, prompted by a confidence in the superiority of Western civilization, there were highly variable local factors that conditioned the impact of European intervention. These included material conditions and the different political organizations encountered when the decision was taken to move from a purely commercial relationship with pre-industrial societies to their political incorporation into an imperial structure. Nor did the European powers promote their cultures in the same way and to the same degree. It is possible to contrast the approaches of the British and French or Portuguese to their imperial possessions. Britain's approach to the dissemination of its culture was far more pragmatic than some of its continental neighbors, in that it sought to preserve indigenous cultures, values, and social structures where it suited the colonial power politically to do so. It was possible for British imperialists to talk at one and the same time about the great benefits to their colonial dependencies of the liberties that followed the flag, while at the same time respecting and reinforcing caste and feudalism. Britain's need for political control and the maintenance of stability was consistent with the preservation of indigenous practices. In many parts of West Africa, for example, with the exception of inhuman punishments for criminal offenses defined according to local customary law, existing customs and laws were left intact. It was far easier to keep a population quiescent when it was partly governed by its own institutions, laws and customs. Although ultimately subject to the local representatives of the British Crown, a hierarchy of colonial officials extended from the Secretary of State for the colonies at the apex down to district commissioners in charge of large populations and supervising the exercise of customary law by indigenous judges, and lawmakers regarded as legitimate by the local population. The French and Portuguese, by contrast, attempted assimilation. This meant that native peoples were to be turned into Europeans, particularly through Western education. This had significant implications for the development of areas in which local political elites identified closely with Europe and European culture. There was a much more vigorous policy, albeit in reality aimed at a select minority and with limited effect, Berman, 1984, page 177, in French than in British territories of turning local people into local versions of the populations of the imperial power. The assumption was that local culture was an obstacle to the spread of European civilization. The availability of fertile land and the possibility of utilizing it for peasant cash cropping or plantations for tea, coffee, sugar and cotton, were other variable factors. Sometimes the land could only be exploited for produce that was already indigenous to the area. The introduction of cash crops from abroad, such as rubber into Malaya from Brazil, was not always feasible. The availability of deep-water harbors which could be linked to the interior by railways and roads also affected the pattern of colonial intervention. Structure of communications and transportation were highly variable. Initially rivers were the key to expansion, allowing penetration into the interior without any significant capital outlay. Traditional communication routes tended to determine the spatial pattern of colonial investment. The presence of minerals was another factor: copper in East Africa, gold and diamonds in Southern Africa, and tin in Bolivia, for example. Climatic conditions also differed, for example making East Africa far more conducive to European settlement than West Africa. Another variable was the indigenous social structures of the colonized territories. Some local communities were extremely simple in their economic activities, being based on hunting and gathering. Some were nomadic pastoral communities, surviving on the basis of livestock which was grazed over regular transhumance routes. Other societies had complex agrarian systems with highly elaborate organizations for production, distribution and exchange. Levels of urbanization varied considerably, too, with some societies based on towns that performed the roles of administrative and commercial centers. Some societies were highly feudalistic in terms of relations between landowners and their tenant cultivators, whereas elsewhere more egalitarian systems were found, with land held in common, and individual plots cultivated by families without rights to alienate or accumulate. Concepts of rent and tenancy were absent from such cultures, as were the political relationships that accompany them. Different forms of political organization were encountered. There were centralized state structures immediately recognizable as such by Europeans. Ancient kingdoms had clearly articulated forms of political authority and leadership, with state functionaries recruited according to explicit rules. Traditional leaders were surrounded by civil and military officialdom. Territorial divisions were created for purposes of administration, taxation, and the enforcement of laws. Such structures of government were highly suitable for the purposes of colonial administration, especially in the context of the pragmatic approach to managing dependent territories mentioned earlier. Indirect rule meant using the indigenous political structures for imperial objectives. There were obvious political advantages in using the legitimacy conferred upon traditional leaders who were at the same time loyal to, and dependent on, the colonial administration. The benefits of such indirectly acquired legitimacy were especially great under circumstances in which this would otherwise have been extremely difficult, if not impossible, to achieve. Exploiting military and commercial superiority was thus made easier. The colonial powers found it relatively easy to persuade indigenous rulers to accept this integration of their own traditional systems of decision-making and adjudication into the colonial state hierarchy. Claimants to the throne received the support of the colonial authorities in return for their loyalty and cooperation. Corrupt, incompetent or insubordinate rulers were easily deposed, and there were always more cooperative princes, chiefs and emirs to replace them. Berman, 1984, page 184. British officials became the real power behind the thrones of indigenous rulers, intervening according to the precise needs of the European presence. Such interventions had to be greater if there was a need to remove local people from their land, through legislation and other instruments of colonial policy. Elsewhere, there was simply a need to preserve conditions under which cash crops could be produced by peasant cultivators according to traditional methods of cultivation. Here indirect rule was a most appropriate form of colonial administration. Indigenous political structures were not always so familiar and useful to colonial government. In the acephalous societies, without formal positions of permanent leadership, government was organized without separate institutions for making laws, adjudicating in disputes and performing other civil and military functions on behalf of the community. Far less familiar forms of authority were used to manage society's communal affairs, such as age groups, lineages, clans or elders. What was required was an interpretation of the wisdom of ancestors in order to solve disputes over land, family affairs or economic activities, make decisions concerning the welfare of the community, or deal with conflicts with neighboring communities. In societies without obvious structures of chieftaincy or other political offices, it was much more difficult to integrate indigenous political authority into an imperial system. Offices had to be artificially created for the purposes of colonial government, a source of great discontent and alienation in the communities affected, sometimes leading to political instability and problems of social order. A consequence of such local economic, social and political variety, combined with the varying motivations of the imperialists, was that different forms of colonial intervention developed. In some areas plantations were set up in which industrialized forms of agricultural production were created, requiring large numbers of wage laborers and European managers. Elsewhere mining activities required the encouragement of the local population into the formation of an industrial labor force. In other areas imperialism required the encouragement of peasant cash cropping without changing the relations of production by the introduction of wage labor or new technology. Another variation on the colonial theme was European settlement on the best land available, leading to permanent commitments on the part of white minorities. It was common to find more than one form of colonial intervention in a single colony, as in Kenya and Tanganyika, where peasant production was combined with plantation and settler agriculture. Economically one form was usually dominant, as in the Gold Coast, where peasant commodity production dominated a colonial economy that included European-owned mining operations. Berman, 1984. The introduction of capitalism, the variation in the forms taken by colonial penetration and imperialism, and the different activities engaged in by the Europeans, combined with the different circumstances encountered by them, led to a debate among historians and social scientists about whether colonialism transformed pre-capitalist societies into capitalist societies through incorporation into a network of capitalist relations that extended from metropolitan centers as new territories were absorbed into empires, or whether capitalism simply traded upon pre-capitalist relations and modes of production that were part of traditional society, so that even though the firms extracting raw materials and agricultural produce from the colonies were capitalist, the actual processes of production remained largely unchanged. This controversy formed an important part of the debate about post-colonial dependency, and will be referred to again in that context in Chapter 4. On the one hand, it was quite possible for cash crops and even raw materials to be produced for the imperialists by pre-capitalist methods. The earlier stages of imperialism did not find it necessary to affect the mode of production in the colonized society. Peasant production was in no way capitalist but could still produce the commodities that the West needed. Colonial interests were pursued through existing relations of production within peasant or tribal communities, except insofar as mechanisms were introduced to increase the rate of exploitation of labor. On the other hand, where there were mining enclaves, plantations, and expatriate agricultural settlement, the effect on the indigenous societies was most traumatic and was likely to transform peasant producers into wage laborers or capitalist farmers. European capital investment was relatively high in such areas, and some encouragement was given to the development of an industrial economy. Barrett Brown, 1963, page 169. There was far less capital investment in areas without European settlement. Investment in primary production also brought changes to a colony through the creation of wage labor in ports and railways. In such cases, capitalism can be said to have transformed indigenous social and economic systems. Sometimes the quest for raw materials led the Western powers to interfere in the relations of production and in market relationships, particularly changing the balance between food crops and cash crops to increase the production of the latter. Local political control was important in turning local producers away from subsistence agriculture towards exportable commodities for the European economies. Imperialism thus became associated with famine in some circumstances, as in parts of India. So the extent to which imperialism actually affected or interfered with pre-capitalist modes of production varied a good deal. Probably nowhere were traditional pre-capitalist forms of production and the social relations accompanying them completely abolished, but nowhere were they left completely unchanged. Where a system of landlordism existed, for example, which the colonial authorities found convenient for the management of labor and other features of local society, the colonial authorities would at the same time tax the incomes of landlords who, as a consequence, were denied full access to the resources over which they previously had command. Relationships with tenants and laborers was changed. This happened in India when the colonial authorities used the richer tenant classes for the management of society and the extraction of revenue. Kiernan, 1974, pages 18 to 19. Over a period of time, changes in relations of production gradually took place under the influence of colonialism. This generated another controversy about the economic and political consequences of imperialism, and about whether colonialism encouraged or obstructed capitalist industrialization. Sutcliffe, 1972. One interpretation is that imperialism did not provide a basis for industrialization because wealth was remitted to metropolitan centers and natural resources were exploited using an artificially created and controlled proletariat. The terms of trade were adversely affected by dependence on a limited number of export crops and restricted markets. European investment in the infrastructure of railways, ports, roads, and the telegraph aimed solely to extract primary products for export. Barrett Brown, 1963, pages 160 to 3. Others, notably the Marxist economist Bill Warren, have argued that imperialism and colonialism did encourage the development of capitalism, acting as a powerful engine of progressive social change. The significance of this controversy, which will be returned to when the concept of neocolonialism is analyzed in Chapter 4, for present purposes lies not so much in its implications for understanding the economic development of dependent societies as in its significance for understanding social development and, therefore, the emergence of political forces. Colonialism changed colonial society in ways that eventually led to the emergence of new social groupings and political forces. The spread of urbanization, the gradual opening up of the professions and the bureaucracy to local people, the development of an indigenous commercial middle class, and the acquisition of Western education by a privileged local elite, all provided a social basis for nationalist movements, demands for self-government, and the emergence of political parties and other organizations to represent the interests of sections of indigenous society. Barrett Brown, 1963, page 180. Colonialism also enabled imperialism to employ coercion to enforce the introduction of commodity production and wage labor. The colonial authorities exercised direct control over labor, deployed arbitrary political authority, adapted indigenous forms of social order such as caste, enforced laws restricting the free movement of workers including bonded labor, and interfered with the labor market to reduce its cost. Taxation, forced labor, the creation of official markets or trading centers, and compulsory crop production were widely used to ensure a supply of labor and export commodities. In sum, the recruitment of labor and the regulation of relations of production were increasingly assumed by colonial states, rather than being left to unpredictable market forces or the direct confrontation of labor and capital. Berman, 1984, page 170. Taking the Indian subcontinent as an example, what itemizes the extent of colonial state intervention designed to ensure the right conditions for the exploitation of labor in order to raise the level of the surplus value which it creates. Tenancy legislation, revenue and rent fixing, head/poll taxes, monetizations of those obligations, registration of families, restrictions on their mobility, control of migrant workers and disposal of their incomes, expropriation of land to create homelands for expatriate settlement and plantations. Wood, G. D., 1984b, page 35. Consequently, political and economic relationships became fused, leaving little room for the legitimating support of bourgeois ideology. This failure to convert labor into a commodity whose status is sustained by bourgeois freedoms had profound effects on political development. The absence of laws and practices supporting the development of a labor force free to enter into wage contracts with employers removed an essential prerequisite of the liberal democratic state. Colonialism in its political and economic form was not consistent with the model of the bourgeois state. The role of the colonial state was inconsistent with the values and practices of liberalism. Colonialism could not provide an ideology to sustain liberal democracy. This may be colonialism's most important legacy for post-colonial societies. Two further legacies of the colonial experience can be identified. From a comparative study of African colonies, Berman concludes first that colonialism established the state as the source of economic development and therefore as the focus of a particular kind of political conflict. The process began when colonial administrators encouraged selective indigenous elites to participate in production and trade through institutions such as cooperatives, which had been established by the colonial authorities. All of this meant that the administrators mediated access to many of the sources of accumulation, and the state increasingly became the necessary focus of the emerging proto-capitalist class. Berman, 1984, page 186, see also Lonsdale, 1981, pages 193-4. This trend was encouraged by post-war colonial development policies, involving state-sponsored rural development programs, commodity marketing boards, wage and labor laws, and public expenditure on the social and economic infrastructure. Consequently, political power became much more than a matter of national sovereignty for the emerging nationalist elites. Secondly, Berman notes that the colonial administrations fragmented African society through an informal policy of divide and rule. This obstructed the development of alignments on a national scale by encouraging identification with ethnicity and locality. It was in the interest of colonial administration to prevent the development of class consciousness by any stratum of indigenous society. African political and social forces were fragmented, isolated, and contained within the framework of local administrative units which inhibited the coalescence of African opposition and resistance. Into a colony-wide challenge to the colonial order, Berman, 1984, pages 186-7. That tribalism thus encouraged persisted into the immediate post-independence period and became a major source of destabilizing political conflict. Further political change was occasioned by reliance on the co-option of traditional authority. In Africa, for example, chiefs were invested with more power than they traditionally enjoyed in return for their support and cooperation. Hoogveld argues that this undermined their legitimacy in traditional society, leaving political space for new elites whose status rested on Western educational achievement. Thus a dual political structure was created of westernized elites in the urban areas and traditional elites, supported by the administration through the reaffirmation of local law and custom, in the rural areas. Hoogveld, 1978, page 107. Conclusion. Colonialism has now all but disappeared, there are a few small pockets left. In the world, national sovereignty is the rule. Latin American independence had been achieved by the end of the 19th century, whereas in Africa and Asia colonialism came to an end largely as a result of the Second World War. Social scientists found themselves confronted by a growing number of newly independent states after that war and became interested in how these societies were going to progress and develop. This was of more than merely academic interest. It was important for the foreign policies of the great powers that were interested in the way that modernizing countries would change, whether they would achieve a stability that favored Western interests and, if not, whether such regimes could be destabilized to produce a less hostile environment for Western economic, strategic and diplomatic aim. Chapter 3. Modernization and Political Development. Social Evolution. Modernization theory has its origins in classical evolutionary explanations of social change, Tips, 1973, pages 200-1. Its intellectual roots are in the European evolutionists of the 18th and 19th centuries, the French philosophers and founders of modern sociology Auguste Comte, and Émile Durkheim, the British philosopher Herbert Spencer, and of course Marx, Bach, 1978, Varma, 1980, page 34. All were in their different ways trying to explain the transformation from pre-industrial to industrial society. Two elements in particular from that early theorizing were carried over into debates about modernization in the Third World. One is the belief that social change involves continuity and the other is the belief in progress. So, 1990, pages 18-20. Continuity is not seen as neutral but as progressive. The early theorists of social evolution assumed that change implied advancement and improvement, a highly qualitative aspect of the transition from pre-industrial to industrial society. It was also common for such social theorists in the 19th century to think in terms of stages of development, and at the very least to distinguish between the traditional stage and the modern stage of social evolution. This is an idea that was incorporated into more recent thinking about the process of becoming a modern society. Hoogveld, 1978, pages 11-12. Progressive continuity involves two sets of transformations: increased complexity, and greater specialization in human organization and activity in the social, economic and political spheres. 20th century concepts of modernization inherited all of these assumptions about continuity and progress. The conclusions about specialization and complexity were also influential. Some theorists describe these processes in terms of greater differentiation in society, a particularly important concept in modern version of evolutionist thinking. Modernization theory, like other evolutionary explanations of society, had its own view of the end of the evolutionary process. Modernization meant Advancement towards a condition corresponding to the industrial capitalist societies of the West. A society that is becoming modern is one that acquires characteristics common to more developed societies, achieving things that modern societies have in common. Eisenstadt, 1966, page 1. Traditional societies will gradually eliminate their economic, political, and particularly cultural institutions and values, replacing them with modern ones. The attributes needed for modernization were seen as interrelated. Economic and social values were linked through such individual values as the work ethic, needed to support the kind of activities upon which modern industrial society depended but not found in traditional society. Modernization theory thus relied heavily on Max Weber's view of religious beliefs as sustaining certain kinds of economic relationships. Modernization theorists, while not necessarily wanting to disseminate Protestantism, nevertheless accepted that normative values were extremely significant as a foundation for launching new kinds of economic initiatives. Differentiation. Social differentiation was an idea developed most fully by the French philosopher and sociologist Émile Durkheim, who applied the idea of the division of labor to society generally. As societies grow and become more complex, the level of specialization increases and specialized roles become more interdependent. Social activities become divided among a multiplicity of institutions. As population size and density increase, urbanization spreads and communications improve, this division of labor is extended. Differentiation thus refers to an increasing level of institutional specialization and greater heterogeneity within society. For example, in traditional society, the family as one structure performs a number of roles: reproductive, economic, educational, whereas in modern society there are specialized institutions for economy, education, and socialization, developed outside the family. The family's role becomes more specific and restricted, while new institutions are elaborated to perform these and additional roles that modern society demands. Specialization of political roles was seen by the neo-evolutionists as part of becoming a modern polity. The historian S. N. Eisenstadt showed how structural differentiation affected stratification. The process of modernization fragments social status, so that different people hold positions of high status in different social spheres. It is not just that roles become more specialized. Leaders in different institutional spheres, bureaucrats, entrepreneurs, military leaders, intellectuals, political elites, do not form definite strata or classes, whereas the tendency is, in many pre-modern societies, for most property, power and status relations either to coalesce or to be segregated in a rather rigid hierarchical order. Eisenstadt, 1966, page 8. Secularization. Secularization is a process by which societies become more rationalized. It occurs when people perceive that the circumstances around them are changeable by human intervention. If religious belief, such as fatalism, prevents society from seeing the environment in that way, then religion may become an obstacle to modernization. A rational or secular basis of social values does not accept as unalterable or sacred the facts of life. Secularization means enabling people to differentiate between the sacred and the profane, the religious world and the world of material objects. It does not interpret everything in terms of a set of beliefs about what is sacred and what is handed down from time immemorial. Those beliefs may remain, but people begin to separate them from secular concerns, the latter then being exposed to rational scrutiny. The precursor of this aspect of modernization theory was the German sociologist Max Weber, whose theory of social action distinguished between actions determined by reason and actions determined by habit or emotion. Bureaucracy was Weber's model of rational government. In the domain of the state, bureaucracy epitomized the idea of linking means to ends, and of defining an objective and calculating what needed to be done to achieve it. Bureaucracy, based on rules, expertise, plans and calculations, was the ideal form of authority for the rationalization of politics. Rational, legal authority combines the idea of means being related to ends with the idea that rules, offices and public action would no longer reflect heredity, tradition, custom or charisma. Rules reflect an understanding of cause and effect in the political sphere, rather than respect rules simply because they are endorsed by custom, religion or traditional values. Rules are respected because they are instrumental. Greater rationality is supported by the growth of scientific and technological knowledge. M.J. Levy wrote that society was more or less modernized to the extent that its members use inanimate sources of power and/or use tools to multiply the effects of their efforts. Levy, 1966, page 11. Black associated modernization with the adaptation of institutions to the rapidly growing functions that reflect the unprecedented increase in man's knowledge, permitting control over his environment. Black, 1966, page 7. Rusto saw modernization as resulting from man's rapidly widening control over nature. 1967, page 3. Moore equated modernization with the process of rationalization of social behavior and social organization, defining rationalization as the normative expectation that objective information and rational calculus of procedures will be applied in pursuit or achievement of any utilitarian goal, an example being the use of sophisticated technology in industry. Moore, 1977, pages 34-5. Modernization theory requires us to have some sort of perception of non-modern or traditional society. It also requires us to think about the way in which traditional social structures and values somehow hinder or present obstacles to modernization. Higgett, 1978, page 31. The values and institutions of traditional society are seen as causing underdevelopment and blocking modernization. Development policies have been designed to overcome obstacles to modernization which take the form of traditional values. For example, traditional societies are sometimes said to have failed to understand the problem of overpopulation and therefore fail to adopt appropriate methods of birth control, or they fail to see the dangers of overurbanization, leading to the appalling squalor of third-world slums and shanty towns. These failures of perception are associated with what is seen as a lack of rationality in the sense of being able to relate means to ends and so produce policies, strategies and interventions that will deal with problems. So part of the idea of a society becoming modern is a society which not only develops the administrative capability to embark upon policies but also develops the very way of thinking that permits phenomena to be confronted, a mode of thought which accepts that things can be changed by human agency, by setting goals and working out the means of achieving them. Cultural modernization, secularization and rationalization require changes in cultural patterns. These changes were categorized by Parsons, 1951, 1960, 1966, as pattern variables, variable patterns of related values with which people make judgments about other members of their society or the way people orient themselves within social relationships. He argued that social change was essentially a matter of how we perceive people with whom we come into contact, whether in the family, wider social organizations, territorial communities, or occupations. Parsons saw traditional society as characterized by particularism, whereas modern society is characterized by universalism. A particularistic judgment of or response to a fellow member of society applies special values because of a unique relationship between the people involved. Members of a kinship group or family will judge each other according to criteria applicable to that group relationship alone. When one only has values that can be utilized in the context of unique social relations, a society is at the traditional end of the continuum. When judgments can be made on universal criteria, regardless of other dimensions of social relationships, society is at the modern end. When there are standards which can be applied to any individual, regardless of their position in society, universalism is said to exist. Criteria of performance that are defined independently of the status of those being evaluated constitute a pure form of universalism. Parsons then contrasts ascribed status with achieved status. The former implies the existence of inherent qualities associated with the specific individuals concerned. For example, in a society which respects the wisdom of its older members, as soon as one becomes an elder that wisdom is assumed to exist by definition. It is not appropriate to apply independent tests of competence. Achieved status depends upon a capacity to satisfy independent and abstract criteria that are defined independently of the other qualities of the individual concerned. When status is inherent in the person, society is traditional, where status is acquired by the achievement of abstract qualities, defined in terms of objective criteria, such as educational qualifications. Society is modern. A scriptive political office would be represented by an inherited position, whereas achievement would be exemplified by a bureaucrat recruited on the basis of acquired characteristics defined as necessary for particular tasks to be performed. A third pair of cultural patterns contrasts affectivity with neutrality. Affectivity refers to emotional attachments between people. Neutral attachments are based on instrumentality and objectives external to personal relationships. Finally, diffuseness is contrasted with specificity. Diffuse relations refer to the complex web of interconnections that link people together involving many roles and aspects of their lives. Here judgments can only be made about a total person. Their different roles cannot be separated for purposes of evaluation and the definition of social relationships. When society is formed on the basis of specificity, it is possible to distinguish the different roles performed by individuals and to be concerned with just one of them. As employer or employee, landlord or tenant, for example. Individuals in modern societies are seen as involved in a multiplicity of single-stranded relationships. Specificity signifies the separateness of social relations and their relative independence from each other. Diffuse relations combine all aspects of the individual's role in society, and it is not possible to exclude consideration of some of these different aspects when individuals interrelate. Relationships are multi-stranded. No individual can abstract one of those relationships and give it an independent existence. Such variables enable us to see how far a society has changed along different dimensions. However, each set of pattern variables represents an analytical model to which no reality corresponds exactly. From tradition to modernity. Building upon these theoretical foundations, modernization theorists emphasized features of the process by which it was thought the undeveloped societies of the world would become modern. First, they contrasted the characteristics of an ideal type which was designated modern with one that was designated traditional. Development is then viewed as the transformation of the former into the latter. Nash, 1963. Development is seen as evolutionary, implying the bridging of a gap formed by observable differences between rich and poor countries by means of an imitative process, in which the less developed countries gradually assumed the qualities of the industrial nation. Blomstrom and Hetton, 1984, page 20. Sociologists such as M. J. Levy, 1952, and Neil Smelser, 1963, described the structures of relationships that are required in industrial society, arguing that the patterns dominant there inevitably spill over into other areas of life, especially the political system, where values must be compatible with those of the economy. The importance of structural differentiation in the social changes accompanying economic development was emphasized. Differentiation occurs with the transition from domestic to factory production, the replacement of family and church by the school in the education function, and the substitution of the complex political party structure for tribal factions. Modernization theorists also asked what needs must be satisfied to maintain a social system in a healthy state. Are there general functional prerequisites in society? Parsons argued that there were. The first was adaptation, so that a social system can survive in its environment. The second was goal attainment, the need to be organized so as to achieve collective objectives, such as waging war. Thirdly, there is the function of integration or maintaining social support for the system. Fourthly, Parsons identifies the function of pattern maintenance, or the need for stability in continuity. However different societies might be in other respects, they all have to develop ways of performing these essential functions if they are to survive. Social structures have to exist in order to perform function. The task of the social scientist is to identify and classify the structures that are developed in different societies for this purpose. Adaptation was thought to be particularly important. If that could be achieved, then societies could change in response to changes in the environment. This modifies the idea of maintaining stability and continuity. In the natural world, biological organisms can adapt to a changing environment, albeit over very long periods of time. They can cope with change and survive. Societies and political systems, it was argued, have to do the same. The application of modernization theory to politics was combined with a particular approach to social anthropology to produce a functionalist interpretation of political change. It had a major impact on the comparative study of politics when it appeared that the existing tools of political analysis were inappropriate for the task of including within a comparative analytical framework the new states appearing in the international political arena after the Second World War. The organic metaphor. The very term function suggests, among other things, an analogy between a society and a biological organism. In biology, function refers to the contribution which different parts of an organism make to its maintenance. This biological analogy is useful to remember in order to get a grip on the presuppositions that were articulated about politics and government by this school of thought. Organizations such as political parties or administrative agencies were deemed to have little meaning until it was known what purposes they serve for the functioning of the organism as a whole. Almond, 1965, page 184. Political development theory borrowed two other key ideas from biology: interdependence and equilibrium. Interdependence means that when one component of an organism changes, the organism as a whole is affected. For example, the emergence of mass political parties or the mass media changes the performance of all the other structures of the political system, and affects the general capabilities of the system in its domestic and foreign environments. Almond, 1965, page 185. If the change is dysfunctional to the system, the dysfunctional component is disciplined by regulatory mechanisms, and the equilibrium of the system is re-established. Page 185. Political systems tend towards equilibrium. Institutions preserve their character or at most change slowly. Structure and function. Social structures are sets of roles performed by individual members of the set. Roles are distinguished from persons. When roles are performed in a particular set, they constitute a social structure. Individuals thus make up numerous different structures. A member of the role set of the family contributes to that structure as well as to the other structures to which they contribute. Roles, at work, in religious ceremonies, in the interpretation and enforcement of law and custom, in community associations, in political organizations, and so on. In pre-modern societies, age may determine which set an individual contributes to. Age grades then become an important structure for the performance of social functions. The relationship between structure and function gave rise to the label structural functionalism because the theory addressed the key question of how functions are performed for the social organism. Moore, 1979. This was an extremely influential theory for a while that, ironically, was all but abandoned by sociologists outside the USA when it was taken up by American political scientists in their efforts to devise a means of comparing all known political systems. Political science's need was for a theoretical framework that could cope with a bewildering variety of exotic political systems that could not be accommodated within existing modes of comparison. Yullo, 1963, Holt and Turner, 1972, O'Brien, 1972, Verma, 1980, page 58. Structural functionalism was intended to provide such a comparative framework of analysis to explain how very unfamiliar political behavior performed familiar political function. In non-Western societies, unfamiliar structures were performing functions needed in all political systems. New concepts were required to understand such phenomena. The concepts of contemporary political science were not, it was decided, equipped for the task. Western political science up to this point had been based on the comparison of institutions and, even more restrictedly, institutions found in the developed industrialized societies and their processes of democratization. Once again, biology provided the required insight. The problem of developing categories to compare the conversion processes of different kinds of political systems is not unlike the problem of comparative anatomy and physiology. Surely the anatomical structure of a unicellular organism differs radically from that of a vertebrate, but something like the functions which in the vertebrate are performed by a specialized nervous system, a gastrointestinal tract, are performed in the amoeba by intermittent adaptations of its single cell. Almond, 1965, page 195. By analogy, complex political systems have specialized structures for performing distinctive tasks to enable political inputs to be converted into outputs while simple ones do not. Functionalism became the political interpretation of modernization theory in order to find a way of addressing societies that were rapidly achieving the status of nation-states with apparently modern political institutions such as legislatures, parties, constitutions, and executives grafted on to structures that were totally unfamiliar to most Western observers other than anthropologists. It was understood that those unfamiliar structures were performing key political functions. The functionalists therefore abandoned comparative methods based on structures in favor of one based on functions. If structures were persisted with, the cultural context of contemporary political institutions in new states would be incomprehensible. The analytical tools would be totally inappropriate. The search for constitutions, parties, pressure groups, legislatures and bureaucracies would be fruitless in societies whose government did not depend on such structures. A set of functions has to be performed in all societies no matter how complex or simple, industrialized or agrarian. The task is to establish what these are and then seek out the structures that perform them in different societies. Comparative politics could no longer prejudge the question of structures. If communities are found to enforce their rules not by courts, police forces, prisons and the other institutions of the state but by contests between the injured parties, tempered by public opinion within lineages, as in the Nuer of the Southern Sudan, it should not be assumed that such societies were disorganized, chaotic or without the means of governing themselves. They might be societies without governments but they were not societies without government or regular ways of performing necessary political function. Structures existed to perform those functions. Familiar legislative structures might not exist to make legally binding rules but other social structures would exist to perform this function of articulating rules, perhaps by age groups. Another major contrast drawn by the functionalists between developed and developing societies was in the existence of boundaries between social, political and economic systems. In traditional societies these often appeared to be lacking, whereas in a modern society, according to the functionalists, it was possible to separate structures that were primarily economic from those that were primarily social or political. The functionalists needed both a theory of the political system, a more appropriate label than state given the existence of stateless societies, and a theory of change or development. Like all modernization theorists they wanted to incorporate into their thinking the idea of progressive change. Societies were seen as not merely moving from one condition to another but from being traditional to being developed, implying improvement and progress in the way that societies are governed. The political system. The functionalist theory of the political system rests on 5 key concepts: politics, system, structure, culture, and function. By politics the functionalists mean social relationships involving the legitimate monopoly of physical coercion, following the Weberian definition of the state but with modifications drawn from the more recent work of M. J. Levy, Laswell, Kaplan and Easton, Almond and Coleman, 1960. Pages 5-7, Almond, 1965, pages 191-2. Political activities, whether inputs or outputs, demands or policies, are directed at control of or influence over the use of coercive power. Almond, 1965, page 193. Whatever the values prompting demands for action by the authorities, and whatever the nature of the action called for, ultimately these relate to the coercive power of the political system. The concept of system conveys the interrelationships between the parts of A polity so that when there is change in one part of the system other parts will be affected. A political system is made up of particular roles involving the monopoly of physical force and the establishment and maintenance of a process by which inputs are converted into outputs. The political process generates both demands for policies and a number of supports for governmental outputs. Those demands and supports on the input side are converted into outputs through political processes. All societies have ways of converting inputs into outputs. They constitute its political system. In all societies, there were interactions which produced political outputs by means of the employment or threat of employment of legitimate physical compulsion. The political system was thus perceived as a legitimate set of interrelated structures for maintaining order and responding to the changing pressures of the environment. Those structures would in part be regulative and coercive, concerned with the suppression of dissent. They would also be distributive, shifting resources between sectors of society. Extractive structures would draw resources from society through such means as taxation. The idea of structures as sets of interrelated roles that make up the political process enables the functionalists to identify how functions could be performed without preconceived ideas associating particular functions with corresponding structures. So a legislature, for example, was a set of interrelated roles performing the function of making legally binding rules. Functionalists developed the concept of culture to bring into the framework of political analysis the idea that all societies contain discernible attitudes and dispositions towards politics. Parsons' pattern variables are utilized in political development theory, sometimes to dichotomize traditional and modern systems of politics, as in F. W. Riggs, 1957, models of agraria and industria, and sometimes to demonstrate a dualism of political structure found in all societies, as in Aumann's distinction between primary and secondary structures in societies where primitive or pre-modern political structures persist in modern political systems. Aumann, 1960, page 23. A society in crisis is often a society in which the dominant political culture is being undermined by competing sets of beliefs. It can no longer sustain the level of support needed by the political system for it to survive. The political culture thus consists of values about how politics should actually be conducted, and how the processes of government should be carried on. The legitimacy adhering to the structures and processes of government is expressed through a society's political culture. The obligations that are the consequence of that legitimacy relate to the rules of the political system. In any given society there may well be different political cultures that give rise to conflict. One of the problems of becoming modern was seen in cultural terms as a problem of persuading people to accept the boundaries of the nation-state as legitimate when those boundaries had their origins in alien rule. The processes of government might also lack legitimacy if they were based on unacceptable forms of authority again derived from an alien source. Adaptation to forms of democracy inherited from outside may also be difficult. This is frequently referred to as the problem of political integration, a major source of political instability in Third World societies. The problem of political integration will be returned to in Chapter 9 when different explanations for nationalism and secession are considered. Finally, there is the concept of function, central to the needs of the comparative analyst as perceived by the developmentalists. The universal attributes of political systems cannot be conceptualized in terms of structures. Because of the infinite variability of them, it can only be done in terms of functions. The functionalists claimed that every society, however organized politically, and whatever the political structures through which it conducts its processes of government, will perform 8 political functions. First, there is interest articulation, or the ways in which demands are formulated and brought into the political arena so that the conversion process can transform demands into outputs. What for the West might be the most typical structure performing that function, pressure groups and similar forms of association, will not necessarily be found in pre-industrial societies. The transitional nature of a society is reflected in the fact that the articulation of functionally specific interests is, with few exceptions, transcended by and considered to be the function of one's race, tribe, religion, or other group whose survival or primacy has first priority, Coleman, 1960b, page 326. Secondly, demands and expressions of political interest have to be combined. This is the function of interest aggregation. Coalitions have to be formed that are powerful enough to overcome other combinations of interests. In an absolute monarchy or an African chiefdom, interests of different sections of the community would be aggregated by rulers enjoying the right to interpret the wishes of their people. In a modern society, the classic structure for interest aggregation was, for the functionalists, the political party. Thirdly, the function of rule-making has to be performed in all societies by some type of political structure. Political systems have to make authoritative and legitimate rules that can be supported by legitimate sanctions. Modern societies will have developed specialized structures for this, known as legislatures. In traditional societies, such structures will be absent, but the function will be performed somewhere in the political system. Fourthly, rules once made have to be enforced and applied. The modern structure for the function of rule application is bureaucracy. Conflicts arising from the application of rules to specific cases and circumstances require structures for adjudication. Rule adjudication was therefore identified as a universal political function. In modern societies, the judiciary would be the specialized structure performing this function. All political systems equally require means for the communication of demands and rules between the authorities and the people. In modern society, the mass media constitute the social structures responsible for the function of political communication. In traditional society, structures would reflect the technology available as well as the type of social organization that had developed. Societies then have to transmit their dominant political values from generation to generation. All societies have ways of conveying to the younger generation what they ought to believe about political obligation, authority, and the rightful exercise of power. How the function of political socialization is performed varies considerably from one society to another. The relative prevalence of the family, educational institutions, or other associations will differ from society to society. Finally, individuals have to be recruited into roles and offices. Processes of political succession have to be devised: election, inheritance, merit, physical might, and other principles by which people are recruited into political roles and perhaps permanent offices. The function of political recruitment requires some kind of routinization in both traditional and modern societies. The roles that perform the universal functions regardless of structure have to be filled by acceptable methods. These clearly change over time. Political change. The functionalists were trying to do more than just provide a new language for identifying the universal features of political systems. They were trying to provide a framework for understanding change. In practice, the functionalists were more concerned with the characteristics of societies in some process of transition, rather than with the elaboration of models for simple or primitive societies. Their major areas of interest were the new nation states emerging on the international scene, into which virtually all traditional societies had been more or less fully incorporated, usually through the operation of colonialism. Comparative politics was redesigned to explain the effects of the interactions between the traditional structures and cultures of communities incorporated into these new states that had been produced by colonialism and nationalistic reactions to it. The most important change for the political functionalists was the association of increasingly specialized structures with single functions in modern societies. Political change is seen as the movement away from traditional politics towards the modern political system. Change takes place in both structure and culture. Structures, it was argued, become more specialized and differentiated as societies become more modern. This is an application of those parts of modernization theory that postulate the growing differentiation, specialization and complexity found within modernizing societies. Whereas in a traditional, absolute monarchical polity there would be found, bound up in a single structure, that of the royal court, a multiplicity of functions such as rule-making and rule adjudication. In a modern society with its pluralist democracy, there would be found specialized structures performing single functions. Traditional social structures were described as typically multifunctional. As societies develop, structures become less multifunctional. When dealing with change in political cultures, the functionalists took the concept of secularization from modernization theory. Secularization in political life was associated with rationality, Pye, 1960, page 104. The rationalization of government was seen as a distinguishing mark of modernity. As societies develop, they acquire systems of government that are problem-oriented, and designed to perceive, analyze, and meet the needs of society as articulated through political demands. In addition, members of a modern society would experience cultural change in the direction of individuality. In terms of modernization theory's pattern variables, people would begin to think of themselves and others in terms of universalism rather than specificity. The assertion of the individual's value in universalistic terms would in turn support political equality and mass participation on an individual basis. Individuals would not see political roles as being ascribed by tradition and custom to predetermined groups. Political power could be enjoyed by all on an equal basis. In functionalist development theory, political change affects both structure and culture. A combination of changes in these two spheres produces integration into the modern nation-state. The secularization of government would be directed in part towards nation-building. This process of development involves the political system in overcoming subnational loyalties, such as tribe or religion, seen as parochial and pre-modern. It involves creating a consensus to support the new order, mobilizing the community to regard the nation-state, not some primordial grouping, as the legitimate political unit. Communities would be mobilized to articulate demands and supports. Communications between leaders and led would be improved. This is all part of not just becoming modern but of producing an integrated society, a major achievement of a developed political system. A further aspect of change in developing societies emphasized by functionalists are the capabilities of political systems to formulate policies, enforce decisions throughout the territory, and develop a problem-solving capacity, especially through bureaucracy, so that public policies can be executed effectively and efficiently. Almond classified capabilities into 5 groups: extractive, regulative, distributive, symbolic and responsive. Almond, 1965, pages 198 to 201, having earlier defined political change in terms of the acquisition by a political system of some new capability and its associated changes in political culture and structure. Almond, 1963. A modern political system would, unlike traditional polities, be able to use such concepts as effectiveness and efficiency. Such a capability was seen as dependent on the system's resources in terms of powers to regulate, extract and distribute. The more modern the political system, the more able it would be to build up its resources, and in turn that would be dependent on the existence of differentiated and specialized political structures. See, for example, Pye, 1965. A central case in point is the bureaucracy. Only with a highly efficient bureaucracy based on the principle of merit recruitment and organized rationally as a specialized institution can a political system develop its full capabilities to provide itself with resources and powers. The contribution of modernization theory. The most durable aspect of modernization theory is its interdisciplinarity. Economic and political changes are related in various ways to fundamental changes in social values and social structures. Secularization also has important political consequences both for the role of the individual in the political system and for recruitment into political office. The emergence of rational, legal authority has profound implications for the nature of the state, not least in the opportunity which it opens up for bureaucratization. Clusters of pattern variables provide models of social organization in which the political significance of universalism, achieved status, neutrality and specificity is plain. Of particular importance to the study of political development is the effect of structural differentiation on the specialization of political roles in transitional societies. Much of what is expressed by functionalism has become almost commonplace and integrated into political analysis. Its enormous appeal is quite understandable. It made a great impact on political studies. It attracted much criticism particularly in its developmental aspects, but because it is not entirely developmental, but a way of organizing information about political phenomena, it has become an integral part of political science. It is also questionable whether students of comparative politics have developed superior theories. It has been argued that structural functionalism was rejected because it failed an unfairly severe test, that of providing comparative politics with a scientific unity and an all-encompassing theory of politics, Lane, 1994. Furthermore, much of the research on which contemporary development policy is based confirms some of modernization theory's basic assumption, that there is a mutually supporting relationship between legitimate political authority and the generation and distribution of wealth, and that effective government needs to be responsive and accountable. Barkin, 1994, pages 87-9. Functionalism drew attention to the importance of seeing societies as consisting of interdependent parts so that one could adopt a dynamic rather than static approach to the analysis of systems of government. The study of politics had to a very large extent adopted a rather insular, normative and legalistic format which functionalism completely changed. Political development theory inspired the production of a large number of monographs, over 200 by 1975, yet many would share Eckstein's assessment that the result of all this effort was mostly muddle. Eckstein, 1982, page 451. However, the many criticisms to which functionalism has been subjected have themselves formed an important part of the process of acquiring a clearer understanding of political change in the Third World. A debt is owed to functionalists for stimulating so much debate about political change and for forcing critical assessment of their ideas. Nevertheless, modernization theory and functionalism have had many detractors. An assessment exposes a number of theoretical and conceptual weaknesses, which leaves modernization approaches to politics fundamentally flawed. The problem of tradition. The concept of tradition as deployed by modernization theorists poses numerous problems. First, there is the emphasis on obstacles to development and the way modernization theory drew upon earlier evolutionary modes of thinking in order to characterize as traditional anything in developing societies which appeared to be such an obstacle. Those who applied such theories in the field, by devising public policies which they believed the governments of developing countries would do well to implement, often adopted a critical stance towards tradition, seeing it as impeding progress. They decried parochial and primordial values. The key question is of course, whose progress? This tended not to be asked by the modernization theorists. Consequently, practitioners came away from the field, after visits, as consultants or official aid donors, frustrated that local people could not see that the introduction of, for example, some new technology would really make a difference to agricultural productivity or health. Resistance to such progress was seen in terms of the burden of tradition and an inability to break with outmoded ways of perceiving the world. However, the local people directly affected may have been making very rational calculations about the economic and political risks that are inevitably associated with disturbances to the status quo. The tendency of modernization theory was to encourage the view that such reactions were a refusal to be dragged into the modern world, when what is happening is not due to a lack of rationality but to a different system of incentives operating under conditions that include poverty and dependency. The secular and the rational may benefit some groups in society much more than others. A family planning program may be readily taken up by wealthy families if they do not need children to assist in the cultivation of their land. It might not be accepted so readily by a poor family that cannot hire labor and whose existence as an economic unit depends upon their children, or by people who know that when they get old there will be no welfare state or community care. Secondly, ethnic conflict is similarly seen by modernization theory as a byproduct of tradition. Modernization theorists could see that colonialism often meant grouping societies together in an arbitrary way. But ethnic conflict after independence tended to be seen as a conflict between the primordial values of tribe and race and the modern values of nationalism. When people think of themselves as individual members of a nation-state, rather than as members of some subnational collectivity such as a linguistic group. Again, there may be very modern reasons, such as economic exploitation or political discrimination, for conflict between groups identified by reference to traditional attributes and perceptions. Modernization theory can also be charged with ideological conservatism, in the way it blames backwardness on the traditions of a people rather than on internal conflicts or external interventions, such as imperialism, and in the way it implicitly rules out the need for revolutionary change. Evolution may appear a strange concept to employ in descriptions of histories that in both the developed and underdeveloped worlds have been so significantly affected by revolutions and wars. Modernization theory is striking for what it leaves out in its attempt to produce an explanation of change, notably class conflict, colonialism and revolution. Rhodes, 1968. The influence of external forces is the most noticeable omission from the modernization perspective. At the very most, external influences are perceived as limited to the diffusion of Western cultural attributes to non-Western societies. The colonial episode is notably problematic and can only be integrated into the traditional/modern dichotomy with great difficulty, either as a hybrid or as a transitional stage of evolution. Tips, 1973, page 212. The static and uniform conception of tradition has also been criticized, notably by J. R. Gusfield, 1967, who warns that it is fallacious to assume that a traditional society has always existed in its present form. Traditional cultures and social structures not only consist of diverse norms and values, they also contain moral bases for materialistic motivations and for disciplined and rational pursuit of wealth. Nor are old traditions necessarily displaced by new norms and social structures. They can and do exist side by side. Elements of both as defined by modernization theory may be fused, may coexist or may be mutually reinforcing. Whitaker, 1967. New products. Modes of decision-making and religions do not necessarily displace older practices and beliefs. Modern developments depend for their acceptance, rejection or modification on specific traditions. This is overlooked if traditional society is abstracted from its specific cultural and historical setting. The problem with modernization theory's conception of tradition is that it is a residual concept, defined by reference to the logical opposites of modern. The modern ideal is set forth, and then everything which is not modern is labeled traditional. Huntington, 1971, page 294. Characteristics attributed to societies considered modern are used to measure a society's progress. For example, see Almond, 1960, page 64, and Black, 1966, pages 68 to 75. Tradition is not defined by reference to observed facts and knowledge of societies prior to their contact with the West. If the dichotomy does not reflect reality, all societies must be transitional, and modernization theory loses all value as an aid to understanding historical change. Modernization theory obscures the variability found both within and between traditional societies. Tips, 1973, pages 212 to 13. Modernity is also an ambiguous concept as there are many routes to be taken and many models to be followed. Gusfield, 1967. Secularization and religion. The resurgence of religion, especially as a foundation for political mobilization, in parts of the Third World indicates that modernization does not necessarily bring about secularization. The growth of political religions in the Middle East, Africa, the Caribbean, Asia and Latin America not only undermines the secularist assumptions of modernization theory, it raises the question of whether religious politics is a reversion to tradition. Whether Christian or Muslim, Hindu or Buddhist, progressive or conservative, religious politics has been in part a response to the failure of governments to secure economic prosperity and social well-being that is equitably distributed. It is also a reaction to the failure of secular ideologies to deliver socio-economic development, as well as a response to the undesirable consequences of modernity, including political repression, economic and political corruption, loss of cultural identity, and community dislocation. While there may be continuity from pre-modern forms of politics in which religious and political authority and processes were undifferentiated, contemporary forms of political religion are formed by the impact of political and economic modernization. Haynes, 1993. Haynes claims that political religiosity is not a return to religion, but the latest example of a periodic utilization, stimulated by perceived crisis, of religion to help pursue secular goals. Haynes, 1999, page 245. However, there seems sufficient evidence of political religion being a reversion to and revival of pre-modern traditions, values, and practices, and a rejection of modernity, for the issue to at least remain unresolved. In this context, modernization theory appears elitist and in contrast to the experience of the masses. Modernization theory depicts religion as a less real, evolved and rational alternative to politics, doomed to secularization, when, in the otherwise contrasting cultures of Latin America, the Middle East, Central and Southern Africa, and Southeast Asia, religion remains a source of popular mobilization, alternative notions of legitimacy, resistance and even insurrection. It has come to fill an ideological vacuum. It can be revolutionary, or reactionary, or evolve from one to the other. Where religion is identified with the state, it tends to be a conservative force, as in Saudi Arabia, but where it is distanced from politics, it tends to be anti-establishment, as in Central and South America. Kamrava, 1993, pages 148-9. Liberation theology in Latin America has challenged the authority patterns of the Catholic Church as well as political regimes in its clerical populism, its ideology of democratization and equality, its stimulation of collective organization and its recognition of the poor as a valid source of religious values and action. Its fusion of religion, social analysis, drawing inspiration from Marxism, and political activism has implications for the secular presuppositions of modernization theory in that religious values are not secondary to social and political reform. Religion is not merely being used as a convenient instrument of political mobilization and solidarity. It represents a new spirituality as well as a new awareness of class, conflict, exploitation, the spirituality of the exploited poor. Levine, 1986, 1988. Secularization of the state by technocratic elites in some Middle Eastern countries has magnified the ideological significance of Islam, especially for the poor and other excluded classes. As well as spiritual guidance, it has provided a political framework and an alternative to the materialism and immorality associated with modernization and secularism. Kaduri, 1992. Omid, 1992. But in so doing it shows how politics based on religion combines traditional and modern elements. For example, millenarianism and commitment to an Islamic order, as in Iran, is accompanied by nationalism on the part of the clergy. Ram, 1997. Fundamentalist opposition in Saudi Arabia combines Islamic and modern Western concepts such as human rights and administrative probity. Kostiner, 1997. The appeal of religious movements such as the Iranian Shiites is related to secular concerns such as growing social inequality, political repression, corruption, foreign exploitation and cultural division. Banu Azizi, 1987. Some interpretations of Islam find no difficulty in incorporating capitalism with the idea of the state as the realization of divine sovereignty and the source of law as transcendental. Judy, 1998. Dichotomous models. Modernization theory provided ideal types or models of traditional and modern society to show along which dimensions they could be said to differ. But these tell very little about the dynamics of transition from one cultural state to another. Lorraine, 1989, pages 87-91, Keeley, 1995, page 43. For example, in terms of Parsons' pattern variables, developed countries can be shown to be particularistic in the behavior of their social classes and private interests. Developed countries are also highly ascriptive, especially at the higher levels of business management and among the poor. Recruitment may be achievement-based, but reward is often based on age and family obligations, e.g. in Japan. Roles are frequently diffuse rather than functionally specific within such power structures as the military-industrial complex of the United States, Frank, 1972 c. Conversely, underdeveloped countries frequently demonstrate universalism in their educational systems and mass media, in labor unions and in liberation movements. The economic and political leadership thrown up by military coups and emerging bourgeoisies throughout the Third World cannot be described as normatively ascriptive. Frank, 1972 c. page 334. Role assignment by achievement is also widely found among the poorer classes of poor societies. In the distribution of rewards achievement accounts for more than ascription in underdeveloped countries, roles may be found to be functionally diffuse in underdeveloped countries, especially among the poorest and richest strata, though the middle-class military officers, police officers, bureaucrats, junior executives and administrators are functionally specific in their roles. In Frank's view, however, these people serve specific functions of making the whole exploitative system function in the diffuse but particular interests of those who have achieved control. 1972 c. page 335. Neither tradition nor modernity can be seen as packages of attributes. Modernization may be selective, with rapid social change in one area, obstructing change in others, rather than tradition being the obstacle to development. Hence the eventual realization among political scientists of the modernization persuasion that modernization and political stability do not always go together. Modernization in one sphere does not necessarily produce compatible, eurythmic, change in another. Tips, 1973, page 215. Once it is recognized that traditional values and practices may persist in otherwise modern societies, further doubt is thrown on the idea that tradition impedes change. Furthermore, if the destruction of tradition proves not to be necessary for modernization, except in purely tautological terms, then traditional societies must be seen as being able to develop in direction other than towards modernity. Tips, 1973, page 214. Thus the characteristics attributed by modernization theory to developed and underdeveloped countries present a distorted and inadequate conception of social reality. The important determinants of development and underdevelopment lie elsewhere than in ideal, typical models of tradition and modernity. In addition to questioning the empirical validity of the pattern variable approach, Frank also argues that it is theoretically inadequate not to differentiate between the importance of the roles to be affected by modernization and not to recognize that the determinants of underdevelopment extend beyond the family, tribe, community, or even a whole poor country. Taken in isolation, Frank's understanding of underdevelopment led him to question the social whole whose role patterns are to be changed by modernization. Frank, 1972 c. page 321. The concept of integration. Functionalism misjudges the level of harmony and integration in modern society. It tended not to accommodate the idea of conflicting interests and the differential power of groups in conflict with others. The idea that different parts of the political system are supportive of everything else, producing a functional unity, seems a distorted way of describing any society. The functionalists directed their attention mainly towards the factors in society which maintain consensus and stability. This is understandable, given the areas of natural science which they and their social anthropological precursors chose as analogous to social science. Functionalism systemic theorizing sees society in organic terms, with specialized and interdependent parts functioning to satisfy the requirements of the whole for survival. The tendencies in society that are central to the analysis are those that lead to stability and inertia through mechanisms of adjustment and social control. The structures of the political system are presented in a neutral light as a mere arena for the resolution of conflict that is impartial as regards the contestants. The conception of society as a functional unity is a mystification of social reality. However, we should remember that one of the sociological forefathers of functionalism, Robert Merton, explored the dysfunctions that threaten social cohesion. This reminds us that what is functional for one group in society may be dysfunctional for another, perhaps to the extent of undermining the vitality of the whole. Functionalists tended to focus on mutually supporting parts of a political system and its survival through adaptation, but there are some important exceptions to this. Functionalism can be criticized for being more concerned with the integration of interests into a single normative pattern than with instability and conflict as sources of social change. Conflict over the allocation of scarce resources are seen as resolved within a framework of common values. Functionalism can be faulted for not being capable of explaining the very changes that were its raison d'etre because it concentrates on the prerequisites of the maintenance of the status quo. The tendency to regard everything that exists, including the characteristics of the political system, as functional and therefore desirable become normatively supportive of the perpetuation of existing social arrangements. Social inequality and stratification, for example, are functional because society has motivated people to seek higher rewards and induced people to perform the duties attached to their station in life. Functionalism begins to look like an arbitrary selection of values insofar as it fails to show how choices can be made between the values which, though functional to an existing system, would be dysfunctional to an alternative one. The concept of system, stressing the interdependence and integration found in biological organisms, when applied to human societies obliges us to view them as organisms in which the parts are subordinate to the whole. Utility is thus found in all patterns of behavior. Conflict becomes regarded as pathological or abnormal. Such a view of society will be favored by some parts or interests, but will work to the disadvantage of others. Political realities present a challenge to the functionalist paradigm. One practical consequence of developmentalism was that the human dimension of development, and particularly the costs and benefits of different developmental strategies to different social groups, were neglected. Pratt, 1973, page 89. This encourages a conservative bias in functionalism. Abrahamson, 1978. Some functionalists, such as Merton, argued that functionalism is radical. Institutions and practices are given no inherent value, only their consequences matter. They are only preserved until they cease to be of utility to society. That allows for as much change as a society feels it needs to achieve its goals. However, the main thrust of functionalism is towards a conservation of what already is in place. It encourages a search for the benefits of surviving institutions. New generations have to be socialized into the existing mores of society. Functionally oriented social scientists approach structures expecting them to have positive, functional consequences, and so contribute to the persistence of a society. There is no other way of thinking about functionalism as a method other than one that guides inquiry towards explanations of how societies maintain themselves and survive under their present arrangements. Institutions are assumed to contribute to the health of the whole social and political fabric. Approaching institutions by seeing them as supportive of society implies some normative consensus which is then endorsed by the investigator who credits those institutions with positive values by deeming them to be functional. From a non-consensus viewpoint, which finds it hard to think of political systems as consisting of mutually supporting elements, functionalism appears to adopt a very conservative stance, oriented towards preserving the status quo, and leading to suspicion and hostility to change. If it is assumed that society is a functionally integrated organic entity, a bias is introduced against disturbance to the system. That mode of analysis is hostile to criticism of what is happening in a particular society and to proposals for change that will disturb a set of structures that are functional to the continuing existence of that society. The conservative bias of functionalism became increasingly visible as the focus of attention moved towards explanations of crisis, instability, and disorder. Crisis is seen to be a problem for elites. So a crisis is what the current elite deems to be so. Authoritarianism is then seen as a legitimate way for elites to manage crisis. Order is made the highest political good. Opponents of regimes are described as system wreckers, the interest in order of those At the top is given logical precedence over the interest in social justice of those below. Sandbrook, 1976, pages 180-1. Supposedly value-free, scientific models of political development end up leaving an ideological message. Kamak, 1997. Unilinearity. The fallacy of placing societies on a continuum between traditional and modern, along which all societies progress during their histories, led to the proposition that the new states appearing on the international scene as a result of political independence, particularly after the Second World War. The phase of liberation from colonialism with which this school of thought was most concerned were replicating the European experience from the 16th to the 19th century. Huntington, 1971, page 292. This formulation understates a very fundamental difference, that the history of the advanced societies does not include colonization by more powerful countries. This makes it impossible to think of a unilinear developmental process. The new states of the world were structured by the old in a way which does not apply to the histories of countries whose own development was made possible by their exploitation of pre-industrial and pre-capitalist societies. Pratt, 1973, page 95. The West's development was built, some would say, on the active underdevelopment of weaker societies and economies, see Chapter 4. The German economist André Günther Frank produced one of the most penetrating critiques of the unilinear implications of modernization theory. He criticizes the faulty historical assumptions of denying underdeveloped countries their own histories, ignoring the connections between these histories and the histories of developed countries, overlooking the fact that penetration by foreign influences had not produced development or led to take-off, and misrepresenting the histories of today's developed countries as not having benefited from the exploitation of today's underdeveloped societies. Frank, 1972 c. Western imperialism had been part of the process of modernization for developing countries in a way that distinguished their path to modernity very clearly from that of contemporary modern societies. Underestimating the significance of such historical factors was compounded by a lack of consideration of continuing relationships with the powerful economies of the West. Developmentalists were concerned with internal factors, ignoring the more important continuities that persist in the social and economic structure of new nations and that call the significance of their political independence into question, especially economic and military aid programs, interventions by international financial organizations, such as the World Bank, and investments by multinational corporations. Pratt, 1973, pages 88-92. In 1987 Almond attempted to rebut the charge that developmentalism was ethnocentric and its theory of change unilinear, arguing that developmentalist comparative politics always recognized that new states might develop authoritarian rather than democratic, pluralist tendencies. He also claimed that the school never neglected international influences on domestic politics. However, it is noticeable that he restricts his refutation of the unilinearity charge to an awareness of authoritarianism, citing approvingly Coleman's view that modernization is an open-ended process consisting of trends towards increasing structural differentiation leading to increased governmental capacity and trends towards equality in the legal, participatory and distributive senses. Almond, 1987, page 449. Almond does not attempt to answer the criticism that developmentalists ignored the implications of colonialism and continuing economic dependency for the current autonomy of third world countries. His lively critique of dependency theory does not dispel doubts that developmentalist political science could provide a framework for understanding the unique relationships between rich and poor countries, or if it did it was only after the impact of dependency theory had been felt. He reminds us that in 1970 he himself argued explicitly against the simple diffusionist notion of unilinearity in the early 1960s. However, the interaction of economics and politics which Almond insists was always a feature of comparative studies of political development, such as the political consequences of industrialization or the distributional effects of economic growth, does not encompass the factors which critics regarded as significant and distinctive of third world status. Almond, 1987, page 449. The teleological quality of unilinear models of change has also been questioned. There can be no preordained path to development for all societies. Cultures and traditions vary too much from one society to another, and the process of modernization varies from one time period to another. Kothari, 1968, page 279. Ultimately, a functionalist perspective requires the reification of society. Whole societies are seen as having needs and goals which they satisfy, or achieve through functional structures. But only individuals have wills, power and purposes. Societies cannot be endowed with the characteristics of the members who make them up. Functionalism is teleological in explaining causes by their effects. Functions which meet the needs of a system for stability and continuity imply that societies have goals, needs and purposes. They cannot be empirically assessed as antecedent causes. Furthermore, defining development in terms of direction rather than content means that anything that happens in developing countries must be seen as part of the process of development. The concept loses its utility as it loses precision and specific content. Huntington, 1965, page 390. See also Huntington, 1971, page 303. Ethnocentricity. Modernization theory may thus be criticized for its ethnocentricity, judging progress by reference to Western, and largely Anglo-American, values and institutions. It is difficult to avoid the conclusion that the modernization theorist's perspective on change was determined as much by ideological leaning as by rigorous scientific investigation. Tipps found modernization theory to be heavily marked by widespread complacency towards American society, and the expansion of American political, military and economic interests throughout the world, and so constituted a form of cultural imperialism. 1973. Pages 207 to 10. Functionalist approaches to political development also appear ethnocentric, though purporting to be scientific, in that it is quite clear that a developed political system looks very much like Anglo-American pluralist democracy. The end state appears to be the system of government in the country producing the major exponents of the theory, Holt and Turner. 1966, pages 13 to 16, Galtung, 1971. There is nothing wrong per se in advocating a functionalist view of politics, such as the separation of powers, to which Aumann's output functions clearly correspond. The distinction drawn by the functionalists between the input side of the political equation, conceptualized in terms of socialization, recruitment, interest articulation and aggregation, and communication, and the output functions of rule making, application and adjudication, is important. Varma, 1980, page 65. It asserts the relationship between the mechanisms for public participation and those for liberal government. The input functions imply mass participation on the basis of political equality in a modern society. However, such advocacy is a far cry from a science of political change and causality. In biology, the analysis of function is related to the analysis of causality. In sociology and political science, the move from description to causality was never really achieved, so the claim of functionalism to be a theory has been seriously questioned. It has been acknowledged as an elaborate description and classification, able to describe the social practice which we find strange and difficult to comprehend. But as explanation of causality, functionalism suffers from the fact that it is tautological. No explanation can be disproved because things are defined in relation to themselves. A practice is said to persist because it contributes to the maintenance of society. Its persistence is taken to prove that the society is motivated to maintain itself. If the practice ceases, this has to be taken as indicative that it was no longer functional to society's maintenance. Statements about the causes and consequences of social and political practices are merely true by definition, not proved by explanation. Dowes, 1966. So originally developmentalists offered no theory of change. Huntington points out that the politics of the developing areas, for example, does not deal with development. It, and similarly inspired works, employ concepts to compare systems presumed to be at different stages of development. But There is no explanation of a dynamic process. Later work, such as that by Almond and Powell, 1966, and Pye, 1966, identified the key changes that occur as a society becomes more developed politically, associating political development with social modernization, greater political equality, governmental capacity and institutional differentiation, Pye, 1966, pages 31-48, subsystem autonomy, cultural secularization and structural differentiation. Almond and Powell, 1966, rationalization, national integration, democratization and mobilization, Huntington, 1965, pages 387-8. Even then, however, the stress was on the elaboration of models of different types of political system, not different types of change from one system to another. Huntington, 1971, page 307. The problem was that political development was taken as given. Meanings had then to be attached to the concept, hence the proliferation of definitions and conceptual entropy. No account is given of the forces that must, for the developmentalists' approach to work, be driving societies along the development path. The lack of agreement on what political development actually meant made it impossible to posit a theory of change. Eckstein, 1982, page 466, Kamak, 1997, pages 28-30. This difficulty is closely related to the emphasis placed on system maintenance and the capacity of societies to achieve equilibrium in the patterns of social interaction. Change therefore appears unnatural. Forces placing the system under stress have to be compensated for by other forces restoring stability. Such a conceptual framework is of little use in analyzing development from one state to another. Huntington, 1971, page 308. When the shortcomings of political development theory in solving the problem of explaining political change were eventually acknowledged, theorists abandoned the attempt to predict the direction of change, concentrating instead on relationships between specific variables indicative of development identified by different theorists as particularly significant. For example, Huntington focused on the causes of political stability in any society, however developed, claiming the key variables to be levels of political participation and political institutionalization. Huntington, 1965. 1968. Other theorists of change also focused on the destabilizing effects of developments within the political system, but the important point is, as Huntington points out, they were not dependent on definitions of modernization, tradition, or development. The central question became, what type of change in one component of a political system, culture, structures, groups, leadership, policies and so on, can be related to change or its absence in other components. 1971, page 316. Functionalism does not provide explanations of causes of change so much as definitions of key concepts, political function, structure, system and culture. The difficulty which some of the contributors to the politics of the developing areas had in fitting the categories and concepts to traditional society in the regions that they analyzed from a functionalist perspective supports the critical opinion that political development theory was only able to describe the current situation, not explain how it had come about. Biological analogies. What undermined functionalism was the analogy with biological organisms. This is insufficiently close to provide valid explanations of social and political phenomena. It is very difficult to talk about the normal or pathological functioning of society in the way that we can about organisms, without making massive value judgments. Societies can change their structures. Organisms do not. It is not possible to examine the numerous instances of the same social function as it is with biological organisms. The analogy thus leads social explanation up a cul-de-sac. It does not provide the opportunity for theoretical explanation that the assumed parallel between natural and social science appears to offer. Definitions. Modernization theory is overambitious in its attempt to incorporate all social change since the 17th century. Consequently, the key concepts are too vague and open-ended, often reducing theoretical propositions to meaningless tautologies. Modernization theory proceeds by way of assumption. about change based on the prior definition of concepts. Concepts take the place of facts, Tips, 1973, pages 218-22, Verma, 1980, page 49. The definitions of functionalism are flawed. System is defined in terms of what a system does. So a political system which does not perform the functions which such systems are defined as performing ceases by definition to be a political system. Again, the explanatory power is reduced to a tautology. Any statement about the political system is either true by definition because that particular system is doing what all political systems do, or is not about political systems at all. The same is true of structure. When structures are perceived and qualified by their salient functions, when the question is not what a structure is but what it is for, it is not possible to distinguish between structure and function and thus provide accurate descriptions of the former. Sartori, 1970, page 1047. The term function is equally problematic. The word is used in different ways without the differences being fully acknowledged. Function can mean maintaining something. For example, the function of the political system is to integrate society and allow it to adapt. Function can also mean merely a task, such as when the function of a political organization is to articulate an interest. The functionalist literature tends to switch from the more mundane meaning to the almost mathematical meaning of function as the result or consequence of some other factor in the social equation. The concept of boundary is also controversial. If political systems could not be clearly differentiated from the economic and the social as, say, in China, or the Soviet Union, it was heavily value-laden to say that they were, as a consequence, less developed than a society where it is assumed that state and economy operate in their own self-contained spheres. It may or may not be justifiable to prefer such separation, or laissez-faire, but it is not a developmental stance to say that a more modern society creates clear boundary between polity and economy. That begins to look like a subterfuge for saying that societies where there is heavy state involvement in the economy are backward. This leaves aside the problem of assuming capitalist societies themselves demarcate between politics and economics. In all societies people move from one system to the other by virtue of the different roles which they perform. The boundaries are blurred even if we wish to distinguish between societies where polity and economy are closely integrated because of public ownership, state planning, or collectivization, and societies where that is less so. Almond wanted to argue that it was regressive scientifically not to insist on an analytical boundary being drawn between the processes of politics and those of social integration and adaptation, or between the political system on the one hand and churches, economies, schools, kinship, lineages and age sets. On the other, Almond, 1966, page 5. Nevertheless, a political system defined in part by reference to boundaries either leaves non-boundary systems non-political systems or makes statements about political systems true by definition and untestable empirically. Holt and Turner, 1966, pages 17-19. Changes of emphasis. The pessimism about Third World politics that set in after what was perceived to be the failures of the United Nations' first development decade, together with American preoccupations with problems of political order at home and abroad, led to subtle changes of emphasis in political development theory. Of particular significance here was American support for authoritarianism when directed towards the containment of revolutionary forces. O'Brien, 1972, Higgett, 1983. Although political developmentalists had to some extent always been concerned with stability and the containment of mass participation, Kamak, 1997, pages 60-1, it is possible to discern three such changes. First, the possibility of regression as well as progression was recognized. For example, Almond and Powell warned against drawing any inference from developmental concepts such as structural differentiation and cultural secularization, that trends in such directions are inevitable. Huntington similarly cautioned that development theory's commitment to progress excluded the possibility that political systems might decay. Huntington, 1965, pages 392-3. The second significant reorientation was towards an emphasis on political stability and social order, O'Brien, 1972. The literature became increasingly concerned with factors associated with the maintenance of regimes and elites, with social and political order and with the restrictions on the capability of systems of government to produce decisions, policies, and interventions that can be enforced successfully. This change of emphasis was particularly damaging for some of the evolutionary assumptions of functionalist political theory. The third area of emphasis is that of political integration, which frequently appears as another way of analyzing political stability and social order. Political development theory has recognized the problem of producing a political consensus in the face of cultural diversity. New states experience many obstacles to the creation of a sufficiently widespread sense of loyalty and obligation to the nation and its government, parochial loyalties, incomplete governmental control of its territory, conflicting values of elites and masses, and a lack of organizational ability for collective purposes. In addition to the problem of state building, or providing governmental capacity, there is the problem of nation building, or creating loyalty and commitment. Wiener, 1965, Almond and Powell, 1966, ch. Riggins, 1966. Conclusion. Functionalist modernization theory raised the questions and identified the issues which remain central to an understanding of Third World politics, many of which remain unresolved. What effect does the lack of effective political institutions have? Which types of political change are consistent with stability and integration? What are the relationships between political norms, structures and behavior? How do new patterns of political authority emerge from old ones? How do governmental processes select and transform political demands into public policies? Apter and Rosberg, 1994, pages 21-3. However, the attempt to establish a rigorous mode of analysis centered on the concept of political development was eventually abandoned. The pressures were too many for it to bear. Dependency theory, derived substantially from a critique of modernization and development theorizing, gained in popularity. Definitions of development proliferated, reflecting a fragmentation of interests into specialized studies of institutions, areas and processes. Disillusionment with development in many parts of the Third World made earlier theorizing appear naively optimistic. Even Almond had to admit that, as the new and developing nations encountered difficulties and turned largely to authoritarian and military regimes, the optimism and hopefulness faded, and interest, productivity and creativity abated. Almond, 1987, page 444. Chapter 4. Neocolonialism and Dependency. Constitutional Independence. The 2 decades following the Second World War saw the final and most dramatic wave of independence sweep across the European empires in Asia, the Middle East and Africa, either as a result of more or less peaceful negotiations between the leaders of the nationalist movements and the European powers, or as the outcome of wars of liberation. What Michael Barrett Brown called one of the great transformations in modern history occurred when all but a few million of the 780 million people living in the colonial possessions of the imperial powers freed themselves from subject status. Barrett Brown, 1963, pages 189-90. Politically, it was assumed that indigenous governments, representing the interests of local people rather than alien groups, would have sovereign state power at their disposal. Their relationships with the governments of other sovereign states would be those of independent nation-states entering into treaties and agreements within the framework of international law. Economically, it was assumed that following independence the process of diffusion would continue as capital, technology and expertise spread. Foreign aid and investment would increase the productive capacity of the less developed economy. Rosen and Jones, 1979, Mack and Lever, 1979. However, a different perception of the relationship between sovereign states is conveyed by the term neocolonialism, originally coined by mainly Third World leaders who found that the achievement of constitutional independence and sovereignty did not give total freedom to the governments of the newly formed nation-states. Political autonomy was found to be something of a facade behind which lurked the continuing presence of powerful Western financial and commercial interests. The end of colonial government was seen by leaders such as Nkwame Nkrumah, the first Prime Minister of Ghana and author of a book entitled Neocolonialism, The Last Stage of Imperialism, as not ending economic colonialism. The core of the neo-colonialist argument is that a distinction between political and economic freedom misses the point that there can be no real political independence while economic dependency remains. Economic colonialism has serious political consequences. So political autonomy had not really been achieved with the formal and constitutional ending of colonial government. Supposedly independent societies and their sovereign governments were found to be lacking in control of their economies. Berman, 1974, page 4. The expression neocolonialism tries to encapsulate the idea that economic power and the political power that flows from it still reside elsewhere even when independence has been achieved. O'Connor, for example, defined neocolonialism as the survival of the colonial system. In spite of formal recognition of political independence in emerging countries which had become the victims of an indirect and subtle form of domination by political, economic, social, military and technical forces. O'Connor, 1970, page 117. But those subtle and indirect forms of domination had, as their root cause, the economies bequeathed by the colonial powers at the time of constitutional independence. The new rulers of the former colonies found that the major proportion of the resources available to them were controlled from metropolitan centers that hitherto had ruled their countries directly. Independence appeared largely symbolic. For Nkrumah, the essence of neocolonialism is that the state which is subject to it is, in theory, independent and has all the outward trappings of international sovereignty. In reality, its economic system and thus its political policy is directed from outside. Nkrumah, 1965, page 9, emphasis added. According to Julius Nyerere, the first president of Tanzania, his country achieved political independence only in 1961. It attained neither economic power nor economic independence. We gained the political power to decide what to do, we lacked the economic and administrative power which would have given us freedom in those decisions. A nation's real freedom depends on its capacity to do things, not on the legal rights conferred by its internationally recognized sovereignty. Nyerere, 1973, page 263. The economic basis of neo-colonial politics. In dependency theory, as will be shown later, there is the view that imperialism had created economies that had been and still are positively and actively underdeveloped by dominant economies. Neo-colonialism as an interpretation of post-colonial history did not express itself in those terms. It did, however, recognize a failure on the part of colonialism to develop the economies of the colonized territories beyond the small but important sectors needed by the European economies and for which colonial rule was imposed. At independence, colonial economies were left in a highly specialized condition, with one or two major commodities oriented towards export earnings. And therefore foreign exchange. Harrison, 1979, ch. 18. Further development of the economy required foreign exchange which had to be acquired from the export of a very limited range of primary products. In the case of Ghana, for example, 61% of its total export earnings came from one commodity, cocoa, as late as 1970. In Zambia in the same year 97% of export earnings came from copper. Furthermore, these were commodities for which world prices fluctuated alarmingly. This feature of neo-colonialism continued throughout the 1980s as the world market prices of the primary products on which the economies of so many third world societies are dependent for their foreign exchange earnings declined. For example, during the 1980s Africa's exports rose by 25% in volume, but fell in value by 30%. As the purchasing power of post-colonial economies fell, foreign exchange crises could only be averted by borrowing, foreign investment and aid. But this led to growing demands on export earnings to service debts. rather than finance imports from developed countries of industrial equipment or consumer goods which tended to increase in cost. In some cases, a post-colonial economy needed all of its earnings from exports to repay foreign debts. Foreign capital, investment and aid, substituted for inadequate domestic savings rather than supplementing them. Domestic investors put their money into low-risk, high-profit multinationals rather than weak indigenous enterprises. Hence the modern and dynamic sector of the neo-colonial economy came increasingly under the control of multinational corporations. The backward sectors are left to local capital, Roxborough, 1979, page 59. So if profits are reinvested locally, this increases the share of domestic industry, controlled by foreign capital. Foreign investment, when combined with debt and aid, decapitalized the host economy through a net outflow of capital, with more being extracted in excess profits than being invested locally. Rosen and Jones, 1979. For example, between 1985 and 1992 the net transfer from developing to developed countries exceeded $250 billion. UNDP, 1992. The profits which foreign investors and multinationals earned were often used only in small part to finance new enterprises, adding to the sector, owned or controlled by foreign interests. Investment also tended predominantly to be in equipment, tools, plant and personnel imported from the metropolitan country, thus contributing to the expansion of the metropolitan market rather than the development of the post-colonial economy. In the early post-independence years, foreign technology tended to be capital-intensive and labor-saving. But as this is the only way for a developing country to compete on the world market, the high cost of such technology has to be met despite the fact that it displaces an already overabundant supply of labor. Furthermore, a monopolistic control over advanced technology gives the multinationals additional leverage through the supply of industrial processes, machinery, patents, blueprints and spares. The politics of neo-colonialism. The political manifestations of foreign economic involvement proved difficult to describe in concrete terms, except for those for whom politics was merely an epiphenomenon of the economic. One reason for this was that much contemporary political science accepted the constitutional formalities as accurate representations of reality. Another was that the economy was seen as a completely separate sphere or system of action. In 1973, Henry Breton, writing mainly about Africa but in terms that had wider applicability, complained that the degree of economic power at the disposal of the decolonizing state vis-a-vis the nominally independent one is not considered. The political influence that flows from that power is not even remotely acknowledged. Liberal political science, represented most potently by the functionalists, acknowledged that the formation of new states had been profoundly influenced by the existence of old ones, but did not allow that conclusion to lead to the logical question of how precisely an old state might influence the formation of a new one. Breton, 1973, pages 22-4. Even if this is thought too harsh a judgment, it will nevertheless probably be accepted that political science had largely concerned itself with institution building during the decolonization process and the preparations for independence in those colonies where the relationships between nationalists and the imperial powers could be described as such, involving more or less peaceful diplomacy and negotiation rather than wars of liberation. Thereafter, politics was seen as the concern of an internally and externally sovereign state. Conflicts with other sovereign states, including the former colonial powers, were interpreted as matters of international law and diplomacy and left to the specialists in those fields. The political aspects of international economic relations were overlooked. Yet even the political scientists and political economists who recognized the continuing economic dependency of post-colonial states rarely demonstrated how the mechanisms of the internal political consequences operated. The nature of the economic linkages could easily be described and disputed over, but the domestic political effects were left to be inferred from them. The uneven distribution of primary resources among new states was said to have a greater effect on governmental orientations than internal interests. The power of foreign interests could even be measured by the ratio of export-import trade to overall GDP of the host country. Mining concerns were said to constitute rival governments. Breton, 1973, pages 25-6, 205. General policy constraints on post-colonial governments were noted, such as limitations on monetary policy by the high propensity to import. Heimer, 1982. Breton concluded that the international power and influence flow is indeed so massive, concerning as it does the major share of the national resources available to the new rulers, that in many instances it is not possible to determine where national prerogatives end and foreign ones begin. Page 22. Integration into colonial economic blocs further strengthened external influences on the room to maneuver of domestic governments and indeed domestic economic interests. The political power of external interests. It was, however, possible to identify neo-colonialists as an organized interest, an interest having political significance internally but mainly externally, oriented economically and carrying more political weight than economically marginal local groups. Foreign corporations, banks and trading houses were positioned at the control points of the power and influence flow, resisting and countering nationalistic economic pressures. Within the context of an undeveloped economy, the commanding heights were largely in the hands of foreign firms. In the immediate post-independence years, indigenous small-scale capital entrepreneurs had nothing like the same influence as the multinationals. Companies such as Unilever, the Firestone Corporation or United Fruit dominated the economies and political processes of the new states. Organizations representing external interests were able successfully to contain the range of policy and ideological choices open to governments, within limits acceptable to themselves. Berman, 1974, page 7. Multinationals can inhibit development planning by limiting the government's tax-raising capacity through transfer pricing and the movement of production from one country to another. Sutcliffe, 1972, page 188, Heimer, 1982. Foreign owners and managers of foreign capital received special advantages. In Francophone Africa, for example, la présence française meant the complete penetration of public life by such interests and their pressure groups. In Kenya, European organizations representing the agriculture-based industries exerted great influence on policymaking because of dependence for competitiveness on European involvement. In the 1960s, the foreign owners of the greater part of non-agricultural capital were also represented locally by a substantial bureaucracy employed by the branches of foreign firms, mainly themselves foreigners, although increasingly including Kenyan African. As this ownership spread, so the political power of foreign capital increased, though, in the interest of nationalist economic ideology and rhetoric, it had to be ritually humiliated. Lees, 1975, page 174. In Senegal and the Ivory Coast, the influence of French interests on government boards, chambers of commerce and informal meetings of businessmen exceeded the power of parliaments, cabinets and political parties. Breton, 1973, pages 204-8. After independence in the Ivory Coast, French private interests were dominant in the commodities which formed the basis of the economy. Coffee, cocoa and cotton, manufacturing and processing, were mainly in foreign hands, and governments had to obtain the approval of big foreign firms with the equipment, trade outlets, capital, and skills for groundnut shelling, cotton ginning and cocoa cleaning before formulating any policies towards indigenous producers. Nkrumah understood well the rights and privileges that could be demanded by foreign interests as a result of their economic power: land concessions, prospecting rights, exemptions from customs duties and taxes, and privileges in the cultural sphere, that Western information services be exclusive, and that those from socialist countries be excluded. So, for example, agreements for economic cooperation offered by the USA often included the demand that the United States Information Agency, a top intelligence arm of the U.S. imperialists, be granted preferential rights to disseminate information. Nkrumah, 1965, pages 246-50. Cultural neocolonialism. also rested on the dependence of newly independent states on Western ideas and methods in education, administration and the professions. Berman, 1974, pages 7-8. The top executives of the subsidiaries of multinationals, the largest corporations in the country of operations, were influential in the social and cultural life of the host country as well as in its politics. Governments, dependent on the information coming from such sources, were unable to work out their own solutions to the problems, such as poverty, which are of no particular interest to foreigners. Barron, 1957, page 194, Heimer, 1982. The anti-colonialists of the post-independence era found neo-colonialism to be operating in diverse ways other than legitimate pressure group activity. Krumah described how neo-colonialists slip past our guard through military bases, advisors, media propaganda, evangelism and CIA subversion. Military dependence on the former colonial powers for arms, training, advisors and basic military doctrine has been seen as one of the most visible aspects of neo-colonialism. The success or failure of a coup d'état was often dependent on the level of external encouragement. In Africa, the metropolitan centers, especially France, have assumed the role of arbiters of the survival of particular regimes. Berman, 1974, pages 6-7. France's neo-colonial role continued into the 1990s in Rwanda, Zaire, Gabon and Togo. Comprador elites. Other important political features of neo-colonialism are the common interests of local elites and external organizations, whether they be foreign governments, multinational corporations or international agencies. Barron described merchants expanding and thriving within the orbit of foreign capital, forming a comparator element of the native bourgeoisie which, together with native industrial monopolists, act as stalwart defenders of the established order. Large landowners not only benefit from foreign capital but find outlets for their produce, employment opportunities for members of their families, and rising land values in the neo-imperial connection. Barron, 1957, pages 194-5. The multinationals have an effect on the class structure and power distribution in less developed countries by creating dependent classes of local merchants, financiers and privileged sections of the labor force, satellite classes whose interests are tied to the dependencia syndrome. Rosen and Jones, 1979, page 254, Sherman, 1993, page 5. Under neocolonialism, the imperial power is represented by collaborative classes within post-colonial society, some more dependent on foreign interests than others. Petraeus draws the following distinctions. Large-scale industrialists involved in production for the local market and, with a powerful presence in the state, are more likely to be associate power sharers with imperial interests. Import-exporters tied to foreign markets, shipping and credits are likely to be dependent power sharers. Joint ventures, in which industrialists produce for foreign markets, drawing on foreign technology, capital and management, and with little direct representation in the state, are likely to be subordinate collaborators. Petraeus, 1981, page 18. Indigenous elites, the most important being the bureaucracy and indigenous management cadres employed by foreign companies, develop an interest in maintaining economic arrangements in which foreigners hold a major stake. The close contacts between members of the national politico-administrative elite and external organizations makes the distinction between domestic and international affairs meaningless. Berman, 1974. Page 9. The mutuality of interest across national boundaries between national economic elites and the senior management of transnational corporations and banks produced a transnational class formation of an international oligarchy or corporate international bourgeoisie, with local and international wings which ensured that public policy supported the interests of international capital. Becker and Sklar, 1987. The foreigners are usually the dominant partners because of their superior resources, information and negotiating skills compared with national governments. With the possible exception of the military, governments, labor organizations and most non-business institutions and associations are far behind multinationals in terms of financial, technological and administrative strength, Heimer, 1982, while foreign interests are thus included in the policy process, indigenous interests not represented by the elite are excluded. Institutions for representation and participation, parties, local governments, trade unions, youth organizations, have been left powerless relative to the bureaucracy. Dependent economic development also often required the demobilization by repressive governments of the popular forces which had formed movements for independence. Non-popular, pro-Western regimes, often resting on alliances between the military and indigenous propertied classes, were the political prerequisites of economic growth. McMichael et al., 1974, page 94. Aid dependency. Another source of external influence on public policy was and still is official aid, which increasingly has been linked to conditionalities. Aid is used as a lever to determine domestic government policy. Donors can withdraw vital aid if the neo-colonial governments fail to adopt policies favoring the interests of the donor government or firms based in the donor economy. In this way the donor government secures strategic and diplomatic advantages. As in 1983 when the United States Congress made economic assistance to developing countries conditional upon support for American foreign policy. Economic interests which the donor represents secure a profitable policy. Environment. Special loans from a multilateral agency such as the IMF or the World Bank come with conditions attached, such as a requirement to cut public expenditure programs, particularly food subsidies and social services. Implementing them can lead to political unrest. Multilateral agencies such as the World Bank enforce ideological objectives in return for development assistance. Other conditions on which bilateral aid is given have included the purchase of arms and the award of contracts to firms in the donor country. Aid affects the power structure of neo-colonial society, Mack and Lever. 1979, it increases the power of those in command of the state apparatus relative to any opposition. The power of the bureaucracy is enhanced by aid, this being the channel through which aid flows. Technical assistance programs to national defense and police forces strengthen these sections of the political elite. Much of the aid from developed countries is in the form of military assistance which has affected the distribution of political power. In neo-colonial society, food aid distorts the neo-colonial economy and society by enabling recipient governments to avoid land reforms and changes in methods of agricultural production which would reduce external dependency and the power of the landed classes. Radical critics of aid have been joined by conservatives such as Lord Bauer, claiming that aid empowers the state at the expense of free markets and increases the power of ruling groups at the expense of the people generally. Bauer, 1971. Aid has also biased development towards urban rather than rural society. Lipton, 1977. In the mid-1990s international aid acquired a new dimension, that of debt relief, especially for the most heavily indebted poor countries. International indebtedness remains on a large scale and for some poor countries, particularly in Africa, at an unsustainable level even after rescheduling agreements. The cost for developing countries of servicing debt, both as a percentage of GDP and a percentage of exports, rose in most regions of the Third World. During the 1990s, see Table 4.1. Aid in the form of debt relief has the potential to increase the autonomy of Third World governments by freeing resources previously used for debt servicing for developmental purposes. However, budgetary restraints coupled with public skepticism about the effectiveness of aid in donor countries actually led to a 25% fall in the volume of aid in the 1990s. As a percentage of developing countries' GDP, aid fell from 1.4% in 1990 to 0.5% in 2000, see Table 4.2, to the extent that more rather than less aid is required in some regions, notably Africa, where the economic growth needed to reduce poverty cannot be achieved by domestic savings and private investment. Ideas about neo-colonialism and dependency provide inadequate guidance to the political consequences for Third World societies of aid and other economic factors. However, while the emphasis in aid policy now tends to Beyond requiring recipient countries to feel ownership of projects and programs and responsibility for their success, aid still comes with conditions attached. These now recognize the threats posed by economic reforms and restructuring and aim for laudable objectives such as poverty relief and good governance. But developing countries need to demonstrate that they provide an environment of policy and institutions that is conducive to reform. The latest doctrine on aid is that it should support reforms that originate from domestic political pressures. In the past, aid has not been very successful in stimulating donor-specified reforms. Recognition that aid is likely to be more effective and sustainable if a recipient country's government feels committed to the project now informs aid policy, but governments still know what donors expect and require. Throughout the 1990s, aid to countries judged to have poor policy environments fell sharply, and donors continue to allocate substantial amounts of aid for strategic and commercial reasons, despite the ending of the Cold War. Debt relief also comes with strings attached. For example, the IMF and World Bank's heavily indebted poor countries initiative requires sound economic policies, the adoption of a poverty reduction strategy, and economic adjustment and reform programs to maintain macroeconomic stability. The neo-colonialist model of post-colonial politics was prompted by concern with the real, rather than symbolic, significance of independence from a colonial power. However, continuing economic relationships between poor and rich countries were not placed in a broad theoretical framework to produce an interpretation of the continuity between imperialism and independence. This was not achieved until the idea of neo-colonialism was incorporated into a theory about an international system of economic subordination that had a very strong impact on countries long after their independence. This is generally referred to as dependency theory. Dependency theory. Dependency theory had its roots in the crisis of American liberalism in the late 1960s, particularly associated with the war in Vietnam, the failure of many Third World societies to move in prescribed directions, and doubts about the credibility of social sciences claims to be neutral and value-free. Higgett, 1983, page 9. Other influences included the Cuban Revolution, de-Stalinization, and Maoism. Lees, 1977, page 98. It was in part a critical response to modernization theory's assumption that backwardness was the result of the isolation of less developed countries from the rest of the world, rather than their exploitation by more advanced countries under various forms of imperialism. Phillips, 1977, pages 7-8. The major contributors to what Foster Carter, 1976, has called a new paradigm in the study of development were Latin American Marxist economists such as Dos Santos, Cardoso, Sunkel and Folletto, non-Marxist Latin American economists such as Furtado and Prebisch, and North American neo-Marxists such as Bodenheimer, Petras, Magdoff and A. G. Frank. Ray, 1973, page 6, O'Brien, 1975, page 11, Higgett, 1978, page 32. It originated in the analysis of Latin American countries where independence had been achieved in the early or mid-19th century but where problems of foreign economic exploitation persisted, similar to those found in countries that were still colonies, or had only recently achieved independence. Dependency theory adds the idea of peripherality or satellite status to the concept of neo-colonialism. This was achieved in two phases. The first was concerned with dependency as a function of primary production, a very similar concern to that of theorists who saw a form of colonialism continuing after independence, with poor countries depending on a small number of primary products for their export earnings. The second phase developed the idea of peripherality. Dependency theory began as a critique of international trade theory and an explanation of why import substitution was needed. It then explained the failure of this strategy by reference to the structures introduced by industrialization. Philip, 1990, page 486. Continuing dependency and dislocation could be avoided, it was argued, by a strategy of import substitution. The manufacture of formerly imported Goods would reduce dependency on the highly volatile markets for primary products. Industrialization would, where possible, be installed behind protective barriers, and if necessary with a high degree of state intervention and planning. The state would ensure that capital would be directed towards manufacturing industry. Hirschman, 1961, pages 12-20, Dos Santos, 1973. Hoogveld, 1982, pages 167-8. This strategy had political dimensions, in addition to reducing dependence on foreign trade and creating a locally controlled economy. It was intended that greater economic sovereignty would follow. Secondly, and here there are echoes of modernization theory, it was predicted that industrialization would weaken traditional society. Manufacturing activities need different pattern variables to traditional societies. In Latin America this would mean that the status and power of the traditional landed oligarchy would be undermined. If this almost feudalistic stratum could be weakened, the way to greater democracy would be paved. Thirdly, industrialization would start to make a real impact on the extreme inequalities found in Latin American societies. It would also contribute to the integration of the rural masses into the main activities of society. New occupational opportunities would be created. The problem of landlessness would be overcome by economic development in sectors other than agriculture. The rural masses, formerly isolated on plantations and haciendas, would become closely incorporated into society through new economic opportunities and improved standards of living. This would then contribute to the reinforcement of political stability. While the rural masses were marginalized by semi-feudal forces dominating the rural areas, political stability was always threatened. Integration would produce not only stability but greater democracy. The state would gain legitimacy by its association with the industrialization process and by contributing to social and political equality as well as economic efficiency. National sentiment would be strengthened, especially for rural people hitherto allied economically and politically with rural oligarchies, economic and religious, rather than the state. Thus a secular goal for the import substitution strategy was political integration into a liberal democratic society. Dos Santos, 1973. A revision of dependency theory was prompted by the apparent failure of this import substitution strategy to solve the problem of dependency or to produce the intended political outcomes. By the end of the 1960s, import substitution had increased dependency, now upon foreign capital goods, machine tools, plant and technology. The automobile industry was the classic example of this new kind of dependency. Goods for mass consumption were not being produced, nor were goods that could have used indigenous technology and capital in significant quantities. Import substitution had created a manufacturing sector dependent upon foreign economic interests. Johnson, 1972. Indebtedness, trade imbalances and inflation increased, as did the power of metropolitan capital. Monopolistic control over advanced industrial technology gave multinationals leverage in supplying the machinery and processes required. Income distribution became more not less unequal. Inequality developed a new dimension, that between the rural and urban areas. People displaced from the land were not being absorbed into new industrial activities and thereby integrated into the social fabric, largely because the new industry were capital rather than labor-intensive. New forms of marginalization were created in the slum populations gathered on the fringes of the major urban and industrial centers. Instead of integration into a modern economy, disparities in social and spatial terms and new forms of marginalization were brought into being as a growing proportion of the populations found themselves without jobs, education, political influence, security, or proper shelter. Such people were politically highly volatile and therefore not committed to political stability. Their exclusion from politics did not engender consensus towards the state. The state, it was argued, had become subservient to the multinational companies that controlled the industrialization process. Greater sovereignty had not been achieved. Rather than liberal democracy and pluralism developing, politics became more authoritarian and repressive as governments tried to Cope with the social strains brought about by the industrializing process. Managing the industrial labor force as well as the marginalized masses. Seem to require military dictatorship rather than pluralist democracy. The elements of dependency theory. The dependency theorizing of the late 1960s and 1970s attempted to explain the consequences of industrialization and import substitution strategies. The perception of what was happening was summed up by Cardoso, 1972, as dependent development, a somewhat controversial label since the main thrust of dependency theory was to argue that poor countries were being underdeveloped, not developed. There are 5 main strands in dependency theory: the idea of a hierarchy of states, the concept of underdevelopment, a view about the nature of capitalism, propositions concerning disarticulation, and the effect of economic dependency of the structure of political power. Hierarchy finds its expression in center, periphery, or metropolitan, satellite models of relations between the great world centers of capital and the economies that are dependent upon them. A hierarchy of centers and peripheries is said to connect all levels of exploitation between one country and another and within the countries of the periphery. There is a steady extraction of surplus through the different levels in the hierarchy, from peasant to landlord, from landlord to local merchant, merchant to subsidiary of a multinational, subsidiary to headquarters of the MNC, headquarters to the major financial institutions of the West. Mining, commercial, agricultural and even military centers within the peripheral satellites constitute micrometropolises in relation to their hinterlands of small towns, mines, and latifundia which themselves relate in the same way to isolated workers. Similar relations of exploitation link industrial firms to the suppliers of components, large merchants and financiers to small traders and moneylenders, and city merchants and landowners to small rural producers and consumers. Frank, 1966, page 19, 1969a, pages 16 to 17. Underdevelopment refers to a continuing relationship of exploitation, where at any one level in the chain the full economic surplus is not available for reinvestment. It is removed, ultimately accumulating in the metropolitan centers. The metropolis expropriates economic surplus from its satellites and appropriates it for its own economic development. The satellite remains underdeveloped for lack of access to their own surplus. Frank, 1969a, page 33, see also Dos Santos, 1970. Far from experiencing development as a result of ties with metropolitan centers, which is what modernization theory tells us occurs, such ties hold the peripheral economy and society back. The appropriation of surplus by foreigners occurred through ownership, for examples, of mines, or a monopolistic buying power over products and their sale elsewhere. Lower wages in peripheral economies also enable surplus to be siphoned off to the center. Emanuel, 1972a, Amin, 1976. Wallerstein, 1980. Foreigners owned or controlled facilities associated with the export of surplus-generating goods, storage, transport and insurance. Frank, 1969a, pages 7, 18. Frank was particularly critical of the idea that there was a clear demarcation between backward and modern societies and that the histories of the backward societies would move from stage to stage along a path leading to modernity. He argued the reverse, that the condition of backwardness arises from the subordination of poor countries to the development of today's rich countries. Modernization theory had ignored the effects of colonialism and neo-colonialism on the histories of third world countries. The explanation of their backwardness could not be in terms of an earlier stage on the path. The circumstances under which advanced countries progressed cannot be repeated. The now developed countries were never underdeveloped, though they may have been undeveloped. Frank, 1966, page 18, Chu and Denmark. 1996, dependency is a continuing relationship, not confined to an imperialist past but continuing in the neo-imperialist present. Formal political control is not necessary for a relationship of dependency and exploitation to be maintained through structures of foreign capital intervention. A satellite within this hierarchical structure will only experience development when its ties to the metropolis are weak. No country which has been firmly tied to the metropolis as a satellite through incorporation into the world capitalist system has achieved the rank of an economically developed country. Frank, 1969a, page 11. In Latin America, the periods of autonomous industrialization have occurred historically during periods when trade and investment ties with Europe were loosened by European wars and economic recessions. The same applies, according to Frank, to relatively isolated regions within peripheral societies, the less integrated into the world mercantilist and then capitalist systems, the greater the growth of manufacturing and exports. The least developed and most feudal-seeming regions are those which had the closest ties to the metropolis in the past. The incorporation of a satellite into the metropolitan-led hierarchy chokes off development, making it more difficult for industrialization and sustained development to take place. Industrialization did not produce national or independent development. With an accumulation of capital under national control, self-sustaining economic growth, increased employment and growing levels of income, consumption and welfare, Bernstein, 1982. Rather, it was accompanied by increased foreign control. The peripheral economy is characterized by firms and sectors which are not highly integrated among themselves but which are linked into networks centering on the developed capitalist world. One controversy within dependency theory concerned the impact of capitalism on a peripheral society. Frank argued that once an unbroken chain is created between rich and poor countries, a complete and total capitalist system is brought into existence. Societies that become integrated into hierarchies of core periphery relations are not backward in the sense of having pre-capitalist relations of production. Rather, they become part of the capitalist system, and in the case of Latin America had been since the 16th century, when the mercantilist economies of Spain and Portugal had implanted the seeds of capitalism. Peripheral societies may be subordinate in their relations with richer countries, but nevertheless they are part of an extended system of capitalist relations. It was thus a myth to claim that the problems of peripheral countries could be attributed to the retention of pre-capitalist economic and political relationship in a dual society of progressive and traditional economies, namely feudal forms of political authority and economic structure. Frank, 1969b, ch. 1. The so-called feudalistic institutions were as much the product of capitalist development as the more obviously modernized capitalist sectors. This was to interpret capitalism in terms of trade and exchange rather than relations of production. Incorporating a society into a network of world trade was sufficient for it to be designated capitalist. Chile and other Latin American countries have been plagued by an open, dependent, capitalist export economy since the 16th century. Frank, 1969b, page 5. This of course has implications for the analysis of the political situations in such countries. The political relationships that we associate with capitalism, namely liberal democracy based on the institutions of private property, freedom of contract, and political rights, should have accompanied the incorporation of those societies into a capitalist world system. The concept of disarticulation attempts to distinguish between forms of international dependency. One developed capitalist economy may be dependent upon another. Therefore it may be thought that dependency is not peculiar to poor countries and weak economies. The UK economy is dependent on the American economy in terms of foreign investment, foreign ownership of economic resources, and the interventions of US-based multinationals. Increasingly there is a similar dependency on Japan. Dependency theorists, however, argued that there is an important difference between that kind of dependency and the dependency experienced in the Third World. Amin, 1982. When there are two developed economies with a degree of interpenetration of capital between them, the advanced nation remains an independent center of capital accumulation. This has consequences for the structure of political forces in that society. When, however, a peripheral society experiences dependency, a distinctive form of capitalism is produced. The poor society's economy is conditioned by the expansion of the stronger economies in ways which are quite different to the relationships between two developed economies. The conditioning or disarticulation of the poor economy discourages internal growth by transferring the benefits of growth abroad. Frank, 1972a, page 23, Roxborough, 1979, page 64. Politically, this has an effect on class structure. It produces a dominant class of merchants not engaged in production, which is primarily in the hands of foreign enterprises. The emergence of an industrial bourgeoisie is blocked. So the emergence of the political institutions upon which a domestic bourgeoisie thrives, the institutions of the liberal democratic state, are blocked too. The nature of dependency has a profound impact on the development of the state and political forces within it. The idea of disarticulation suggests that the capitalist state in its democratic form requires a certain kind of ruling class, one whose interests will be protected by such a state. If it does not have such a unified ruling class because of external dependency, the political consequences will be some kind of authoritarian regime. Changes in class structure reflect changes in center-periphery relations. For example, the two world wars and the depression of the 1930s created economic and political conditions making industrialization possible and, therefore, the emergence of stronger national bourgeoisies, industrial proletariats, and of their associated nationalistic and populist ideologies and policies. Frank, 1972a, pages 39 to 40. Disarticulation thus means more than the presence of foreign capital, true of many advanced economies. It means that the capital-owning classes of the peripheral society are fragmented particularly into those who are allied to indigenous capital and those who are allied to foreign interests, preventing the emergence of a national bourgeoisie. That the internal bourgeoisie is unable to complete the internal development of capitalist relations of production produces a very different kind of dependency to that which exists when advanced economies are dependent on one another. The whole class structure of peripheral society is determined by the position of that society in the international division of labor, whether the country has been predominantly an agricultural export economy with a rural-based oligarchy, an enclave economy based on the extraction of natural resources, or an import substitution economy with an industrial and financial bourgeoisie. None of these ruling classes has a vested interest in the reproduction of a working class through better health, housing and education because there is a surplus of labor in excess of industry's needs, created by a combination of stagnating agriculture, population growth and capital-intensive industrialization. Hein and Stenzel, 1979. The structure of political power is affected by economic dependency. The ruling classes of the Third World, merchants, landowners, financiers, industrial capitalists and state bureaucrats, are seen as junior partners within the structure of international capital. These clientele classes have a vested interest in the existing international system and perform domestic political and economic functions on behalf of foreign interests. They enjoy a privileged, dominant and hegemonic position within society, based largely on economic, political or military support from abroad. Bodenheimer, 1971, page 163. The policies of governments reflect the vested interests of the ruling class in the continuation of dependency. Using government cabinets and other instruments of the state, the bourgeoisie produces a policy of underdevelopment in the economic and political life of the nation and the people of Latin America. Frank, 1972b, page 13. Cardoso provided evidence of how dependency conditions or constrains the choice of development policies of countries located at the periphery, when he analyzed the overthrow of Brazil's populist regime by a military coup in 1964 and its consequences. Groups expressing the interests and modes of organization of international capitalism gained disproportionate influence over policymakers. An ideological as well as economic affinity between the holders of economic power and the anti-populist sectors of the military and technocracy enabled the latter to gain in influence not only in modernizing the administration, but also in the repressive functions of the state. Other sections of the ruling class declined in power, including agrarian, merchant and some industrial interests, the traditional bureaucratic component of the middle class, and career politicians, while organized sections of the working class were successfully marginalized. Changes in the relative power position of different elites and classes were expressed through the accumulation process, requiring that the instruments of pressure and defense available to the popular classes be dismantled so that wage levels could be kept low. This included unions and political organizations through which wage earners had defended their interests during the populist period. In allowing the military to repress the working class, parts of the bourgeoisie lost control of the political process, especially the party system, elections, press freedom, and liberal education. Cardoso, 1973, pages 146-59. Cardoso identified different patterns of dependence as accounting for shifts in the relative power of different classes at this period of Brazil's history. Moving beyond import substitution in an attempt to reduce dependency meant moving away from a stage of development that in Cardoso's view was significantly controlled by the local bourgeoisie. 1973, page 157. The role of international monopolies became comprehensive, including the remaining areas of primary exports, the private manufacturing sector and even public enterprises such as the state oil monopoly Petrobras. The political consequence of this economic realignment was an autocratic, developmentalist, military bureaucratic regime, dependency and economic performance. It is easier to judge the economic analysis underpinning neocolonialism and dependency interpretations of post-colonial history than to evaluate their contributions to an understanding of Third World politics. The main problem for students of Third World politics is that dependency theory does not make a systematic attempt to demonstrate the political consequences of dependency. It was predominantly an explanation of economic relations, leaving political relationships to be derived from them. It has a distinct tendency to see the state as epiphenomenal, that there is nothing to be explained in terms of the state, social classes and movements, politics and ideology other than as derivatives of the economy and without an independent role of their own. The state is merely a consequence of relationships and power structures that lie elsewhere, namely in the economy. Lees, 1977. Page 95, Goulburn, 1979, pages 11-17, Hoogveld, 1982, page 169. Dependency theory could not explain how a number of dependent economies have recorded impressive growth in per capita incomes. Some countries, especially in East Asia, experienced significant industrialization, growth in manufacturing, indigenous investment and technological assimilation. Warren, 1973, 1980. Elsewhere development could be said to require more, not less, foreign capital. Emmanuel, 1974, 1976. Nor has the introduction of capitalism necessarily held countries back economically. For example, in Zambia, Saudi Arabia and Sri Lanka it is the capitalist sectors that have developed, when foreign investment has been used to produce for world capitalist markets. In some African countries, capitalism has accomplished more than dependency theory allows. Lees, 1996, page 121. What has held back development is lack of know-how, enterprise, capital, and pre-capitalist social and political traditions. Nove, 1974. Relations between center and periphery are non-zero-sum games, so economic relations with the metropolitan center may act as an enormously powerful engine of growth in the periphery. Cohen, 1973, page 217. Foreign capital, even with a net outflow, can add to the total of domestic capital by the multiplier effect of investment-generated local payments such as wages, taxes, and purchases of local supplies. Ray, 1973, pages 13-18. Developing countries can also reduce their dependency by using bargaining strength derived from the developed economy's dependence on them. Philip, 1990, page 497. An analysis of data on 30 tropical African countries in the middle and late 1960s found measures of dependency unrelated to economic performance. Variables. In the mid-1960s, African countries with high ratios of exports and imports to GNP and high levels of foreign capital had the best economic records. However, when this research made a distinction between market dependency, a generalized feature of the international capitalist system, and economic power dependency, meaning an economy is conditioned by the decisions of individuals, firms and agencies in metropolitan centers, it found the latter negatively related to economic performance. McGowan, 1976, McGowan and Smith, 1978, pages 192 to 221. The economic significance of independence. The view that formal political independence had not substantially modified the relations of domination and exploitation between the capitalist imperialist powers and the new states of the Third World received a major challenge in the early 1970s by the British Marxist Bill Warren, 1973. 1980, he questioned whether the evidence corroborated the neo-colonial thesis that political independence has meant only marginal changes in the economic ties between ex-colonies and their former masters. Warren, 1980, page 171. Although not denying that imperialism persisted as a system of inequality, domination and exploitation, 1973, page 4, Warren challenged the conclusion that independence had not improved the prospects for economic development, and especially industrialization, in the periphery. The term neocolonialism obscured the role played by the achievement of formal sovereignty and its consequences. His conclusions about the significance of formal constitutional independence for colonial societies and economies are particularly relevant to the central tenet of neocolonialist explanations, that independence was largely a formality and dwarfed in importance by continuing foreign economic domination. In Warren's view, the post-war achievement of independence, together with other socio-political and economic trends, created the conditions for significant industrialization. These trends included international rivalries and competition, the willingness and ability of foreign firms to invest in the Third World, the adoption by some developed countries of more liberal trading policies, and collaboration between imperialist and Third World governments to suppress anti-capitalist movements. Warren argues that since independence, rates of growth and structural economic change, including industrialization, have been significant. In the period studied by Warren, annual growth rates in manufacturing industry were on average higher in the Third World than in the First. Manufacturing grew by about 7% per annum between 1960 and 1968, compared with 6% in advanced capitalist economies. Between 1971 and 1976 the rate of average annual increase was more than twice that for developed capitalist countries. This represented a momentum since 1945 sustained for a longer period than any previously recorded. 1980, pages 241-3. Foreign capital had been attracted by low costs into textile manufacturing, automobile assembly, shipbuilding and chemicals. By 1970 the export of manufactured goods accounted for 25% of the value of Third World exports. Foreign investment had actually been beneficial to local economies. 1980, page 176. Warren specifically addressed the contention that neocolonialism is derived from balance of payments problems and the extraction of surplus capital. He showed that during the later 1960s the balance of payments of the LDCs improved on the whole, in part due to a growth in the volume of exports. In the 1960s and 1970s exports rose more rapidly than imports. He argued that a drain of capital might well be a price worth paying for the creation of productive facilities, especially when it creates or encourages indigenous investment rather than suffocating it. Furthermore, some balance of payments difficulties had been caused by policy errors rather than the conditions ascribed to neocolonialism. 1980, pages 177-8, see also Parfit and Riley, 1989. The import of technology had also constituted a net gain to developing countries. Its assimilation via the industrialization process contributed to The development of indigenous technical capacity. Capabilities for assimilating technology were improving rapidly year by year and were more important than monopolistic foreign control for technological transfer and progress. Warren, 1973, pages 30-1. The importation of technology had led to amazing achievements, and the abandonment of Western technology would be disastrous. Warren cites the case of DDT in Sri Lanka, where a ban on its use contributed to a rapid rise in malaria, previously almost eliminated in the country. 1980, page 180. A number of dependent economies had also produced impressive growth in per capita incomes. The post-war record of the Third World compares favorably with its pre-war performance and with relevant periods of growth. For example, in the 18th and 19th centuries, in the developed market economies, 1980, pages 191-9. This is not to say that there have not been the inevitable inequalities associated with fast growth which had sometimes been politically destabilizing. However, the rapid economic progress since 1945 had not generally been associated with worsening aggregate inequality. Experience has been mixed. The record also shows improvements in welfare between 1963 and 1972 according to indicators for nutrition, health, housing and education. 1980, pages 200-35. Political independence, far from being a sham, was a significant change in the internal politics of former colonies because it provided a focus for the domestic state management of economic processes. The newly independent state became the focal point of economic development. Formal independence gave Third World states institutional control over their domestic economies, the power to establish central banks and parastatals, enforce export and import currency controls, and implement taxation and public spending stem directly from independence and affect far more than industrialization, especially the reinforcement of capitalist social relations of production, commodity production in agriculture, and economic restructuring along lines more suitable to a successful indigenous capitalism. 1973, page 13. The state exercised powers to direct investment and channel external capital, whether from aid, multinationals or foreign countries, and controlled the development of capitalist relations and modes of production. This led to it becoming a significant actor in the national political system and not totally subject to external political forces. Domestic state management of the economy had significantly increased revenues from resource-based industries such as oil, expanded training for indigenous personnel, increased the demand for local inputs, and spread local shareholding and investment in manufacturing enterprises. All have been strengthened and their advance accelerated by deliberate policy. 1980, pages 172-4. Warren recognized that for poor countries there are many problems that are part of the imperialist legacy, such as stagnation in agricultural production, excessive urbanization, unemployment, and even premature socialism, before capitalist development had been completed. But the relationship between new states and their former colonial powers is basically non-antagonistic and represented for Warren no more than the normal rivalries between competing national capitalist economies. There had not only been considerable progress in Third World industrialization and economic development, it had been independent development. The expansion of manufacturing had been based on the home market. The industrial sector had become increasingly diversified. Direct foreign investment had been less significant than the pessimists had claimed. Local subsidiaries and branches of multinationals were largely funded from local sources and reinvested earnings. The idea of neocolonialism, that the formal political independence of almost all the former colonies has not significantly modified the previous domination and exploitation of the great majority of humanity in Asia, Africa, and Latin America by the advanced capitalist world, is highly misleading and affords an assessment of post-war world capitalism that omits most new developments. 1980, pages 184-5. What the concept of neocolonialism had achieved, in Warren's view, was to indicate that newly independent governments could not immediately exert their bargaining power, because of skills shortages and delays in establishing effective state institutions and representation on international bodies. It had also provided ideological support for, and international acceptance of, Third World bourgeois nationalism, a fundamental ideological condition for the creation of modern nation-states out of states previously characterized by feudal particularism, religious and communal division, and all varieties of patriarchal backwardness, 1980, page 185, c. Also Twitchett, 1965, page 319. Warren's optimism at the progressive, in Marxist terms, nature of Third World development did not go unchallenged. The reply of Warren's critics to his claim that there had been a rapid expansion of manufactured exports was that in the late 1970s 81% of Third World exports were still in the form of raw materials, foodstuffs and fuels, whereas 82% of the imports into Third World countries from developed countries were manufactured goods, indicating that Third World economies still exhibited the neo-colonial distortion. Petras, 1981, pages 118-24. In all regions of the developing world, with the exception of the oil-rich Middle East, the trade gap was increasing. Growing foreign reserves merely indicated increasing foreign debt or an incapacity to absorb capital. Debt problems resulting from declining prices of export commodities had led to austerity programs, credit freezes, devaluations, bankruptcies, reduced living standards and political repression. The burden of debt had reached crisis proportions, and it was precisely the most industrially advanced regions of the Third World that were having the greatest difficulty in repaying loans. Warren was also accused of exaggerating the benefits of foreign investment. Emanuel argued that foreign capital continued to displace profitable growth industries in developing countries because of its own monopolistic and dynamic superiority. The loss to the Third World economies resulting from the raw materials acquired by foreign investors was several times greater than the short-term gains provided by foreign investment in them. Emanuel supported Warren in his view of capital as neutral as regards its source, the use to which it is put being more significant, but he claimed that the net inflow was derisory compared with what was needed. The mere arrival of foreign capital in a country does not block anything. It enslaves or develops the country just as much as any other capital, neither more nor less. Consequently, if it should happen that capital from New York were to flow into Calcutta as it flows into San Francisco, we should have no reason to suppose that Calcutta would not one day be, for better or worse, the equal of San Francisco. Unfortunately, and this is where Bill Warren's mistake begins, A. Capital has never flowed into Calcutta. B. Under present conditions it seems improbable, if not impossible, that it will flow into Calcutta in the future. Indeed, C. Calcutta is not underdeveloped because it has been invaded by foreign capital but, on the contrary, because it has been starved of this capital. Emanuel, 1974. Page 75, 1976, pages 762-3. Other critics, notably McMichael et al., 1974, accused Warren of exaggerating the significance of popular pressures released by independence and of omitting any analysis of the social forces exerting pressures on government or the linkages between ruling groups and external interests. Capital is mobilized, bargaining takes place, pressures are exerted, nationalization of sorts takes place by something described as the underdeveloped countries, page 93. The range of experiences of different class-based regimes was not assessed by Warren. Independence has not itself achieved development, it has only made possible the release of forces which in some countries have produced industrial advance. Some of the Third World countries that have made the greatest advances in Warren's terms have been least independent from foreign controls, Brazil, Indonesia and Zaire, for example, and have experienced extreme repression rather than popular pressures as the conditions under which such advances have occurred. Warren was thought to have paid insufficient attention to the intensive political and economic integration of the international capitalist economy. During the period studied, he failed to distinguish the period of popular mobilization, leading to national independence, from the post-independent demobilization of such forces to enable dependent industrialization to take place in countries such as India, Algeria, Indonesia, Nigeria and Kenya. Non-popular, pro-imperialist regimes, often resting on alliances between the military and propertied classes, have been the prerequisite of industrial growth. McMichael et al., 1974, page 94. The countries with the highest rates of industrialization not only have the highest concentrations of foreign capital, they also have the highest rates of exploitation of labor, and the lowest rates of working-class mobilization. They are in effect police states. Warren also assumed rather than proved that multinationals and foreign capital brought benefits, and that third world governments acquired leverage or national control over their operations. Sutcliffe had shown that, while there had been rapid industrial growth in some LDCs in the early 1960s, this had not been matched by growth in employment or change in the type of goods available. Industries used foreign capital and techniques to produce the goods that used to be imported, reinforcing the pattern of income distribution and therefore the social structure. Sutcliffe, 1972, pages 185-6. Other criticisms were that Warren ignored internal colonialism between regions of third world countries, equated development with industrialization, and exaggerated growth rates by the misuse of statistics. If economic growth rates are calculated per capita rather than nationally, they dwindle into insignificance and do not compare favorably with advanced capitalist countries because capital-intensive industrialization has not absorbed the labor available. More and more the developing countries show a structural distortion, providing highly rewarding employment for a small minority, and a very large amount of barely productive poverty line employment, or no employment, for the masses. Hoogveld, 1978, page 81. It has also been shown that an increasing share of manufacturing in total production merely reflects declining production in the agriculture sector. Averaging the export record of the Third World concealed the fact that over half of it was accounted for by 5 countries. Any averaging of the developing countries conceals wide variations, including countries with very large populations and very poor records of industrial performance which are disguised by the impressive performance of some very small countries. As far as the politics of neo-colonialism are concerned, the main issue dividing Warren from his critics is the consequences of capitalist industrialization and growth for different classes within third world societies. Warren's critics were anxious to establish that development usually meant the political repression and economic exploitation of workers and peasants. As we have seen, Warren did not deny this. As a Marxist he was hardly likely to. His conviction, however, was that growth and development were based on increasingly autonomous, nationalistic, political leadership and that this produced conditions for the development of capitalism significantly different from those preceding formal independence. Capitalist forces might have been exploitative, must have been, in fact, but at least they were national. It is this point that raised the most serious objections from Warren's critics, rather than the quality of the regimes that served those interests best. Warren's argument was that national classes and their political representatives acted autonomously toward subordinate classes and foreign interests. The importance of Warren's conclusion about national independence and the power of the new national bourgeoisies for Marxists was that it identified the fundamental division as between classes, not nations. Brewer, 1980, pages 293-4. His critics maintained that these classes and their regimes continued to be the instruments of foreign capital, and that as a consequence, the economic record was not as good as Warren made it out to be, let alone the political and social record for those whom capitalism exploits. The political significance of independence. Politically, independence and formal sovereignty produced states which were significant actors in national political systems and the focal points of economic development. Third world states, and the elites which controlled them, often successfully negotiated with foreign investors over profit levels, wages, rents, pricing policies, volumes of output, transportation needs, sources of supply, taxes on multinationals, export policies and other interventions in the domestic economy. Third World states had shown themselves capable of taking controlling action against foreign firms located in their territories, such as nationalization, the acquisition of majority shareholdings, joint ventures, and service contracts. Independence provided opportunities for the national bourgeoisie, liberal reformers, democratic socialists, communists or military populists to alter relationships with rich countries. Independent governments could enter into alliances and trade agreements that were not open to them before, strengthening their bargaining positions in international economic relations. Cohen, B. J. 1973, page 221. The bargaining power of newly independent countries was further increased by collective organizations such as OPEC and the Andean Pact. Some newly industrialized countries, NICs, show how significant the state can be in autonomous national economic development and how significant the national bourgeoisie can be in using that state apparatus in order to promote high rates of growth along capitalist lines. The NICs have been classified among the most dirigiste regimes with state intervention at all levels in support of private capital. They are among the most planned and, some would say, corporatist economies. In supporting private capital, the state has interfered with the free operation of market forces by the suppression of organized labor, the lowering of wages, and the weakening of political opposition to government policies. Foreign investment has been welcomed. Protected enclaves have been provided, such as free trade zones, for high-growth activities in which enterprises qualify for tax relief and enjoy a docile labor force, and where import tariffs and export licenses are easily available. All this has been provided on behalf of what appears to be a dominant property-owning class. There is not much sign of the disarticulation to which the dependency theorists attached so much importance. So the NICs require us to think again about the dependency framework. Their recent histories strongly suggest that not everything is determined by the international division of labor, and that political leaders can exploit, within limits, commercial links, to diversify trade, domestic assets, or even liabilities, such as debt, and a range of external sources of aid and loans. Sears, 1981. Independence also encouraged the development of social movements, which gave added momentum to economic development. New ruling groups, often petty bourgeois in nature, could mobilize themselves. The absence of a fully formed national bourgeoisie has been compensated for by a state apparatus which has assumed the role of a bourgeois ruling class. So Third World societies had acquired their own indigenous ruling class. Not in the form of a private property-owning bourgeoisie but in the form of a public property-directing state apparatus, particularly the bureaucracy. Conditions increasingly existed for the formation of a national bourgeoisie, and therefore the forms of control, management and politics that such a class requires. The state became a focal point of political pressure of an urban petit bourgeoisie demanding higher standards of living and consumption, all of which encouraged manufacturing and industrialization. In Kenya, for example, a class of agrarian capitalists was able to use its strong representation in the state apparatus to increase the rate of indigenous capital accumulation through policies on trade licensing, monopolies, state finance capital, private credit and state capitalist enterprise. Lees, 1978. Independence also stimulated popular, diffuse indigenous pressures for higher living standards, a major internal influence sustaining industrialization policies. Warren, 1973, page 11. Politics and dependency. Empirical tests of dependency theory have produced conflicting results. As regards political consequences, analysis of cross-sectional aggregate, socio-economic and political variables for 20 Latin American states in the 1960s found the greater the dependency, the higher the level of political participation, the better the government's democratic performance and the less military intervention is likely, though the greater the level of civil strife. But a study of Africa in the 1960s found that dependence and inequality were related, in line with hypotheses derived from dependency theory. McGowan, 1976, Vengroff, 1977, McGowan and Smith, 1978, pages 192 to 221. However, the difficulty with this type of test lies in the operationalization of concepts. The serious limitations of aggregate data techniques are shown by some of the indicators used to measure aspects of a dependent economy and society, the level of unionization and voting turnout as measures of class structure, for example, Kaufman et al., 1974. Political analysis was not helped by the association of capitalism with relations of exchange. It is generally thought that capitalism exists more in terms of the relations of production, private property, free wage labor, and freedom of contract, Lack-Lau, 1971, Taylor, 1979. These features were absent in many of the societies on the periphery. It was possible for the goods that were traded and exchanged to be produced under pre-capitalist relations of production. Social relations of production underpinning structures of political authority need not necessarily be capitalist at all for a rich country to be interested in what is produced. Just because the commodities emerging from a Latin American hacienda find their way into other parts of the international economy does not mean that they were produced through capitalist relations of production. Economic relations may be highly feudalistic involving peasant production on tenancies closely controlled by landlords, a control that extends far beyond what is bought by the payment of a wage. Neocolonialism often sustained the production of goods through feudalistic tenancies, bonded labor, controls over the movement of the population, and other non-capitalist controls exercised at the point of production. The penetration of foreign capital should not be confused with the installation of capitalist relations of production or indeed the political forms of the capitalist state. Brewer, 1980, pages 160-72. In addition to having a disarticulated economy and a fragmented bourgeoisie, many Third World societies had the remnants of pre-capitalist political authority, particularly in the rural areas. Landed oligarchies dominated the local peasantries in ways that are inconsistent with capitalist forms of political authority, political equality, and the political freedoms that are the necessary corollary of economic freedom are incompatible with the power of such landed oligarchies. Feudalism was not the myth that some assumed it to be, and the remnants of feudalism were among those factors that made it difficult for democratic government to survive. Dependency and class. A particular weakness of dependency theory is the overgeneralized treatment of social classes. The absence of a sound analysis of the class content of the metropolitan satellite chain means that the qualities of the different social relations within it are left unspecified. The analysis of class in dependency theory is insufficiently dynamic. Dependency theorists did not examine changes in class relationships within the periphery which could influence relationships with external interests. Petrus claims that shifts in peripheral economic activity and relations with the metropolis are in many cases products of rising new class forces taking power, as when metropolitan interests were displaced from the agro-mineral sector by national social forces such as peasant and industrial labor movements or the petty bourgeoisie. Petrus, 1975, page 305. However, this line of criticism may understate the importance of the transition from dependence on primary products to dependence on multinational corporate investment. Lees claims that Kenya is an example of the emergence of an independent, indigenous, capital-accumulating bourgeoisie under conditions where, according to dependency theory, it could not. He argues against assuming a priori that an independent local capitalist class cannot develop, and in favor of analyzing the factors that stimulate or inhibit its development. Among the former are the scope for rural capitalism, the significance of the informal sector, and global capitalism. Among the latter are ethnic conflict, state administrative capacity and parasitic political leadership. Lees, 1996. CHS 7 and 8. Dependency Theory's Revolutionary Socialist Solution to the Problem of Dependence does not carry conviction in the absence of a structural analysis that demonstrates there are classes or movements on which a revolution could be based. There is very little analysis of oppression, exploitation, or class-based organizations. The failure to explain underdevelopment by reference to the interplay of political, social and economic forces exposes dependency theory to the charge that it is ahistorical, Lees, 1977, pages 98-9. The weakness of the class analysis springs in part from a conflation of spatial entities and social classes. Relations between classes, such as landlords and peasants, are presented as comparable to relations between geographical tiers. In the metropolitan satellite hierarchy, relations of exploitation among classes are identified with transfers of value between spatial regions. The implication is that an exploiting class at one stage in the center-periphery hierarchy is exploited by the class at the next higher stage. Such an assumption provides no basis for an analysis of the political behavior of different socio-economic groups. Roxborough, 1976, pages 121-6. Brewer also attacks the equation of a geographical hierarchy with a hierarchy of exploitation as superficial when the real relation of exploitation is a direct wage relations between the workers and the corporation as a unit of capital. Brewer, 1980, page 173. Dependency theory leaves much work still to be done on the problem of societies that are supposedly capitalist finding it so difficult to sustain the institutions and forms of state that we associate with the development of capitalism. However, the concept of disarticulation takes us a bit further than saying that if the propertied classes do not like what is happening under parliamentary government, they do not hesitate to support military intervention, or that there is a contradiction between the material inequalities of capitalism and the political equality of democracy. That contradiction is an inadequate explanation in many third world countries where there is no fully developed working class. Levels of generality. Dependency theory operates at too high a level of generality and conceptual imprecision for it to be refutable at the macro level or applicable at the micro level. Higgett, 1983, Lees, 1996, pages 48-51. It is too static and unhistorical to explain successfully the distinctive elements of economic and political development in backward countries, and the mechanisms of social reproduction, modes of social transformation, and modes of politics. Operating at such a high level of generality makes it difficult to focus on the specifics of a particular country at a particular moment in history and how important they have been to development prospects. Philip, 1990, page 490. Past politics and policy instruments in particular receive only cursory treatment. O'Brien, 1975, page 23. The size of a developing country's population, its ethnic or linguistic composition, its degree of self-sufficiency in natural resources, particularly energy, its physical location in relation to countries better endowed. In terms of population, technology or military threats, such factors make a great deal of difference to the prospects for development but tend to be overlooked by dependency theory. They cannot be described merely as features of world capitalism or the chain or hierarchy of metropolitan periphery relationships. As factors affecting the room for maneuver which governments have, they would not disappear if the international capitalist system did not exist. So, any explanation which overlooks such details must be deficient. Sears, 1981. The function of the state in third world societies cannot be reduced to external, international economic influences. Legacies of authoritarian government, ideologies of corporatism and populist nationalism, patterns of patron-client relations, the aggregation of local interests, the internal evolution of social and political forces, all produce variable styles of state action that are not wholly externally induced. Long, 1977, page 91, Smith, T., 1979. Hence the importance of considering the evidence supporting different theories of the Third World State, in Chapter 5. Hierarchy. Dependency theory has also been criticized for restricting the idea of a hierarchy of domination or influence to relations between rich and poor countries. Critics have denied that there are qualitative as well as quantitative differences between rich and poor countries which make their dependency distinctive in international terms. Dominance, dependence, influence and the interpenetration and internationalization of capital apply just as much at the core or center of the world capitalist system as at the periphery. K. 1975, page 104, Lal, 1975, Bernstein, 1979. Brewer refers to interdependence and dominance, because dependence implies that some countries are economically independent, which is not true. Brewer, 1980, page 178. Dependency theory's argument is that in the core economy's cultural, legal and political institutions are the product of indigenous development in the way that they are not in peripheral and particularly ex-colonial societies. Here institutions have developed from those originally imposed from outside. The class structure of dependent societies is also more a reflection of external economic interests than of the distribution of material resources and interests within the country. Laraine, 1989, page 180. What is significant in Third World dependency is the representation in some general sense of external foreign interests rather than a class structure, and political configurations representing it, which are purely contained within the borders of that country. But does this provide a firm analytic base for distinguishing dependent from non-dependent politics? Class relations in poor countries, where the rich benefit from mutual interests with the rich in rich countries, seem comparable to class relations in developed countries. So perhaps all societies are in the pyramid of social, political and economic dominance, with the apex occupied by the most powerful capitalist country and the bottom by the poorest countries. It is difficult to find some special dividing line horizontally which separates dependent from independent economies and societies. This debate has yet to be resolved. Conclusion. The critique of neo-colonialist explanations and dependency theory can be summarized as a doubt that dependence can be causally related to underdevelopment. Dependence is either so general that it fails to have any explanatory value in the context of poor societies, or it arbitrarily selects certain features of international capitalism to produce a definition of dependence. Those features similarly do not allow the important distinctions between rich and poor, developed and underdeveloped, independent and dependent to be made in the way that dependency theory wants to. Nevertheless, dependency theory served an important function in the analysis of development, especially in Latin America. Laraine, 1989, pages 193 to 200. Its emphasis on the weak and relatively dependent position of the less advanced economies of the world was timely and a necessary corrective of much development theorizing at the time, especially ideas about unilinear economic development and dual economies. Luton, 1976. It called attention to the ideological implications of pluralistic and structural, functional development theorizing, challenging the conventional wisdom that economic development in Latin America is inevitably consistent with U.S. interests. Ray, 1973, page 6. Its militant critique of a highly ideological developmentalism that ignored social classes and treated the state as an instrument of popular will or the public interest, showed that underdevelopment was not a primal or original condition. Dependency theory stimulated the empirical study of institutional and structural mechanisms of underdevelopment such as multinationals, fiscal policies, capital expenditures and aid programs. Lees, 1977, page 93. It showed that capital does not necessarily break down non-capitalist modes of production, but can bolster archaic political and economic forms through alliances with pre-capitalist social forces. K. 1975, page 104. Third World trends in the 1970s underlined the importance of understanding the limitations imposed by the international context, while at the same time revealing some of the gross oversimplifications that formed part of development theory's conclusion. The two concerns at the core of dependency theory, the limits on capitalist development at the periphery, and the relative importance of external and internal variables in determining those limits, are of lasting significance. The core propositions of dependency theory are now part of the conventional wisdom. Philip, 1990, page 491. Despite its weaknesses, dependency theory created a major opportunity for the effects of integration in an international system to be analyzed, including those newly industrializing countries such as South Korea which might be thought to undermine the dependency thesis. Bienfeld, 1980, pages 5 to 10. Godfrey, 1980, pages 1 to 4. Chapter 5. The State in the Third World. Introduction. The different attempts to explain the nature of Third World politics in terms of encounters with richer countries that have been examined in earlier chapters made reference to the form of the state and a configuration of political interests sometimes articulated by the state and sometimes suppressed by it. If the state is focused on more closely, there are contrasting theoretical perspectives to assist understanding of the nature of the state in the Third World. The nature of the state, the institutions through which legitimate power, political authority, is exercised and enforced, is central to the study of politics in any country. Third world conditions produce additional reasons why the analysis of the state is necessary for an understanding of politics in developing countries. First, there is the legacy of colonialism, which social scientists of very different ideological points of departure have recognized to be a formative influence on the contemporary state in developing countries. The key question posed here is whether the post-colonial state can develop the attributes of a pluralist political system or a distinctive relationship to new class formations. The next two sections of this chapter present these contrasting interpretations of the state in post-colonial society. Secondly, there is a controversy between the proponents of society-centered and state-centered approaches to the state, the former presenting the state as an arena for the resolution of conflicts between private interests, the latter regarding the state as an independent force with its own policy agenda. Nordlinger, 1987. The conviction that the state must be brought back in to politics will be assessed in this chapter, together with the claim that in so doing the socio-economic context of politics is in danger of neglect. Thirdly, there is a controversy about whether the forces of globalization have rendered the state obsolete or at least transformed state power. This forms the latest stage in a long debate about whether states in the Third World are capable of governing, why some have been so much more successful than others in bringing about development, and why seemingly strong state structures frequently fail to implement policies and programs. Migdal, 1987. Fourthly, Third World states have generally presented a picture of acute political instability, with frequent violations of the rules of the political game in the replacement of governments, the transformation of regimes and the behavior of individual actors, whether they be corrupt public officials or unconstitutional political movements. Theoretical explanations of political instability in the Third World deserve and must await a separate chapter. The pluralist political system. We have seen that political developmentalists preferred the language of the political system to that of the state, encouraging us to think of the institutions and processes at the center of government in politically neutral terms. We are presented with an image of what other political theorists refer to as the state, which is central to a pluralistic interpretation of politics. Following the ideas of the German sociologist Max Weber, many schools of social science, including the functionalist, have seen the state or the political system as a set of social relationships for converting, through the use of legitimate physical compulsion, demands and supports into outputs, decisions, statutes, laws, regulations, investments and so on. Almond, 1960, 1965, page 193, Almond and Powell, 1966, ch. 2. The Authoritative Structures of Government, Pye, 1965. Pages 7 to 8, are a neutral set of arrangements consisting of political institutions and recognized procedures for interpreting political demands, resolving political conflicts and converting them into outputs that satisfy those demands. From this perspective, the state is perceived as an arena in which conflicting interests compete for scarce resources. It is a means of managing competition, so that the state is recognized as a legitimate way to settle such disputes. The pluralist view of the political system sees its governmental functions as neutral in relation to the interests of different groups in society. It may be likened to an umpire, administering impartially the rules of the game without bias in favor of any particular player. The pluralist view of the state sees modern society as divided into competing elements which nevertheless find a kind of equilibrium. None is persistently more dominant than any other. None gets its way to the exclusion of others to a disproportionate extent. In this respect, pluralists are building upon traditional ideas of liberal democracy and the role of the state, though rather than focus on the individual as the unit of analysis they are focusing on groups. They see society as consisting not of atomized individuals, the egotistical rational person seeking their own interests in a society which the state has a duty to preserve, but of groups and associations. Only by cooperating with similarly placed and like-minded people can individual interests be protected. Complex modern societies produce such associations for the articulation of political interests. Pluralism is a key attribute of modern society for functionalists. Coleman, 1968, page 535. Pluralists believe there will be an equilibrium in terms of the power of different groups, partly because of cross-cutting loyalties. No group will have an interest in pushing its demands excessively to the exclusion of other groups in society, because individuals are members of a multiplicity of groups and associations. As producers, our demands for higher incomes from wages will not be pushed to an excessive degree, because we are also consumers who have to pay the price of those increased costs of production. Attachments and loyalties cut across other groups as well. There is not only a balance of competing forces, but there is also multiple membership of different and sometimes overlapping groups. This serves to reduce the extremism of the demands of interest groups. In the context of poor and developing societies, the pluralist view of the state assumes that as pre-capitalist social structures and economic arrangements are replaced by capitalism and industrialization, so the authoritarian political institutions associated with the pre-capitalist era, especially feudalism, will also be swept aside. They will be replaced by the institutions of the liberal democratic state, perhaps in the form of a parliamentary democracy in which interests are protected by freely formed associations, freely competing electoral alliances, and freely articulated ideas about public policy preserved and protected by civil and political rights such as freedom of speech and association, universal suffrage and freedom of the press. Carnoy, 1984. Such an approach to the state is also likely to see a sharp distinction between society and polity. It does not reveal how much state intervention there will be. Those on the extreme right of the liberal democratic spectrum of ideas will reduce the role of the state to the minimum. Those at the social democratic end will allow a considerable role for the state, but the extent of intervention will be an outcome of the interaction between competing groups. It will be the result of the success that some groups have in protecting their interests via publicly funded state interventions as opposed to the success that other groups have in protecting their interests by maintaining levels of state activity, public expenditure and taxation at a minimum, thereby maximizing the level of private incomes. But even though there might be considerable state intervention, even including elements of public ownership, polity and economy are seen as separate and independent spheres of social action. Another feature of the pluralist state is to play down the significance of class divisions in society. Liberal democratic and pluralist assumptions about society are that it may be disaggregated along occupational, gender, ethnic, or religious lines, but not into classes. Class may be used as a summation of some of those other more significant factors indicating occupation, income, and lifestyle, but class is not seen as an identity around which people form alliances in order to compete for scarce resources politically. If a concentration of power is found, as in some undeveloped political systems, it is assigned to particular groups or elites, such as the executive and bureaucracy. In a tutelary democracy, the military; in a modernizing oligarchy, or a dynasty; in a traditional oligarchy. Almond, 1960. But a notion of class that involves mutual antagonism and irreconcilable economic and political interests is rejected. So there is no sense in the pluralist model of the state of diametrically opposed interests, one gaining only if another suffers. This view of the state, though not particularly well articulated, was adopted by some of the imperial powers in their attempts, often hesitant, partial and delayed, to prepare colonies for independence. These were the assumptions of the constitution builders when independence seemed inevitable and even desirable. They were also the assumptions of many within colonial society who collaborated with the processes of constitutional design. The leaders of some nationalist movements had similar views about the nature of the state. Many had, after all, been educated in the prisons and universities of the British Empire. Where they departed from it was less in the direction of Marxism than in the direction of some indigenous modification such as African socialism or the traditions of Indian village communities. Nationalist leaders such as Nyerere and Gandhi hearkened back to what they regarded as a golden era preceding European intervention, and while not being so romantic as to think that the clock could be turned back, nevertheless advocating that there were values which had been lost, and which could be retrieved to the advantage of a society that would henceforth be developing according to its own prescription. Class and the post-colonial state. The pluralist view of the state has been challenged by approaches which focused on the state as a potentially autonomous and dominant actor in the political process. A need was seen to bring the state back into political analysis. This was not only a reaction against modernization theory which replaced the state by a concept of the political system in which governments mechanically converted demands into policy outputs. There was also dissatisfaction with economistic interpretations of the state as epiphenomenon, giving economic and property relations such a determining significance that other institutions, political, legal, cultural and ideological, become merely a reflection of them. Such economic reductionism was found in dependency theory, with its implication that the dominant class in a peripheral society could only play a comprador role. Marxism has provided a useful analytical framework for the analysis of the Third World State. However, if we turn to Marxism for a view of the state, we find not one but four or five: Jessup, 1977, Zeman and Lanzendorfer, 1977. There is the idea of the state as a kind of parasite, particularly through a privileged, bureaucratic caste. The state extracts resources from society not for purposes of social reproduction, but to sustain an elite. There is the idea of the state as epiphenomenon, when economic and property relations are given such a determining significance that other institutions, political, legal, cultural and ideological, are merely a reflection of them and entirely explained by their dependence on prevailing economic relations. There is the idea of the state as an instrument of class domination, an executive committee for managing the affairs of the whole bourgeoisie. This comes close to being a view of the state as a neutral instrument which can be controlled equally effectively by any class which achieves a position of economic dominance. The state is not pluralistic in the sense of being a neutral arbiter, but is a set of institutions existing independently of social forces and which at different stages in history will be controlled in the interest of a dominant economic class, whether it be the landed aristocracy in a feudal economy or the industrial bourgeoisie of early capitalism. Then there is the notion of the state as a factor of cohesion, where the state is involved in regulating struggles between antagonistic classes and using both repression and concession to moderate and manage those conflicts while sustaining the economic and political dominance of the most powerful economic class and preserving the social relationships which a capitalist economy requires. That is very close to yet another view of the state found in Marxism, and here we come to one that has had the greatest impact on the study of political change in the Third World, which is the Bonapartist. The idea of the state being a factor of cohesion, managing and manipulating class struggles, without fundamentally damaging the economic system that preserves the dominance of a particular economic class, is close to the idea of the state as something that can stand aloof from the immediate interests of even the dominant economic class in society for a longer-term aim, that of moderating class conflict and preserving the social and economic system. This formulation is derived from Marx's analysis of French history between 1848 and 1852, when the nephew of Napoleon Bonaparte staged a coup d'état and overthrew republican parliamentary government. Marx's interpretation of that episode was that different factions of the bourgeoisie were in conflict with each other to such an extent that they were, particularly in The context of republicanism and political liberty, making it possible for the working class to win power through parliamentary institutions. The coup d'état was to save capitalism from itself, from its own destructive factionalism and from the contradiction between a capitalist economic system and a democratic polity. Capitalism was founded on the exploitation of man by man, whereas the democratic polity was founded on the principle of political equality, implying that the majority rule. In early capitalist society the majority would want to redistribute wealth in their own favor, inevitably harming the interests of capital. Bonapartism is a model of the state that is not merely the product of a dominant class and an instrument to be wielded by whichever socio-economic group is dominant. It is not simply an executive committee of the bourgeoisie. The state is, rather, almost autonomous and able to free itself to a degree from civil society, not to manage it neutrally in the interests of all sections, but in the long-term interests of a bourgeois class against the irreconcilable interests of other classes. This interpretation seemed to some social scientists examining the post-colonial state to be enormously perceptive and resonant. Post-colonial society equally appeared to have a number of competing bourgeois factions, whose conflicts needed to be managed in the long-term interest of capitalist growth and the social institutions upon which such development depended, in particular private property and the right of accumulation. A paper published by the Pakistani sociologist Hamza Alavi in 1972 applied this model of the state to a particular episode in the history of Pakistan which contained its first excursion into military government. See also Alavi, 1990. It seemed to Alavi that Pakistan had experienced a form of Bonapartism which, though very different in its social origins to the Bonapartism of mid-19th century France, nevertheless had some parallels in terms of class and state structure. Alavi conducted an analysis of what appeared to him to be a military bureaucratic oligarchy by reference to class interests rather than in the terms that prevailed in other parts of the social sciences where the military and bureaucracy were seen as modernizing elites and where it was not found surprising or even disturbing that they enjoyed the most power. They represented the skills and values that developing countries required if they were to move down the path to modernity. Some of the functionalists had written about the modernizing role of this part of the state apparatus. F. W. Riggs, a leading American political scientist, had also pointed to the colonial inheritance of a powerful bureaucracy, more powerful than other political institutions, bequeathed at independence. Riggs, 1963. There are parallels between functionalism and Marxism in some of their references to the power of the bureaucracy after independence and to the colonial legacy. For both schools of thought, colonialism meant the overdevelopment of the bureaucracy relative to other political institutions. The relationship between class and state in post-colonial society gave the state relative autonomy from class control. Relative autonomy refers to the controversy within Marxism about whether the state can free itself from class control in order to manage and control class conflict. It is a difficult concept to use without ambiguity. Moore, 1980, Wood, 1980. Alavi argued that the state in Pakistan in the 1950s was not merely a set of institutions controlled by a dominant class. Its autonomy was not complete because it was not totally neutral or independent of all class forces. The state was neither autonomous in the pluralist sense, nor was it the prisoner of a single, dominant class. To support the idea of the state as relatively autonomous, there has to be an accompanying analysis of class. The specific circumstances of the propertied classes in Pakistan meant that three could be identified: a national bourgeoisie whose interests centered on the ownership and control of industrial capital, an indigenous landed class dominant in the agricultural sector and consisting of a relatively small number of wealthy and powerful rural families owning large tracts of cultivatable land, and a metropolitan bourgeoisie. While the significance of a national bourgeoisie can be readily appreciated because they are actively present in the economy and polity, the metropolitan bourgeoisie is much less visible or tangible. The interests of these three propertied classes were found to be competing but not contradictory. This is why instead of a more orthodox Marxist analysis which would interpret the state as directed by a single class. Alavi chose a formulation which reflected the more complex pattern of propertied classes found in Pakistan at that time. This involved in particular a significant presence of external capital whose base was outside Pakistan in one of the great metropolitan centers of the world economy. These classes were in conflict, competing with each other for the resources which were under the control of the state. The landed aristocracy was important because socio-economic structures had not been completely transformed under colonialism into a capitalist society. It was in transition, with surviving feudalistic relations in the rural areas reflected in the relationships between landlords and tenants. Agriculture was based on a mode of production which was far from capitalistic and which retained many elements of a pre-capitalist society and economy, particularly in the control of rural tenants and labor. The landed classes were keen to retain their control over the agricultural sector, not because they wanted to transfer their surplus into industrial investment or even into a more capitalistic way of farming. Rather, they wanted to retain their pre-capitalist, feudalistic privileges and powers over the local population. The interests of this class were not identical to those of the other two propertied classes. There was tension between a landed class and a bourgeoisie that wanted industrialization to achieve higher levels of productivity and more surplus for indigenous investment, low wages supported by cheap food for the cities, and cheap raw materials for industrial processing. The metropolitan bourgeoisie was interested in investments that would not be of equal benefit to the national bourgeoisie. American aid was found to have forced policies on the government of Pakistan which were to the detriment of domestic interests but in favor of American investors. Corruption was another method by which the metropolitan bourgeoisie promoted its interests. The metropolitan bourgeoisie was in competition for control over different levels of the economy, the kinds of investment to be included in development plans, and the partnerships between indigenous and foreign capital that would be authorized by the state. At times the state seemed to act on behalf of international capital, representing it locally. Sometimes it would defend the interest of indigenous interests against foreign capital by setting up protectionist tariffs against the importing of finished manufactured goods. Though the national bourgeoisie was in a subordinate, client status to the metropolitan bourgeoisie, their collaboration did not imply an identity of interest, hence the need for the state to play a mediatory role. The state essentially performed a function of mediation between conflicting propertied classes. Their interests were not contradictory since they all had in common one essential value, the preservation of private property in the social relations of production, but they had clearly competing interests. A particular kind of state was most appropriate for this mediating role, one that could free itself to a degree from the direct control of a faction of the bourgeoisie. Such a state needed a bureaucratic military oligarchy, a regime that would be sufficiently removed from the immediate interests of any one of those three classes to be able to exercise independent power and manage conflict provided it did not challenge their common interest in private ownership of the means of production. So whereas the national bourgeoisie in a developed capitalist society, or the metropolitan bourgeoisie in a colony, could establish their dominance, this was not possible in post-colonial conditions where none of the three propertied classes exclusively dominates the state apparatus or subordinates the other two. This specific historical situation confers on the bureaucratic military oligarchy, in a post-colonial society, a relatively autonomous role. Alavi, 1972. This model of state autonomy was inspired by a particular country at a particular period in its history. It did not always fit the post-colonial situation in other countries. Imperialism and the penetration of foreign capital had been less intrusive in some regions than in South Asia. The internal social structure was consequently very different at the time of independence. In Tanzania, for example, the ethnic composition of the society was relatively untouched by European intervention. It consisted of a large number of small groups with no pattern of interethnic dominance. One group in the region of Mount Kilimanjaro, the Chaga, had benefited from the introduction of cash crops. A class of relatively rich peasant cultivators developed, but not a class of large landowners receiving part of their wealth in rents. Some of the richer peasant producers became petty capitalists investing in other activities such as local trade, but the extent to which this constituted any kind of new socio-economic class was very limited. The relations of production within the different societies that made up Tanzania were communal, based on settlements consisting of kin groups, and lacking landlords or employers of landless labor. The relationships between producers were those of kinship and ethnicity. Population density was relatively low. Land was readily available. Some societies, notably the Maasai, were pastoralist. By the time of independence, a class structure, brought about by the combination of indigenous economy and foreign intervention, hardly existed. Rural people produced goods on the basis of small-scale communities with land held in common. Land could not be alienated and accumulated. Rights to occupancy and cultivation alone attached to individuals and families. There was a relatively small basis for a landed oligarchy or an industrial or commercial middle class, the last being mainly Asian in origin. An embryonic working class was also beginning to emerge at the time of independence. Based on textiles, motor transport and tobacco processing, the most powerful African class in the process of formation was what some analysts referred to as a petty bourgeoisie of teachers, civil servants, prosperous traders, and farmers. The East African colonial state had subordinated pre-capitalist, though non-feudal, social formations to the needs of colonial capitalism. This pre-capitalist agriculture had moved towards commercialization without quasi-feudal stopovers, and the indigenous bourgeoisie was confined to mainly Asian traders. Shivji, 1973-1976. Saul, 1974. Society further differed from India in that there had not been extensive exposure to Western culture and education. There were, for example, few African graduates or professionals. By the early 1960s, all that had happened in terms of westernization was some incorporation of educated Africans into the lower levels of the public service and related profession, such as teaching. Thus class conditions in Tanzania differed considerably from those in Pakistan. It is correspondingly more difficult to think of the state as having to mediate between well-articulated class interests, including those owning capital and those with only their own labor, as well as divisions within the capital-owning classes, including capital located outside the country. The metropolitan bourgeoisie, most notably represented by multinational corporations, was much more powerful than indigenous classes. However, the post-colonial East African state had not become international capitals. Executive Committee. It retained a measure of autonomy because of its role in the production process and strategic position within the economy. The growing level of state intervention in the economy, with the state as the country's major employer and the main vehicle for social mobility for those able to obtain educational qualifications, again appeared to parallel the Pakistan situation. The state was a means to economic power, rather than an instrument of an already dominant economic class. Class formation takes time, and African experience confirms that in the interim the state can independently act in a mediatory role and affect the process of class formation. By the success or failure of its policies, for example in protecting local firms from foreign competition, Casfer, 1983, page 8. One explanation of the economic success of East Asian countries such as South Korea, Taiwan, Singapore, and Malaysia also stresses the importance of the state having sufficient autonomy to guide private investment and intervene strongly in other areas of economic management so as to achieve high levels of growth. These developmental states and their attendant approaches to public policy is owed to their independence from social forces such as landowners, private capital, and labor, and their maintenance of a competent technocratic bureaucracy. Another interpretation of the relationship between state and class interests stresses the power of some economic groups, such as motor manufacturers in Korea, and the importance of cooperation with the state of at least those parts of civil society with an interest in industrialization, especially the business community. Governed interdependence and partnership with private industry, rather then its domination, were essential for effective state intervention, though. The state had the power to choose which socio-economic interests it would cooperate with. Polidano, 2001. An overdeveloped bureaucratic state. Another distinctively post-colonial feature of this theory of state structure is the idea of an overdeveloped bureaucratic state apparatus. Colonialism had produced a distorted state structure. Certain institutions which had been particularly significant for colonial government and which had a relatively long history had been highly developed, namely the bureaucracy, the military, and the police. A central feature of colonial government was a heavy reliance on these institutions. Colonialism required a state structure which would enable control to be exercised over all indigenous classes. This state apparatus had to be bureaucratic. The bureaucratic, military nature of the colonial state represented the institutionalized practices of an overdeveloped state. So of Pakistan it was said that the superstructure in the colony is therefore overdeveloped in relation to the structure in the colony. Alavi, 1972. This could partly be accounted for by the disproportionate involvement of the state in managing the economy, where the private sector is small, where the market as a basis for the arrangement of production and distribution is weak, and where the economic activity of the state is significant. The state becomes the key economic actor. It is the major employer. It plays a prominent role in managing the flow of international finance from aid, loans, and foreign investment. The state becomes the source of capital. It controls its use. An extensive state apparatus supports economic development, even when it is in the form of an emerging capitalist system. Public sector management, state marketing and rationing of scarce foreign exchange and consumer goods, state ownership, the provision of an infrastructure of communications, energy supply and transportation, the creation of a legal structure for commercial transactions, maintaining political stability to create confidence among investors, all are the responsibility of the state. The Indian subcontinent had probably had the longest history of democratic development of any part of the empire, but even here the bureaucratic state apparatus appeared to Alavi to be overdeveloped. How much more this would be the case in countries where there had been virtually no experience of parliamentary and representative government before independence. In territories where nothing had been done to prepare for democratic self-government, the distortion was even greater. Experience of parliamentary government prior to independence varied enormously. Even where it was considerable, the bureaucracy still emerged with prestige, power and status, monopolizing the knowledge and expertise required for running a government and developing a society. Government was the main source of employment for professional people and the highly educated. Government absorbed the supply of technical expertise. For example, long practice in the mobilization and organization of people for political ends through the Congress movement in India still did not produce a capacity to control a highly developed administrative system in the years immediately following independence. The bureaucratic, military oligarchy, with its distinctive set of practices, codes, rules and standards, almost totally unaccountable to outsiders under the imperial state, was recruited from the wealthier sections of society. In Pakistan there was an imbalance in recruitment between the East and West provinces, with much of the recruitment into the bureaucracy and military coming from the West. The underrepresentation of people from the East was a factor in the subsequent breakup of the country. The oligarchy was not classless. It had its social attachments, but it could mediate between classes more easily than legislative assemblies in which the representatives of warring factions sit. Legislative assemblies are also likely, under universal suffrage, to contain representatives of propertyless classes. They constitute a threat to those who are economically privileged. A bureaucratic military oligarchy is thus required that can mediate between the propertied classes and subjugate other classes in the interest of the existing distribution of wealth. Comparisons of Pakistan and Tanzania confirm the overdeveloped nature of the state in relation to civil society, particularly through its bureaucratic manifestation. Colonialism in Tanganyika had left a relatively highly developed bureaucracy, although one that had not been extensively penetrated by African. Furthermore, it represented the power of the colonial state over all the elements of civil society rather than any internal, domestic interests. The colonial state had developed even fewer institutions for negotiating with indigenous interests than in India. It was paternalistic rather than mediatory. The state apparatus, particularly in its bureaucratic form, was more overdeveloped in relation to civil society and the private sector, where capitalism either in agriculture or industry had hardly begun to emerge. However, Africans were only recruited into positions of influence in meaningful numbers on the eve of independence, when it was essential to replace expatriate officialdom with local people. The overdeveloped state seemed to fit the Alavi model. Elsewhere, however, overdevelopment was a temporary feature of the immediate post-independence period, quickly giving way to control by a dominant class. In Kenya, for example, the dominant class following independence was the metropolitan bourgeoisie. This was the interest that the post-colonial state articulated. The state in such a peripheral economy supported metropolitan capital against its main rival, a newly emerging property-owning middle class. The struggle did not have to be mediated. It had been won by metropolitan capital. The state performed municipal functions on its behalf. Domination of the mass of the population by foreign capital required the existence of domestic class interests, in this case the petty bourgeoisie, allied to foreign capital and which uphold their joint interests in economic policy and enforce their dominance politically. State power was not relatively autonomous but rather was asserted by the currently dominant combination of classes in the form of policies to protect the petty bourgeoisie and subdue the unions and by means of clientelism, ideological domination and official repression. Lees, 1975. In India too the overdeveloped state was a temporary phenomenon. As society became more complex and the private sector grew stronger and more diversified, so the political institutions representing classes in society became stronger and the bureaucracy took on a more subservient role. A significant bourgeoisie emerged which, despite the presence of foreign capital, captured control of the state. Wood, 1977. Bureaucratic control over economy and civil society was extensive everywhere following independence. Some countries, such as Tanzania, had single-party regimes. In addition to the state bureaucracy there was a party bureaucracy, adding to the overdevelopment of the state apparatus. The party's own hierarchy of officials corresponded to the hierarchies of state officials in the structure of administration. However, this system was somewhat paradoxical. Appointed state officials were powerful, but a party bureaucracy could constitute a counterbalance to the state bureaucracy and its colonial inheritance in terms of structures, processes of decision-making, status and prestige. Party bureaucracies, arguably representing a democratic check on state bureaucracy, complicate the picture of the relationship between bureaucracy and other political institutions. To the extent that the two bureaucracies are highly integrated, however, especially when civil servants are appointed on the basis of partisan criteria, the distinction between the two organizations can become completely blurred. If a provincial commissioner, a civil servant, only occupies that office because the correct partisan credentials are held, to what extent are such officials a different species of bureaucrat as far as the ordinary citizen is concerned? The bureaucracy could also be central to the career opportunities of the small middle class, as in Mali where it became the focus of political competition. In the absence of other fully developed institutions, political pressure and lobbying was directed towards the bureaucracy, which became the arena in which political conflict was fought out. Milosus, 1970. The high-performing Asian economies have also managed economic development to varying degrees through bureaucratic and technocratic means rather than through liberal democratic politics. Government has been regarded as a technocratic activity, with the state's technocratic elite operating autonomously from civil society in seeking bureaucratically determined goals. Jones, 1997, page 199. The bureaucracy was insulated from growth-compromising pressures such as agricultural interests and weak commercial and industrial classes. A meritocratic bureaucracy provided stability, a capacity for strategic planning, and competent, coherent administration. There was, however, successful, collaborative linkaging with economic interests, allowing the bureaucracy to mobilize resources for developmental aims. Weiss and Hobson, 1995, pages 162-8. The bureaucratic authoritarian state. In Latin America, the persistence of military regimes in relatively advanced societies with long experience of independence led to the formulation of a bureaucratic authoritarian model of politics. Higher levels of industrialization and growing GNP per capita were linked to reversals from democratic competitive politics and growing inequality. The historical sequence, typified by Brazil, Argentina, Chile, Uruguay and Mexico through the 1960s and 1970s, moved from rule by oligarchies of powerful families, through populist politics and on to bureaucratic authoritarianism. Experience in Latin America again runs counter to a certain genre of development theorizing which predicted that as countries develop economically, politics becomes more pluralistic and the state becomes more democratic. Latin America during the 20th century should not have become more authoritarian politically. It is useful to compare the bureaucratic authoritarian model with Olavi's post-colonial state model, because of the argument against Olavi that as societies develop economically and socially his model becomes less viable. Latin America seems to present evidence of bureaucratic authoritarianism accompanying and even growing as societies become more economically advanced. The line of explanation is different from Olavi's. It examines dependent societies where the process of modernization has not led to the gradual enrichment of mass politics but to the collapse of political systems in which the working classes and lower middle classes were important participants in, and beneficiaries of, the dominant coalition. Populist politics, notably in Argentina under Perón, produce movements that seek mass support to maintain an elite rather than promote an ideological position. It is a form of politics in which the masses can engage and acquire influence and benefits. The important question is why populism so often degenerates into repressive authoritarianism, often of a military character, and the regressive redistribution of wealth in favor of the economically privileged. More advanced levels of industrialization, growing GNP per capita and other aspects of economic development are linked to a reversal from democratic competitive politics and an increase in inequality. O'Donnell, 1979, compared Brazil, Argentina, Chile, Uruguay and Mexico, identifying an underlying common historical sequence starting with oligarchical political systems in which power, both economic and political, is held by a small number of families. This is then followed by a phase of populist politics eventually degenerating into bureaucratic authoritarianism. Three factors in constellation are said to account for the stage reached by any particular country: regime, coalition, and policies. By regime is meant the existence of civil rights, freedoms, electoral competition, and organized interests, compared with repression, intimidation, gerrymandering, ballot rigging and the other practices which undermine and destroy the democratic process. Coalition refers to the class and sectoral composition of the dominant political group. Policies refers to the distribution of resources among different classes and sectors of the economy. Each constellation is seen as the result of relationships between three key aspects of socio-economic modernization: levels of industrialization, levels of political activism among the lower classes, or what is rather confusingly called the popular sector, and the growth of technocratic occupations in both the public and private sectors. Constellations of regime, coalition and policies reflect constellations of levels of industrialization, activism and technocracy. Bureaucratic authoritarianism is characterized by a regime in which electoral competition is eliminated and other forms of political participation are closely controlled by the authorities, a coalition of high-level military and civil technocrats working with representatives of foreign capital, and a policy of promoting advanced industrialization. This particular kind of political system is interpreted as a reaction to problems associated with a particular phase of import substitution policy. This phase is brought to an end by the lack of a domestic market to support further industrial expansion. It is a phase marked by the high cost of imported intermediate goods and capital equipment that cannot be produced locally. This cost is quickly reflected in balance of payments deficits, foreign debt and inflation. There is a pressing need to overcome this problem by the development of a manufacturing sector geared to intermediate and capital goods rather than consumer goods. The policies aimed at that objective seek to acquire technology, managerial expertise and capital largely from the multinational sector, to deal with economic crisis, and to create long-term stability. This is the industrialization part of the constellation. Associated with bureaucratic authoritarianism, the political activism factor refers to the political opposition to such policies from lower-income groups adversely affected by shortages of consumer goods, the effect of inflation on wage levels, and unemployment arising from a switch to more capital-intensive production, protests, strikes and crisis within the system of democratic politics have to be managed and controlled. The spread of technology produces higher levels of social differentiation. Associated with modernization, echoes of earlier modernization theory. The particular development identified here as more significant than others is the greatly increased role of technocrats in society. Technocrats do not have a great deal of time for democracy. Participation, consensus building, negotiation and compromise all run counter to the values of the technocrat. Democracy is seen as an obstacle to economic growth. The bureaucracy and the military are identified in Latin America as being the main repositories of such technocracy on the state side, forming a natural coalition with the technocrats leading the private sector. Managers and engineers, rather than shareholders, are the dominant influences in industry. A new professionalism within the military supports technocratic views of the economy and society. Generally, problems are seen as needing solutions that can only be provided by those with the training and qualifications. This is a very distinctive perception of the nature of social problems and is found in varying degrees in all societies. The technocrats form a natural coup coalition to establish an alliance between the military, the civil bureaucracy and the technocrats in the private sector. Democracy gives way to the power of those with knowledge. This line of analysis touches upon other interpretations of military intervention in Third World politics. A coalition between civil and military officials seems natural, not just because they have the same paymaster but also because they espouse the same technocratic approaches to politics. According to this perspective, the origins of bureaucratic authoritarianism lie in the need for governments to satisfy the demands of national entrepreneurs and the indigenous middle class, while at the same time enacting policies in support of foreign capital. Different countries have had different degrees of success in handling this contradiction. Brazil was better than Argentina at integrating the national bourgeoisie after establishing political and economic stability to ensure large injections of foreign capital. The case of Chile shows that the pre-coup crisis and post-coup repression in the 1970s were so extreme that there was great difficulty in attracting foreign investment. Bureaucratic authoritarianism is not exclusively associated with later phases of industrial modernization in Latin America. There are other regimes where it seems equally likely that the phenomenon has appeared at different phases of industrial development. Certainly the regime and coalition features of bureaucratic authoritarianism have been experienced in other regions of the Third World. What may be distinctive about the Latin American case is the association with a particular policy, that of promoting advanced industrialization. Further refinement of the concepts would make it possible to identify whether one type of policy is a necessary condition for a bureaucratic authoritarian state, or whether certain kinds of regime and coalition are consistent with other policies for the distribution of resources within a society. As Collier, 1979, notes for Latin America, interaction between regimes and policy changes seem to cut across the BA/non-BA distinction. The possible explanations of the rise of authoritarianism are many and varied. Not all confirm the deepening of industrialization hypothesis, or the preceding strength of the popular sector. State-society dialectics. Inquiry into the Third World State needs to consider an ambitious attempt to produce a comparative framework designed to encompass states in all regions of the world, whatever their level of wealth, industrialization, or economic development. Here the state was to be brought back in as part of a dialectical relationship with a political environment that shapes state action and structure as well as being affected by them. Evans et al., 1985. Seen from this perspective, tendencies towards autonomous state action vary according to the type of state structures available to support such intervention. Some states are better placed than others constitutionally, politically, and culturally. Bureaucracies vary in levels of centralization and integration. Constitutional powers vary in their degree of dispersal among subnational governments. Administrative agencies differ in the degree of penetration by organized interests. State executives vary in their level of power over representative legislatures. Organizational structures are themselves the consequence of past state policies which vary from country to country. States will also vary in the extent of their capacity to implement their policies. Capacity is a key concept in this approach to state autonomy. Capacity is affected by such factors as an ability to control the state's territory, the availability of human and financial resources, and the organizational instruments available for the achievement of the state's objectives. The quality of such factors will not necessarily be spread evenly across all policy areas. The fact that historically and comparatively states are found to have different capacities in different policy areas warns against the categorization of states as either strong or weak. The capacity of a state to intervene internationally or domestically depends not only on internal characteristics such as the resources at its disposal. It also depends on the state's relationships with the social, economic, and political environment. Capacity is affected by relationships between state authorities and domestic socio-economic groups. For example, in the international arena, success militarily depends upon effective fiscal capacity, which in turn requires a willingness on the part of key sections of the population to be taxed. In the domestic arena, successful state interventions, such as in pursuit of economic objectives, equally depend on relationships with economic interests. The successful pursuit of industrialization in a developing country, for example, may depend upon the state achieving autonomy from agrarian interests, as in Taiwan. The capacity of states is more or less balanced by the capacities of organized sections of civil society and the international economy. Analysis of the state thus requires a method of inquiry that is relational. Effective policy implementation may be as dependent on networks of support as much as on the state's own instruments of intervention. State and society consists of actors in complementary as well as conflicting relationships. Hence the importance of recognizing that states affect the development of the political process. States are powerful and autonomous organizational actors, capable of shaping society as well as being shaped by it. Such recognition must extend to modern and emerging democracies, and not just totalitarian and authoritarian states where the primacy of the state as an actor in control of social and economic development is more obvious. Through its administrative, legal and coercive systems, the state structures its relationships with civil society as well as relations within civil society. First, state structures affect the political culture, on society's perceptions and judgments of political rules, roles and processes, rather than these just being the product of cultural differences in political life. Secondly, state structures affect the way collective action is mobilized for political ends and the formation of political groups and movements. The configuration of interests and interest groups in a society reflects the composition of state interventions in society and economy. The state's organization, patterns of intervention in economic and social life, and public policies determine which group interests are activated, which social cleavages are politicized, and which political demands are pressed. Political identities and attempts to capture control of parts of the state apparatus are responses to state intervention. For example, working-class political orientations have historically been affected by the timing of democratization in relation to industrialization, by the administrative structure of the state, and by legal conditions bearing on working-class organizations such as trade unions. States may induce different forms and levels of corporatism which influence the way sectional interests are defended. Social movements reflect in part variations in constitutional, legal and coercive state apparatuses. For example, economic intervention by bureaucratic authoritarian regimes in Latin America affected social resistance by reducing the state's capacity to dominate civil society. Shrinking the public sector can undermine social forces behind political opposition. Thirdly, the structure of the state is related to the way in which political interests are mediated by political parties. For example, the extent to which the state bureaucracy is free from partisan control determines how far it can be used as a source of political patronage and therefore how far political parties secure electoral support by promising the spoils of office or by offering ideologically coherent programs capable of securing majority support within the electorate. State administrative structures also influence party organization and styles. Variations in relationships between the state administration and party organization also affects the kinds of issues that regularly appear on the political agenda, collective versus divisible benefits, for example. Fourthly, the political expression of class interests is never wholly economically determined. This is because the ability of classes to achieve consciousness, mobilization and representation is affected by the structures and activities of states. For example, working-class activism has historically been conditioned by the nature of the state and in particular the extent to which state and society are sharply differentiated, and the extent to which workers are incorporated into a political system based on locally rooted political parties wielding patronage. The political capacity of dominant socioeconomic classes is also a function of state structures, such as decentralized forms of administration and social control and parliamentary forms of political decision-making, and not simply extensions of class interest. However, an autonomous state does not automatically mean a reduction in the power of all social groups. The game is not zero-sum. State autonomy and the power of socio-economic groups and interests can increase or decrease together. For example, transnational corporations have stimulated a capacity for autonomous state action on economic issues. Similarly, a reduced state capacity to intervene in the economy may be deliberately selected by state elites in order to protect other state capacities, such as in the area of control and repression, and thus reduce the expression of grievances by economically disadvantaged groups. Strong state interventions are likely to encourage interest groups to mobilize to exert pressure on policymakers or even colonize parts of the state apparatus. State autonomy and group power may increase simultaneously, but only temporarily as newly mobilized and empowered groups exert influence and reduce the scope and possibly capacity for further state interventions, at least in that particular policy area. We are thus presented with the intriguing conclusion that state intervention in the economy provides an environment supportive of working-class mobilization and participation in policy making. The thrust of this theory is that political analysis needs to recognize a dialectical relationship between state and society, in activating group identities, politicizing some social conflicts and not others, and selecting social identities on which political conflict is based. The state influences the meanings and methods of politics for different groups and classes. The state is not solely the product of social cleavages and interests. Sectional interests and classes seek to influence the state, but the way they do so, and their capacity to do so, depends on the state structures with which they interact. Globalization and the nation-state. It has been argued that the forces of globalization are increasingly rendering the state obsolete. Thus debates about the nature of the state become redundant. How convincing is this stance? There is by no means consensus on what globalization means. The fate of many terms that are more buzzwords than no discussion of current affairs dares omit than scientific concepts, but the term tries to capture aspects of international relations which must be delineated if the argument about the contemporary relevance of the state is to be assessed. Economically, globalization refers to an accelerating process of international transactions in the form of trade, investment and capital flows. 4. Example, in developing countries the share of international trade in total output increased from 10% in 1987 to 17% in 1997. Over the same period the world's flow of foreign direct investment more than tripled, from $192 billion to $610 billion. Capital flows to developing countries also increased sharply in the 1990s, though concentrated on a small number of countries designated as emerging markets. Such trends have been fostered by technological developments in transportation and communication, especially electronic forms. Globalization has social and cultural dimensions, too. Cultural uniformity is encouraged by increased travel and migration, and the media networks of rich Western countries. Global communications networks have far-reaching consequences for businesses, governments, educational institutions, voluntary bodies and community groups. Social globalization is reflected in the illicit trade in drugs, laundered money, weapons and women. Civil conflicts threatening political stability are fueled by the global traffic in weapons and mercenaries. Global markets put huge pressure on the environment. The nation-state is said to be undermined by these forces. National policies for economic development, employment, social protection and fiscal objectives are made redundant by mobile capital, global markets and transnational industrial production. Nation-states are rapidly being reduced to a municipal role in the global system, providing the required infrastructure, physical and legal, for international capital. Hurst and Thompson, 1999, pages 261-3. Transnational networks of production, trade and finance relegate national governments to transmission belts for global capital. World market forces are more powerful than state actions both domestically and in the international arena, so that while state intervention may have increased the state's effectiveness in providing what markets do not, security, financial stability, law and order and public goods such as infrastructure, has declined. Strange, 1996. Global capital imposes a discipline on states, leaving governments only with policy choices that are consistent with a free market. The welfare state is ruled out. National sovereignty has been displaced by global and regional institutions, e.g. free markets and free trade, and organizations such as the IMF, the World Trade Organization, the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation, and the Southern Cone. Common Market, Held et al., 1999, pages 3-5. Forms of international cooperation between states have proliferated to deal with crime, terrorism, migration and capital flows, and the number of international agreements, treaties, charters and covenants has grown enormously. Global governance and politics is not only conducted through international organizations, but also through international NGOs, social movements and pressure groups such as Greenpeace, the International Confederation of Trade Unions, the World Muslim Congress, the International Red Cross and the Catholic Fund for International Development, Held et al., 1999, pages 56-7. Such conclusions for the nation-state are only convincing if the significance of globalization is exaggerated and the need for the state underestimated. The picture of globalization as a completely supranational economy is false. The economic world is still made up of national economies in which most companies are embedded, subject to national regulations and benefiting from state power which provides stability and security in financial markets, free trade, and the protection of commercial rights, albeit within the context of growing international trade and investment. Hurst and Thompson, 1999, pages 270-4. A growth in the scale of international relationships in which states are engaged does not necessarily diminish the power of states to decide when it is in their interests to participate in activities which have formed part of the context of sovereign statehood for centuries. Krasner, 1995. It is wrong to confuse the diminution of state power with a changing world with which states have to cope. States have always had to respond to changing economic, military, technological, ecological, and cultural development. It is also debatable how far it is anything new for states to be subjected to the threats which mobile capital is able to pose. Has it really required globalization to generate powerful pressures on states to develop market-friendly policies, including low public deficits and expenditure, especially on social goods, threatening welfare budgets, taxation levels and other government policies? Held and McGrew, 2000, page 13. This has always been the experience of states that have to accommodate capitalism. Nor is economic interdependence new, and is arguably less significant for national governments than it was in the 19th century. Western states are as involved in the exploitation of their advantages and power over third world economies as at any time in the past, mainly through global corporations with national roots. Global governance is a euphemism for an international system in which national governments, especially Western, are the main actors. The international economy may restrict policy choices by national governments in some policy sectors, but it expands them in others. The demise of the state from globalization only becomes a convincing idea if one accepts a false conception of statehood as an absolute, indivisible, territorially exclusive and zero-sum form of public power. Held et al. 1999, pages 6-9. The continuing need for the state arises firstly from the threats to livelihoods from globalization, especially in developing countries. While trade increases incomes on average, it does not guarantee that inequalities will not increase and poverty continue. Trade liberalization also produces adjustment costs as labor and capital shift to export industry. For example, according to Action Aid, globalization for the Indian state of Andhra Pradesh has meant agricultural mechanization, the consolidation of small farms into large landholdings, contract farming by international agribusinesses, the accelerated introduction of GM crops, and the impoverishment of small and marginal farmers. The Guardian, July 7, 2001. Global competition has led to a growth in flexible, i.e. precarious, employment conditions. For example, 30% of workers in Chile and 39% in Colombia have no contracts of employment, or less secure ones than before. UNDP, 1999, page 4. Only states can provide safety nets to protect vulnerable people or manage the political conflict and crime caused by poverty. Hurst and Thompson, 1999, page 267. The costs of economic adjustments also need to be moderated by retraining policies, health care, and macroeconomic policies that produce economic stability. Social policies are needed to protect people not only in the context of changing labor markets, but also of declining cultural diversity and the damage done to public services by deliberate reductions in state resources. This calls for policies that invest in skills, promote job creation, strengthen workers' rights, generate tax revenues, improve the efficiency of tax administration, reduce military spending, and support culture and the arts. The state is also needed to remove barriers excluding people from the benefits of information technology through policies in developing countries for group access, training, and adapting technology to local skills. UNDP, 1999. In the Third World, the state continues to be the context for sustaining a dignity restored after independence and for resisting outside pressure. Attempts to make state sovereignty a reality reflect the need for political communities to enjoy the dignity which comes from self-government and resistance to external forces, even when such interference is unavoidable. Blaney and Inayatullah, 1996, pages 86-7. The state also has the leading role to play in environmental protection. The complaint that globalization means more environmental degradation and pollution is more against the consequences of economic growth, whether or not generated by globalization. However, insofar as globalization stimulates economic growth, whether this entails pollution depends on environmental policies pursued by national governments, such as the removal of subsidies from environmentally harmful activities, transparent environmental regulation, and information and education about environmental problems, e.g. the public disclosure of factory pollution, As in Indonesia and the Philippines, the state is needed to provide a legal and fiscal context that encourages economic development. The rule of law is necessary to provide social and economic security and the enforcement of economic obligations. Hurst and Thompson, 1999, pages 277-80. Government policies protecting property rights are needed to attract capital investment, a problem for the poorest developing countries being their exclusion from a global order which denies them investment and a reasonable share of world trade. Capital market flows are very volatile and can create financial crises as in East Asia in 1997-98. Reducing the risks of such crises and their consequences for incomes, social unrest and crime requires national institutions and policies, such as strong legal and regulatory regimes for the financial sector. Support for the international order has to be managed at the national level, through the institutions of the state. Powerful nation-states are required if international regulatory regimes, trading blocs, agencies, economic policies, and treaties are to be effective. Nation-states represent societies on international agencies and regulatory bodies, supporting international decisions, with national laws and policies. Only through nation-states will such agencies be endowed with legitimacy by, and accountability to, those societies. Hurst and Thompson, 1999, pages 274-6. National governments are becoming more important in promoting and regulating international trade and investment. National institutions, government strategies and position in the international system allow states to mediate and resist the effects of globalization. The fact that pressure for the establishment of international treaties and conventions may come from international, non-governmental sources, such as human rights activists, most of which are nationally based, or the will of the international community, does not mean that states no longer have to consent to international law. Held et al., 1999, pages 6-14, 63. Even if the assertions about overwhelming globalization are accepted, it does not follow that the state is powerless to moderate the effects of international economic forces. What is significant is that states vary hugely in their capacity to do so, and capacity is not a function of globalization. Such capacity, to respond to economic change by mobilizing investment, increasing manufactured exports, and coordinating technological innovation, is the key variable in the analysis of the state in a global economy. Weiss, 1998. Conclusion. The literature on the post-colonial state aids understanding of the factors identified by dependency theorists as being central to the nature of the state in the Third World, in particular the role of the bourgeoisie and its level of development. Foreign capital is part of the class structure of the peripheral state. It does more than compete with the national bourgeoisie, however. It affects the rate and direction of its development. Indigenous classes do not develop autonomously. They are distorted by the presence of foreign capital, which is not merely another class in competition with indigenous classes, but actually affects the formation and coherence of indigenous classes and strengthens the mediatory role of the state. However, a single model of the post-colonial, relatively autonomous and bureaucratically oligarchic state cannot be applied everywhere. The range of historical conditions in the Third World is too great. There is also scope for confusion regarding the concept of overdevelopment. This concept is applied to the state in relation to civil society and its class structure, overdevelopment arising from the state's original need to protect the interests of imperial capital against indigenous economic interests or classes. But it is also applied to internal state structures, with the bureaucracy being overdeveloped in relation to other political institutions. The connection between the two seemingly separate propositions lies in the argument that the power of the bureaucracy within the state enables the state to maintain a degree of autonomy from any class in civil society even after independence from the imperial power. The institutions that would allow classes in society to control or even colonize the state apparatus, and to dominate the bureaucracy, are insufficiently powerful. It might also be asked why, particularly when there were no strong indigenous classes to be subdued, an overdeveloped state should be needed. The colonial state at the time of independence in East Africa did not appear to be particularly strong in terms of civil and military personnel or percentage of national income taken by government revenues and expenditure, let alone overdeveloped. The post-colonial state was typically smaller, relative to population and size of the economy, than advanced capitalist countries, and less involved in the ownership of productive forces or interventions in social life. Lees, 1976, page 42, see also Zeman and Lanzendorfer, 1977. Crow, 1990, pages 211-12. Bureaucratic authoritarianism is a fair description of Latin America's militarized regimes, provided that the differences in the regimes and their economic policies are also recognized. Further conceptual refinement is needed. In each factor of a constellation, regime, coalition, and policy, in order to appreciate the degree and nature of differences between bureaucratic authoritarianism and other types of state, Collier, 1979. As an analytical model, it declined in significance in the 1980s as civilian politics was restored, competitive party systems established and economic liberalism enforced. Kamak et al., 1993, page 79. The dialectical approach brings to the fore important interrelationships between state and civil society, but it does not distinguish itself sufficiently from other approaches to politics which also understand that the state is structured by its environment, that states are actors in the international arena, that strategically placed elites are capable under some circumstances of taking control by military force, that state elites, especially professional bureaucrats, make contributions to foreign and domestic public policy that are more influential than those made by political parties and pressure groups, and that autonomous state action is motivated in part by the desire of state elites to reinforce their power and prerogatives. There is also a danger that the state will be reified when construed as an autonomous actor influencing and being influenced by international and domestic contexts. However, the theory does suggest some potentially fruitful lines of further inquiry in its interpretation of the impact of state intervention on the mobilization of political interests and the form that such mobilization might take. Critiques which attempt to restore socio-economic factors as the determinants of politics, such as Migdal et al., 1994, not only need to show how their approach differs, they also have to avoid confusing state powerlessness with state incompetence. The damaging consequences of economic mismanagement do not indicate a loss of power on the part of state authorities so much as demonstrate the dreadful influence of powerful, but venal and incompetent state leadership. While it is debatable how far nation-states have ever not had to share power or contend with forces cutting across national boundaries, there is no doubt that the international economic and governmental system is more complex, influencing institutional agendas and changing the balance between national, regional and international legal frameworks. Held et al., 1999, page 81. However, the nation-state remains at the center of these complexities and takes the lead in managing their domestic and international consequences. The concept of globalization may also provide states and governments with a convenient myth with which to discipline society to meet what is presented as the inevitable, impersonal and unalterable requirements of the global marketplace. Held and McGrew, 2000, page 5. If governments cave in under pressure from multinational corporations over investment rights, environmental regulation, or food production, it is because they choose to favor corporate interests, not because they are subject to the natural laws of the international order. And if international governance is needed to deal with the international costs of globalization, such as the growing inequality between countries, the international threats from civil conflicts occasioned by financial volatility, or global crime, hopefully it can move towards more representative, democratic and transparent bodies than the currently dominant agencies, the IMF, World Bank and World Trade Organization. Chapter 6. Political Parties and Party Systems. Introduction. The purpose of this chapter is to consider the experience of Third World countries with political parties, the most important institutions of political mobilization in the context of mass politics. Whatever the nature of a civilian regime, whether based on the principles and institutions of liberal parliamentary politics, monopolistic forms of political leadership, or on some interpretation of Marxism-Leninism, political parties reflect the fact that government is no longer the prerogative of an hereditary elite or alien oligarchy but rests to some degree on the support or mobilization of the masses. Parties emerge whenever the notion of political power comes to include the idea that the mass public must participate or be controlled. Lapalambara and Wiener, 1966, page 3. A party may mobilize and control support through ideological devices or even repression, but it has to be managed so that power can be captured and the legitimacy of constitutional office secured. The objectives of parties may be many and varied, seeking revolutionary change or maintaining the status quo, but they all require the mobilization of mass support. Parties accommodate demands for greater political participation and, in various ways including repression and patronage, help manage the conflict that such mass participation in politics inevitably produces. Political parties are both a consequence of a process of political change and a cause of further change by increasing a society's capacity to cope with crises of integration, participation and distribution. Lapalambara and Wiener, 1966, pages 41-2. Defining a political party is difficult, especially in the Third World, because of the immense variety that is found. Apter, 1965, pages 180-1. A satisfactory definition is that provided by Coleman and Rosberg, and used in a more recent study of a sample of Third World parties, see Randall, 1988. Associations formally organized with the explicit and declared purpose of acquiring and/or maintaining legal control either singly or in coalition or electoral competition with other similar associations, over the personnel and the policy of the government of an actual or prospective sovereign state. 1964, page 2. It is easier to classify what Third World parties do than provide a definition that will encompass all manifestations of them. Classification is also easier than explanation of change in party system and organization. 2. Issues to be explored later. The main classifications to be used by political science have been based on functions, ideology, and organization. Typologies have also been formed from a combination of these factors. The role of political parties. Political parties in developing countries perform a number of roles. Coleman and Rosberg, 1964, Lapalambara and Wiener, 1966, pages 400-33, Randall, 1988, Kamak et al., 1993. First, they can in some circumstances endow regimes with legitimacy by providing ideologies, leadership or opportunities for political participation, or a combination of all three, by providing a means of peaceful political succession within a competitive party system. They legitimize the authority of government based on mass participation and representation. Yanai, 1999. In competitive situations, parties permit a degree of rotation of power among the different elites which they sustain. Secondly, they can act as a medium for political recruitment, perhaps simultaneously creating opportunities for upward social mobility. In developing countries, political parties provide the most important civilian route into a political career. Within certain ideological perspectives, parties perform a different kind of recruitment role. They mobilize people into self-help projects at the local level in an attempt to supplement government intervention, under conditions of extreme scarcity of resources. Such mobilization is often associated with the socialization function referred to below as local party. Organs attempt to spread the party's doctrine among the masses. Thirdly, parties provide opportunities for the formation of coalitions of powerful political interests to sustain a government. This is what the functionalists refer to as interest aggregation, a function of parties which is more important in competitive systems when electoral and legislative majorities have to be formed by the broadening of political support. Such coalition formation can assist in the process of political integration if parties are successful in drawing support from across regions to which people feel an attachment greater than that to the nation-state. In Nigeria, such importance is attached to the potentially destructive force of regionally or ethnically based political mobilization that parties are required by law to draw their membership from. Across the country, Oyediran and Igbeji, 1991. This indicates that parties can, under some circumstances, impede political integration by aggregating primarily ethnic and regional interests. Parties also act as the conduits of upward pressure from the rank and file membership, affiliated organizations representing special interests such as women, youth or trade unions, and, if they are forced to compete for office, through the ballot box, the electorate. Some parties have represented traditional oligarchies as in parts of West Africa, for example, where traditionalists adapted the modern institution of the party to their own political ends. In a constitutional arrangement that assigns one person one vote, even an aristocracy has to obtain mass support. It has the advantage of being able to trade on the traditional allegiances of naturally deferential societies within the wider context of more egalitarian principles. Other parties have been based on the demands of the professional classes such as teachers, lawyers and low-ranking officialdom. Ethnicity is often a parallel defining factor limiting membership and cutting across occupational and economic interests. Parties also contribute to political socialization, affecting the attitudes of party members and the wider public on such matters as the management of the economy, national identification and the legitimacy of government. In theory, political parties should also be major influences on public policy, as a result of devising programs to attract a workable aggregation of interests or through the application of official ideology to current problems. In the past, parties usually have had a minimal impact on public policy in third world countries, and even more rarely exercised any effective supervision of policy implementation. Randall, 1988, pages 185-6. However, there is growing evidence, especially from newly democratizing polities, that parties are relevant to policy outcomes. For example, parties are crucial to strategies designed to reduce poverty by the empowerment of the poor. Experience in some of the states in India and parts of Latin America suggests strongly that the opportunity to elect pro-poor parties to office makes a significant difference to the strength of public policies designed to alleviate poverty, especially if the parties are unified rather than fragmented, and with a coherent ideology and program. Moore and Putzel, 1999, pages 9-11. Type of party system also helps explain whether or not governments will target social spending on the poor. Party systems that allow leaders to secure office despite narrow electoral support are unlikely to initiate poverty alleviation programs. In democracies with a small number of parties and stable party systems, such as Costa Rica and Sri Lanka, politicians seek broad electoral alliances, including links with pro-poor non-governmental organizations. In democracies with fragmented systems, such as Brazil and Thailand, with unstable support for a large number of parties that are based on individual leadership rather than programs, parties respond to narrow interests, a lack of incentives to provide poverty alleviation programs, and the vetoes of coalition partners. Even elected authoritarian regimes, such as Mexico and Indonesia, where elections are held regularly, but where one party dominates in a virtual one-party system, have incentives to respond to the needs of the rural poor if confronted by a pro-poor opposition movement. A loss of urban support, a loss of credibility as a developmental regime, or demands for democratization. However, such programs are also more likely to be instruments of social control than empowerment. Niles, 1999. Finally, political parties have been seen as necessary for political stability. Huntington has produced the most explicit statement on this relationship. In his view, stability depends on a society being able to absorb the increasing level of political participation by the new social forces generated by modernization. Parties offer the principal institutional means of organizing that participation in constructive and legitimate ways, especially if the parties are created before the level of participation gets too high. A combination of high levels of participation and strong party organization provides a defense against anomic politics and violence. The risk of military intervention, for example, increases if political parties are too weak. So, the stability of a modernizing political system depends on the strength of its political parties. A party, in turn, is strong to the extent that it has institutionalized mass support. Huntington, 1968, page 408. Party ideology. Inevitably, given their appeal to certain class interests, the ideological positions of Third World parties have often resembled those of their First and Second World counterparts. Western ideologies have been adapted to provide a common framework of values for very heterogeneous societies and to strengthen national integration. Both socialism and communism have been deployed in the Third World for such aims. But they have been adapted to the particular context in which they are to be a guide to action. Special versions have been developed, such as Tanzania's African socialism, which purports to draw on traditional communal values as well as European ideas about equality. Chinese Marxism-Leninism developed its own distinctive qualities. Where capitalism has developed over a prolonged period, as in the relatively lengthy post-independence histories of Latin American countries, parties most clearly reflect class interests in their ideological stances. Conservative parties are supported in Argentina, Colombia and Ecuador by coalitions of landlords and the Catholic Church. Liberal parties are supported by coalitions of urban business interests. They compete for the support of workers and peasants with socialist and communist parties, where these are not proscribed. Most European ideologies have been represented in Latin American politics at one time or another. In most parts of the Third World, however, ideological developments and the political organizations based on them have been distinctive in a number of important respects. First, the ideologies of Third World political parties have often been derived more from religion than from materialistic ideologies of the West, which were expected to take a hold in many post-colonial societies. Examples are the Hindu communal parties in India, the Muslim Party in Indonesia and the Islamic Party in Libya. The development of Islamic political ideologies is increasingly significant in many regions of the Third World. Secondly, some parties have developed to defend the distinct way of life of different ethnic communities, for example Malays, Chinese and Indians. In Malaysia, ideologies reflect the culture of these distinctive communities, rather than class interests. In India, caste may provide the foundation for a political party, as in the case of the Dalits Party representing untouchables. This party was successful in state elections in 1993, forming part of the coalition government in India's most populous state, Uttar Pradesh. The party aims to promote social justice for India's most oppressed and deprived people. Since 40% of Indians belong to lower castes, this could be a very significant political development. Elsewhere, however, and especially in Africa, the tendency of political parties to reflect ethnicity and regional consciousness, rather than identities that cut across such cleavages and unite people on a national scale, has been seen as a cause of their weakness and the weakness of governments built on such party competition. Diamond, 1988, page 19. Thirdly, political parties in the Third World are frequently populist. This is a style of leadership rather than an ideology. It seeks to mobilize people, regardless of class, by denying the significance of class and of any class-based ideology. Populism tries to mobilize all interests under a single conception of the national interest. It rejects the idea that groups have irreconcilable interests. Political leaders such as Sékou Touré of Guinea claimed that though their societies might be divided into occupational, age and other groups, all shared a common interest represented by a particular party and its leadership. Society is presented as cellularized into factions whose common interests outweigh their particular and possibly conflicting interests, as illiterates or intellectuals, young or old, producers or consumers, men or women, peasants or urbanites, bureaucrats or clients. Populism is thus a way of presenting a view of society that stresses homogeneity rather than diversity. In order to appeal to all interests in society, populist parties and leaders define special interests in ways that make them ultimately reconcilable. Issues associated with particular interests, or which are divisive, are, where possible, avoided. Leaders specifically aim to prevent the development of a consciousness of conflicting interests. The methods used include building support on the basis of rewards rather than ideological conviction, and expressing contradictory policy objectives. Incoherently, populism is inevitably conservative since it seeks to prevent alternative perspectives to the status quo developing. Social diversity is not regarded as a barrier to the identification of a more important common interest. In some countries, the structure of post-colonial society lent some support to this way of viewing the political world, particularly those that appeared to be devoid of significant class distinction, simply because economic underdevelopment had prevented classes from emerging fully. Congress in India must rank as one of the most successful populist parties. It attracts support from very different sections of society, whose interests might appear to be incompatible. It has proved able to manage an alliance between different kinds of class structure, those of the rural and urban areas, even when such stratification has been overlaid with linguistic, ethnic, communal, and religious differences. There have been two dominant preoccupations in the analysis of Third World parties. One concerns the development and survival of party systems, and in particular the emergence of single-party systems. The other concerns the survival of parties as institution. Party systems. Observations of the tendency in the early 1960s for single-party systems to emerge in Africa led Coleman and Rosberg to produce a typology of parties, based on a combination of ideological, participative and organizational variables. This enabled them to contrast a pragmatic pluralist pattern with a revolutionary centralizing pattern. Pragmatic pluralist parties were those that generally tolerated the persistence of traditional politics, only partially, and intermittently tried to mobilize support, and assimilated group interests. To a limited extent, revolutionary centralizing parties in contrast espoused a modernizing ideology, were highly committed to mass political participation, and developed monolithic and centralized organization. This classification was used to explain the level of success achieved by African countries in solving the problem of national integration, both in the sense of transcending the elite mass gap and in the sense of territorial integration. However, it proved difficult to develop a theory of successful political integration as distinct from identifying integration as a function that parties can perform, especially in the single-party system of government. Coleman and Rosberg were able to go little further than stating that, in all but a few of Africa's new states, the primary structure for coping with the myriad parochial and ethnic pressures is the national political party, the single or dominant party currently governing the state. Coleman and Rosberg, 1964, page 691. A similar combination of regime and ideology is employed by LaPalambara and Wiener in their classification of parties in developing countries. They distinguish firstly between competitive and non-competitive systems and then two dimensions along which parties differ within each system. Competitive systems are associated with large and/or ethnically fragmented countries such as India, Nigeria, Malaysia and Sri Lanka. One dimension of such a system ranges from hegemonic, where one party dominates for a long period, to turnover, where change in the party of government is frequent. The other dimension refers to parties themselves rather than regimes, and distinguishes between ideological and pragmatic parties. The hope is that this typology will have theoretical value insofar as the particular combination of hegemony or turnover, ideology or pragmatism that a party pattern manifests may tell us something about how the parties relate to social, economic and political development. LaPalambara and Wiener, 1966, page 37. The typology was also useful if one was interested in the ability of parties to manage conflict effectively in competitive systems. The ideological hegemonic and the ideological turnover systems are less able to cope, short of repressive measures, with conflicts than either pragmatic turnover or pragmatic hegemonic systems. Page 418. Another hypothesis offered is that any drive for hegemonic control is likely to be made by parties with a strong ideological position. Party control in a non-competitive system is by definition likely to be hegemonic rather than turnover. Combinations of hegemonic party systems and the ideological variable produce three main types of single-party system. The one-party authoritarian system, such as Mali, Ghana and South Vietnam, in the 1960s, treats opposition as a threat to revolutionary or nationalistic objectives. The one-party pluralist system is characterized by a pluralistic party organization and a pragmatic ideology, as in Mexico's institutional Revolutionary Party. The one-party totalitarian system has the state itself as an instrument of the party whose objective is social and economic transformation, as in China, Vietnam and North Korea. Single-party systems. In some cases party systems in the Third World have resembled their Western counterparts, offering a degree of electoral choice, legitimate political opposition, and accountability to the interests ranged in support of them electorally. Others have resembled the democratic centralism of the former Soviet Union and Eastern Bloc, but the Third World has produced important variants of its own, most notably the single-party system in the context of parliamentary government and capitalist economy, as in Kenya until 1991. In some countries, multi-party politics has survived more or less intact since independence, as in India. Elsewhere it has appeared intermittently, as in Nigeria. Single-party regimes in the context of capitalism prove that this form of economy often requires the negation of liberal democracy rather than guaranteeing it. With the emergence of independent states whose institutions were based on Western models of government, it was assumed that parties would become the main institutions for the political mobilization of different sections of society, aggregating different interests into workable coalitions that could constitute majorities, sustain governments, and provide for the alternation of governments at regular intervals. Kilson, 1963. This alternation is often regarded as the crux of a modern democracy. Political development in the pre- and post-colonial era had seen the emergence of parties based on the nationalist movements that fought for independence. The Indian Congress is a classic case of an organization with a long pre-independence history. In some colonies more than one nationalist movement emerged to develop into parties, especially in Africa where nationalist movements often represented different tribal groupings, each with its own ideas about the ending of colonialism. This again lent support to the expectation that this was the origin of multi-party systems of government. The emergence of single-party systems of government was thus a distinct departure from the expectations of the constitution builders on the eve of independence. Consequently, considerable effort has been made to uncover convincing explanations for what was often regarded as deviations from the normal developmental path. First, it has been argued that an aura of nationalist legitimacy achieved by a single nationalist organization at the moment of independence as a result of being seen as the victor over imperialism led to overwhelming electoral support. Kilson, 1963, page 266. Such an achievement was taken as evidence that the organization could continue to reflect the common interests of all sections of society. Popular support then enabled the dominant party to make it unlawful for other parties to exist, so that a single-party state is established de jure as well as de facto. Not all single-party regimes outlaw other parties, but when they do not, it has been very common for them to put obstacles other than the law in the way of effectively organized opposition. Gaining control of the mass media has proved one of the most effective ways of making it difficult for opposition parties to function. Secondly, the single-party tendency was said to reflect the autocratic form of government which was the new state's inheritance both from colonialism and traditional government. Pluralism and multi-party democracy are not inherited from the past. Rather, autocracy is the dominant aspect of political history. Coleman and Rosberg, 1964, argued that the situation that party leaders confronted at independence had been formed by the autocratic power of the departing colonialists, a culture supported by, in the case of African societies at least, elements that were predisposed towards more authoritarian forms of government. Multi-party democracy was too alien an importation for it to survive in the local political culture, traditions and history, perceptions of tradition and what was appropriate for society, combined with the colonial legacy such as a centralized administrative apparatus, paternalism and electoral systems, giving unfettered control to a party that has not necessarily gained a plurality of the votes. Where the legacy was different, a plurality of parties stood a better chance of survival. Randall, 1988. Thirdly, the political culture of the new indigenous leadership was elitist. Government was believed to possess a monopoly of wisdom and legitimacy, since there were few if any other social or political organizations that could compete with the concentration of professional knowledge that existed within government. It was difficult to dispute this claim. Fourthly, the leadership culture was also statist. The state was regarded as the modernizer and agent of development. Multi-party democracy was often perceived as a luxury that could not be afforded. The immense problems confronting the governments of new states meant that discontinuities in the pursuit of public goals was an indulgence. However, research has failed to reveal evidence which consistently supports the view that the absence of party competition is better for policy outcomes, such as economic development and social equality. Sirowy in Ingalls, 1991. The leadership was also nationalist, emphasizing national unity as the paramount goal, condemning any subnational sentiment to tribe, religion, region or other centers of political attachment and loyalty as destructive of national integration. Political leaders in new states undoubtedly encountered many separatist tendencies. The need for political order made the single-party system attractive. Some Western political scientists discussed single-party systems approvingly as well as descriptively and analytically. Huntington noted the relative success of communist states in providing political order, seeing it as derived from the priority given to the conscious act of political organization. A strong party could assimilate the social forces generated by modernization that would otherwise threaten political stability. Huntington could find no stable multi-party system in any modernizing country. Single parties seemed better able to institutionalize and regularize political conflict and competition than parties in a multi-party system. Another factor is that political office is not readily relinquished, least of all in the third world context. The rewards of political office in the context of underdevelopment are so great that there must always be a temptation to manipulate politics to exclude the organized opposition. This goes further than mere corruption, serious though this problem is. The problem is rather that the state, being the main engine of economic development, is something that those who aspire to benefit socially and economically from such development have to control. An emerging bourgeoisie cannot look to other sources of capital. Production, trade and commerce all depend upon capital channeled through the state, which also controls licenses, the law governing the labor force, and access to foreign exchange, import licenses, and export permits. The state is an organization which has to be captured by any group that wishes to accumulate economic resources. Political power as well as political careers bring huge rewards that are not lightly conceded to opponents. It was also believed that the classless nature of some third world societies removed the need for more than one party. Tanzanian society, for example, was composed of a number of more or less equally balanced ethnic groups without any major forms of social and economic stratification, so it was thought too homogeneous to need more than one party to represent interests effectively. Not all new states came into existence on the basis of a preparation for independence in a Western European constitutional mold. The preparation for independence in Algeria, Indochina, Angola, Mozambique was rather different. Marxist-Leninist ideology has played its part. Such an ideology, perhaps having its origin in mobilization for a war of liberation, identifies party with state and nation. Anything outside the party, and certainly anything that opposes it, is almost treasonable by definition. An organization, founded to wage war under such ideological motivation would have an automatic propensity to form the sole leadership in the context of post-war civilian politics. Acceptance of single-party government was made easier by apparently democratic tendencies within some sole parties. It appeared as if some parties could sustain democratic decision-making within the party sufficient to compensate for the lack of choice between parties. Intraparty democracy could perhaps allow for just as much or just as little discussion of alternatives as interparty democracy. Tanzania has often been cited as a case in point. During its single-party regime, Tanzania's one legal political party, the Chama cha Mapinduzi (CCM), was democratically organized, with the National Conference electing delegates to the National Executive Council, which in turn elected the Central Committee. For parliamentary elections, the party selected 2 candidates for each constituency, sometimes from a large number of nominations, 85 in one constituency in 1990, for example. Seats were vigorously contested in a carefully regulated campaign. It was not uncommon for incumbents, including ministers, to be defeated. Consequently, some political leaders in the Third World claimed, not without some justification, that the policy choices offered by, say, Democrats and Republicans in the USA were no greater than the choices being made within the mass organizations of sole parties and between the candidates which those parties sponsored in parliamentary election. Different factions within a single party could also compete for political office. Finally, following independence in many new states, the political leadership argued that traditional society had its own forms of democratic decision-making that could be adapted to contemporary conditions without needing more than one political party. Leaders such as Julius Nyerere of Tanzania and Leopold Senghor of Senegal claimed that traditional African decision-making was based on consensus, unity and egalitarianism, claims on which historical research has thrown some doubt. Hodder Williams, 1984, page 11, Riley, 1991, page 3. Pre-colonial African village communities were said to have had a sense in which basic political democracy functioned. The tribal elders might make the decisions, but they would be decisions that reflected the consensus. Nasibre, 1983, pages 97-8. Such communities corresponded to Tunney's Gemeinschaft rather than Gesellschaft. A more convincing explanation for the appeal to a pre-colonial golden age might be that it was necessary for political leaders to distance themselves from the institutions and values associated with the colonizers. The development of an alternative form of democracy to that of Western liberalism appears more natural still when it is recognized that for much of the post-independence period Third World countries lacked the 2 vital conditions, one economic and one political, which preceded liberal revolutions in the 17th and 18th centuries in the West: the availability of capitalist enterprise, finance and skills, and a loyalty to the nation rather than an ethnic community. It was therefore to be expected that there would be a painful, long period of accumulation of capital and of productive skill. A pre-political or pre-national people has to be brought to a political and national consciousness. This puts a premium on the mass movement with strong ideological leadership. McPherson, 1966. Page 27. There have been some notable deviations from the tendency towards single-party systems. In 1983 Senegal, which soon after independence from France and under the charismatic leadership of Leopold Senghor became a single-party state, decided to revert to a two-party system. More recently, international influences and democratization movements have encouraged such reversals. The exception is Zimbabwe, the only country whose political leadership has in recent years been attempting to justify a move away from a multi-party system. The demise of party government. A more alarming tendency has been for parliamentary and party politics to collapse altogether under the impact of political crises. Party systems have often given way to military systems. Both single and multi-party regimes seem to have fared equally badly in terms of the political stability which they were able to secure. It is difficult to find any pattern in the decay of party systems. Single-party systems sometimes survive, as in Kenya or Tanzania, sometimes they succumb to military coups, as in Ghana. Multi-party systems have sometimes survived, notably in India, but elsewhere they have not. For example, in Pakistan after 1958 or Nigeria. Between 1960 and 1969, 10 of the 15 multi-party states in Africa had experienced military intervention. Of the 20 single-party states, 11 had had coups. It is not surprising that some commentators started to write off party systems generally as a total failure. This is reflected in the general downplaying of the political significance of Third World parties, c. Randall, 1988, which is an attempt to restore a sense of their importance. Yet in some countries party government has survived for a very long time. The continuity of some Third World party systems is now greater than in Eastern Europe. There is no shortage of examples of countries with long histories of party government. There are also examples of the military being instrumental in the reinstatement of parties, albeit to legitimize the military's role in politics. There are no obvious explanations for the survival of party government. Economic growth, which might be expected to increase prosperity and, therefore, a sense of satisfaction with the regime, does not guarantee the survival of party systems, although the World Bank pointed out in 1989 that the African countries with the best economic records, Botswana and Mauritius, had parliamentary democracies. Support for this conclusion was seen to be provided by the Gambia, which has had multi-party democracy since independence in 1965 despite a GNP per head of only $240 and an average life expectancy of 43 years in 1989, Riley, 1991, pages 7, 29, but which succumbed to the military in 1994. Alternatively, it might be hypothesized that social structure might offer an explanation in that stratification based on class seems to provide a better basis for competitive politics than vertical cleavages based on race, language or religion. However, social factors such as class and related indicators of stratification such as urbanization and literacy do not appear to be systematically related to patterns of party politics. Randall, 1988, page 188. It is more difficult to account for the stability of a party system than to explain variations between systems. Explanations of the latter include the legacy of colonialism, the time that parties have to take root and become established. India and Jamaica are examples of countries in which political parties have long histories, and whether independence was won by war or negotiation, the former method leading to the creation of the party army of national liberation such as the FLN in Algeria, which had great difficulty in transforming itself into a civilian political movement after the French withdrew. Not all nationalist movements have histories of guerrilla warfare, some having been able to negotiate the end of colonialism rather than engage in armed struggle. To these factors must be added foreign influences. Aid donors have added political pluralism, good governance, democracy and respect for human rights to their list of conditions attached to international development assistance. For example, in 1990 President Mitterrand of France warned African leaders at the 16th Franco-African Congress that France will link its contribution to efforts designed to lead to greater liberty and democracy. In 1991 the British Minister for Overseas Development announced that British aid policy would require recipient governments to move towards pluralism, the rule of law, democracy and respect for human rights. Multilateral aid agencies such as the World Bank have added to the pressures demanding good government in return for aid. Interpretations of good governance as a condition for multilateral and bilateral assistance have been quite varied. Williams and Young, 1994, pages 84-6. Such pressure combined in the early 1990s with the influence of the momentous events in Eastern Europe and the Soviet Union on domestic political groups demanding political reforms and especially an end to the single-party regime. Competitive party politics have emerged in a number of countries as a consequence, most notably Nepal, Angola, Ghana, the Ivory Coast and Zambia. However, resistance to multipartyism has been strong. The one-party state continues to be defended by reference to the threat of tribal factionalism, Zimbabwe, the need to concentrate on economic development, Tanzania, and the lack of readiness for democracy among the people, Kenya, party systems and democratization. it is clear from the role played by political parties that their significance for the process of democratization is immense. The success of democratization is in part dependent on the existence of institutionalized parties and party systems of government. The consolidation of democracy is widely regarded as conditional upon the institutionalization of regular electoral competition between parties which can adapt to new constitutional rules. Parties have also been crucial to opposition to authoritarian rule, when they mainly had the characteristics of social movements, for example, the African National Congress before majority rule in South Africa. Such political movements need to institutionalize themselves in readiness for the establishment of electoral competition, where, 1996, pages 141-2. The concept of party system institutionalization has been developed by Mainwaring and Scully using Latin American data to compare prospects for democratic consolidation in different countries. Institutionalization was deemed to be found when the rules governing party competition are commonly observed, widely understood and confidently anticipated. There is stability in the number of parties competing for office. Parties are strongly rooted in society, affecting political preferences, attracting stable electoral support and demonstrating continuity in ideological terms. Political elites recognize the legitimacy of electoral competition as the route to office. Party organizations exist independently of powerful leaders, with well-resourced nationwide organizations and well-established internal procedures for recruitment to party offices. The more party systems are characterized by these qualities, the more institutionalized they are. The fewer the qualities, the more inchoate the system is. Latin American democratization supports the hypothesis that an institutionalized system encourages moderation, coalition building and compromise, while inchoate systems pose risks for democracy of unpredictability, complicated government, weak legislatures, personalism and difficulty in establishing legitimacy. Institutionalized party systems mean party organizers have a vested interest in party competition and party discipline makes government effective. Citizens support parties rather than demagogues. Interests are pursued through elections as policies and programs are compared and assessed. Conflicts are more easily mediated and managed. Political competition is restricted to democratic processes and political accountability is effective. Participation can be channeled and consent expressed. Mainwaring and Scully, 1995. While an institutionalized party system may not be a sufficient condition for the consolidation of democracy, it would seem to be a necessary one. However, in the third wave of democracy, the party systems in poorer countries tend to be inchoate. Consequently, their democracies are characterized by personalism, weak accountability, electoral volatility, uncertainty, and, most significant for democratic consolidation, low legitimacy conferred on parties and party systems. Mainwaring, 1998. Extending the analysis of the effects of party system institutionalization to Africa, Kouenzi and Lambright found wide variation in the level of institutionalization, but, with the majority of countries falling into the inchoate category, they also found evidence of a virtuous circle. An institutionalized party system is a requisite for democratic government, but the more experience a country has of democracy, the higher the level of party system institutionalization. Kouenzi and Lambright, 2001, page 463. Another debate about party systems and democratization has focused on the number of parties in the system, comparing the stability of two-party competition with a multi-party system. A multi-party system is thought to be less stable. Huntington, for example, predicted that in the long term, two-party and dominant party systems were more likely than single or multi-party systems to produce political stability because they provide a form of party competition that is more effective as assimilating new groups into the political system. Single parties find it difficult to incorporate the new social and economic interests created by modernization without coercion and therefore instability. In the multi-party system, the assimilation of new social forces into politics can only be done by increasing the number of parties. The two-party system most effectively institutionalizes and moderates the polarization which gives rise to the development of party politics in the first place, Huntington, 1968, page 432. However, another view is that a preference for a two-party system reflects Eurocentric and Anglo-American biases, a confusion of governmental with regime instability, and an assumption that party politics is dominated by a single left-right dimension, when in third world countries other dimensions of conflict, such as ethnicity and religion, are superimposed. A multiplicity of parties provides for the representation of all interests, encouraging lawful political participation and reducing incentives to engage in political violence. This controversy remains unresolved, though one comparative study of Third World democratization found only weak and fragmentary support for the hypothesis that democratic consolidation was more likely under a multi than a two-party system. Power and Gasiorowski, 1997, see also Lichpart, 1984. This is significant in view of the propensity for countries emerging from authoritarianism to spawn a multiplicity of political parties. For example, since becoming free from Indonesian occupation, the small state of East Timor, with a population of 850,000, has splintered into no fewer than 16 parties which contested the first elections to the 88-seat assembly. The survival of parties as organization. We have seen that one element in the institutionalization of party systems of government is the strength of parties as organizations. Strong parties are adaptable, e.g. in shifting from opposition to government, complex, autonomous, e.g. from narrow socio-economic interests, and coherent. Dix, 1992. Comparing Korea, Taiwan and 12 Latin American countries. Stockton found that democracy requires strong parties as well as institutionalized party systems. Stockton, 2001. Consequently, the sustaining organizational characteristics of parties have become a topic of scientific interest. This is a very difficult task because it is hard to know whether something that a party does to its internal organization is crucial to its long-term existence. Analysis of parties in French-speaking West Africa in the early 1960s led R. S. Morgenthau to distinguish between mass and patron parties. Morgenthau, 1964, pages 336-41. This distinction, less neat in fact than in definition, indicated differences in organizational structure, particularly at the local level, size of membership, including its social composition, finances, functions, methods and patterns of authority. All such organizational factors reflected the way in which party leaders related to the rest of the population. Mass parties, such as the democratic parties of the Ivory Coast and Guinea or the Union Sudanese, sought the adherence of all individuals. Whereas patron parties such as Niger's Union Nigerienne usually terminated their structure simply with the adherence of influential notables or patrons. Page 337. Patron parties were weakly organized, undisciplined with little direct membership participation. Local patrons were relied upon to reach the local community. The individual was of interest to patron parties only insofar as he happened to be included in the franchise, provided candidates for election and the minimum machinery for bringing the voter to the polls. Page 340. Mass parties in contrast had extensive organizations, performed the function of social integration through their mass membership and were interested in all aspects of their members' lives, not just their voting choices. Organizational strength thus requires a mass membership. Parties become stronger the more they can institutionalize mass support and develop a complex organization linked to socio-economic bodies such as trade unions. Ensuring survival does seem to require an elaborate internal apparatus to mobilize society, and penetrate it through a mass membership involved in a local as well as a central organization. Then it becomes easier for the party to create a sense of national legitimacy. It becomes a more successful instrument of political recruitment. Parties survive, it may be hypothesized, because they have firm grassroots. Where parties have failed to create a machinery for transmitting interests, opinions, and needs upwards to the policy-making elite and have only created channels of communication and Coercion downwards from the leadership to the masses, they have experienced difficulty surviving. A local organization has significance beyond organizational structure and embraces a whole approach to the management of society and economy as well as political education, indoctrination and control. Developing an ideology and communicating it is crucial to creating a sense of legitimacy. Organizational survival also depends on making the party leadership representative of a broad range of interests. Randall, 1988. For example, the United National Independence Party in Zambia was successful in making the leadership representative of a wide range of social elites. There also has to be a balanced membership. Activists who sustain the organization through membership drives, fundraising, candidate selection, voter mobilization and party debate have to be balanced with professional experts in different policy fields. There must also be a balance between nominal members and party activists, and between collegial leadership and a willingness to remove leaders who are out of touch with members and the electorate. A balance has also to be struck between the principle of open membership to whoever supports the party's ideals and objectives, and a rule of restricted access, either to avoid capture by interests that would narrow the party's electoral appeal, or to ensure effective action in government or opposition. Graham, 1993. Leaders that identify themselves with the party rather than using it a means to office elsewhere, such as in the government bureaucracy, are also required. Huntington, 1968, pages 408-12. Huntington is here referring to the loss to political parties when scarce talent is drawn off into other loyalties. He is not denying that parties should seek office for their leaders when they compete for positions in legislatures, executives and other parts of the state, whose personnel are recruited by electoral competition. The strength of party organization is also dependent upon consistency in ideological position, discipline, among members and elected representatives, patterns of internal organization, rules of leadership succession, and methods of mass mobilization. Autonomy from founding personalities is also needed, as well as significant financial and human resources, including professional staff. Mainwaring, 1998, Stockton, 2001, pages 96-7. Funding and institutional autonomy, including freeing the party from domination from the civil bureaucracy or military, are important organizational features of successful Third World parties. Randall, 1988. It has to be noted that India's Congress Party, with considerable bureaucratic infiltration, seems to be the exception to this. Factionalism and clientelism. The strength of party organization in the Third World has frequently been dependent upon the distribution of patronage and the allocation of state resources and positions within the military and bureaucracy. The distribution of rewards to supporters and clients on a personalized basis can be crucial for the survival of a political party. However, within parties different interests are often expressed through factionalism, which can have highly variable consequences for the durability of political parties. Factionalism refers to an informal aspect of party organization. It is an inevitable consequence of alliances and coalitions between leaders and followers that have no ideological foundation but which are designed to secure electoral support. Relationships between leaders of factions and their followers are based on a range of social and economic conditions, such as feudalistic tenure systems, when a landowner can guarantee electoral support from tenants because of their economic dependency, cultural loyalties and other traditional obligations. Alternatively, the factional linkage may be tribal, linguistic or caste-based. Factionalism within political parties is one manifestation of a more fundamental dimension of politics in the Third World, and elsewhere, namely, clientelism. Patron-client relations reflect interdependencies between people with economic and political power and those who look to them for security in the performance of duties and who, in return, offer personal services, gifts, loyalty, deference and political support. Powell, 1970. Pages 412-13, Ron Iger, 1994a. Though expressing interdependency, clientelism is essentially an unequal form of political exchange under conditions where equality and citizenship are constitutional formalities at best, and where the experience of lower classes is of material and political inequality, and discrimination, especially by state officials. It is a relationship between the powerful and the weak. Gunn-Ziada, 1994. Clientelism represents a rational form of behavior for people under conditions of inequality and when parties need the support of regional, ethnic, and personal factions. Clapham, 1982. Eisenstadt and Ronniger identify 9 core analytical characteristics of the social interactions and exchanges involved in patron-client relations. They are particularistic and diffuse. Resources are exchanged, both economic and political, support, votes, protection, solidarity. Resources are exchanged as a package, not separately. The relationship is strongly unconditional and long-term. There is a varying amount of solidarity in the relationship. It is based on informal and not necessarily legal understandings. Patron-client relations are entered into voluntarily. The vertical nature of patron-client relations undermines horizontal solidarities, especially of clients. And the relationship is based on strong inequality and power difference. Eisenstadt and Ronniger, 1981, pages 276-7. Political and economic changes, particularly the development of the state, and the spread of capitalism have fundamentally altered the nature of patronage. Patron-client relations increasingly take the form of brokerage and mediation between clients in their dealings with government and the market. Powell, 1970, Lamarchand, 1981, Courayer, 1997. Clientelism has become a key component of the electoral process in many third world countries. Political parties are compelled to recruit from among local patrons and brokers in order to secure the political support of their clients. The links between leaders and followers in party factions are, therefore, highly personalized. Special interests pursue their objectives. Through such links with the political authorities, party leaders offer support and protection to those who accept and support their leadership. Identity with a leader will cut across conflicting interests, so that the leaders of factions have to mediate between the groups who support them. In India, for example, political parties and notably Congress have had to incorporate many different kinds of loyalty, those based on caste, landlord-tenant relations, language, tribe and religion. Factionalism leads to a segmentary form of party politics. The internal structures of factions are very much alike and political relations within them are always transactional, instrumental and dependent. Factionalism is stimulated by the rewards which are accessible to those in political office. Class interests and conflicts are overlaid by the common interest of patron and client. Factional conflict is about obtaining a broader basis of followers. But the outcome of conflict does not change the social structure. If a leader fails to mediate successfully between different economic interests within his own faction, it may split. If the split runs the length of the party, factional conflict may lead to a new party being formed. The conflicts between factions are not ideological. They are conflicts over resources, over influence at key points in the decision-making structure of party and government, and over the ability to gain enough followers to win office so that patronage can be extended and the size and power of the faction can be increased. Success breeds success in a system of patronage. Leaders who win office can be expected to use their powers of patronage to enlarge their faction, drawing others into their sphere of influence. Leaders can then seek higher office, greater patronage and an enlarged following. Factional politics within parties and patron-client relationships produce a distinctive image for third world parties. A successful party thus has to contain centrifugal forces and contend with factors that encourage factionalism and undermine party unity, such as caste or communalism in India. Bjorkman and Mather, 1996. Another such factor is the electoral system, as the case of Uruguay demonstrates. Morgenstern, 2001. Clientelism is only likely to decline in significance when parties form along ideological lines, mobilizing political support on the basis of horizontal rather than vertical linkages, e.g. class rather than kinship. The significance of clientelism in politics is also reduced by the bureaucratic allocation of public services on the basis of legal entitlements. The development of a universalistic political culture and institutions of civil society through which citizens can pursue their individual rights and entitlements also provide alternatives to clientelism. Ron Iger, 1994b. Conclusion. The question of survival of party government and representative politics leads on to considerations of political stability and democratization. The problem of political instability is primarily seen in terms of the demise of party politics, especially of the competitive type. Not surprisingly, the attention that has been paid to political instability in the Third World has focused particularly on the supplantation, usually by the military, of a civilian form of government based on a system of parties. Military intervention, political stability and the process of democratization are the subjects of later chapters.